Hello everybody, Miami, Florida. Beaches, warm water, sunshine, the odd shower, luxury, open top cars. We don't want any of that. We want to see paddle. Welcome to the Wayfair Arena for day 2 of the Pro Padel League's first tournament of 2025 with myself, Paul Giblin, and Mr. Eric McKee.
Great to be here, Paul.
It is indeed. We've already seen one day of brilliant paddle. It was only 4 matches though. Today, we're here for the full main
double
course.
sessions.
Exactly, 8 matches. Some of the best players in the world for your entertainment tonight. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, yesterday was brilliant. We saw our first super tie break. A good day for Miami. I'm sure the home crowd were happy. Also, Cancun picking up a really good win. There were so many good games. We expect better today.
Well, better. Hopefully it's going to get better and better and better over the coming days. We've got a full day today, we've got another full day on Saturday, and then on Sunday,
Podium
we have
day.
our podium day. But I tell you what, let's have a little look back at the way things have been going and how this is organised.
League will host their first event of 2025 in sunny Miami, Florida, returning with a new and innovative format. 10 clubs will participate in this competition, each with representation in both the men's and women's divisions. The competition will last 4 days, with each club playing 2 matches during the first 3 days. Men's and women's doubles matches will be played as best of 3 sets with golden point and a 10-point super tiebreak in the 3rd set. The top 4 clubs in both the men's and women's divisions, based on their records after the first 3 days, will qualify for Podium Day. The 4th and final day of competition will be called Podium Day, and it will feature the 3rd place and final matches in both divisions, where the event champions will be crowned.
Okay, and this is what we have to look forward to. We already saw on Thursday Miami Paddle Club against Toronto Polar Bears, Las Vegas Smash against the Cancun Waves. Today we're kicking off with East against West, New York Atlantics against the Los Angeles, they got the beat. Follow that up with the Houston Volts against the San Diego Stingrays. And then depending on what happens, we'll either have a little break or we will go straight into our evening session with the reigning champions, the Flow Rider Goats, team from Orlando against the Arkansas Matrix. Okay, just to let you know, this is going to work out on a league system. Teams could have the same amount of draws, same amount of points, same amount of wins, and it'll be decided by percentages, by the percentage of sets you've won. Then it goes down to games and then points. And at the end of the day, if everything's level,
possible coin toss.
We put the coin into the air. Okay, this is what happened yesterday in a minute, and this is how the points are decided. So the winner of the tournament gets 25 points for the men, 25 for the women, and you count down 19, 15, 12.
You don't want to finish last. You get nil points if you end up 10th. Of course, there are 10 franchises taking place. You want to make podium day. That means you're guaranteed a minimum 12 points.
Exactly, as you say, 10th place is no good. That's,
no.
That's like the UK in Eurovision, nil points. And of course, we've already had 4 matches, which means that the first points have already been decided.
Well, they're
Eric.
going through to, I mean, of course, you want to make that podium day. That's when you get your main points, because, of course, everything is geared towards the end of the season. The season finale, which would take place in New York. But let's take a closer look at what happened on day 1 of the competition. Women's, good win for Miami.
Exactly, it was, and that was a big step already to getting onto the podium for the first time this year. Okay, 2 really strong teams, it has to be said. Jess Castillo and
Virginia Riera were excellent. They dropped the first set, 6-4 to Victoria Iglesias and Marina Guinart, who started really well. They were dominating the net.
This shows, I think, how paddle can really change sometimes from set to set. They, as you say, Riera and Castillo lost the first set. Castillo struggled a wee bit earlier.
She got better as the game went on.
And then she got better and better and probably ended up as the MVP of the match. It ended up 4-6, 6-2, and then it went to a super tie-break.
10-7 it ended, but they were winning 9-4, and for a second, momentum, I think the pressure was off, and Victoria started hitting her shots. Marina Guinart also. But in the end, I think a deserved win for Miami, who came back from behind to win 2-1.
Exactly, and that set them up for our second game of the evening, which was probably the one that most people here had come to see. The man, the flying Argentinian, the rocket man, Mr. Augustin Tapia, and he played really well. And also with a different partner, Edu Alonso.
Still watching some of those highlights from that opening game. This was the first game, and we had our first winners. Riera and Jessica Castillo, congratulations on that victory in game 1.
Exactly, and then that brought us to the game, Tapia and Edu Alonso, who we really were looking forward to see. Tapia didn't win last year, he was on the losing side in the final. But we all know what he is capable of. Maybe we were looking forward to seeing what Edu could do, but Edu Alonso, I thought was really, really good.
He was lively, he was darting around, very nimble, very quick. Tapia, there were lots of oohs and ahs as he delivered some of those trademark smashes. Credit to their opponents. I thought they gave a good account of themselves, especially Mario, who's making his debut here at the PPL.
Mario Huerte, who's down in the rankings, but he's on an upward trend, and I think he showed that. As you see there, he's a big lad, is Mario Huerte. Played some really nice winners. And Picho Fernandez also served really, really well, didn't he? But in the end...
Straight set 6-2, 6-2.
It has to be said, we obviously try and have our smash of the match after every match, and yesterday we were a wee bit spoiled for choice.
Well, definitely if you look at the men's, they'll be up there with the favourites. I mean, I'm sure that Miami coming so close to winning that Cities Cup, losing that derby to Flow Rider Goats. They've managed to hold on to Tapia. Another opponent team's interested in bringing the Argentine to their roster. They've got a very good team this season, a clean sweep, winning the women's and also winning the men's. So they take a 2-0 into the next day of competition. I'm sure they'll be in that podium day.
Exactly. All it needs now is for Tapia and Alonso to win a second match. And after that match, of course, we were straight into our second tie of the evening, which was the Las Vegas Smash and the Cancun Waves. Cancun looking to get back into it after not getting to the Cities Cup last year. And they've given themselves a good start. Obviously, the first match was difficult for them with Victoria Iglesias, and Marina Guenard.
That was Scythe, yeah. Scythe and Lobo were losing. Yeah, there were two young players who started off well. They won the first game. They then lost 4 straight. Martita and Alejandro Alonso in the end winning straight set 6-2, 6-4.
But it was another match, even though it ended up 6-2, 7-5, because they just took it a long way at the end. But Marina and Sofia Sainz, they really, really improved in the second set. You could see that they changed the tactics. They were willing to sit back a little bit deeper, and they really made Marta. And
I thought Marta was outstanding.
Yeah, she was really good. They were really aggressive, weren't they?
And Marta, of course, still on the team from last season. They brought in quite a few new faces. And if you've been following Padel and you've watched Martita play, she used to play with Alejandra. So that, of course, benefits if you've played with a player in the past. You understand the weaknesses and the strengths. I thought Marta was outstanding, as was her doubles partner Alejandra.
Okay, so that set up the second match of the tie, and we weren't quite sure how
unknown
it was going to
quantity.
go. Well, yeah, and it turned out to be an absolute thriller to close the evening.
Somebody else making their PPL debut. In fact, had never played as high as the PPL League, Del Bianco.
Yeah, and he was a real revelation. So started off with Javier Barahona hitting a lot.
Yeah, he's a big hitter.
Big winners.
Along with Gonzalo Alfonso, who were the favourites on paper. You could say this is a bit of an upset. Alex Reith, of course, has been around for several years, the player from Malaga. But he and Franco Del Bianco, who I actually thought was the best player on the court in that final game.
Exactly. I mean, Alex Reith was captain of the Cancun Waves. He said every so often he's going to make the odd unforced errors, but Franco Del Bianco didn't make any mistakes.
No,
he made about
rare.
2 errors in
and
the
lots of winners as well.
Performance. It was absolutely outstanding and really, really raced through 2 sets, and I can't remember how many games it was, but it wasn't 6-love 6-1, was it? And it was an hour and 8 minutes, or
But just quickly, because of course it's a team event, it's a win for Las Vegas Smash when it comes to the women's and a win for Cancun Waves when it comes to the men's. But to qualify for the podium day, it's men's and women's separately, but then you total up the number of points over the events that take place here in Miami, San Sebastián in Spain, Guadalajara also in Mexico, also the Hamptons, and then they qualify for the Cities Cup, the season finale.
Exactly. So anyhow, we've seen 4 of the teams in this year's Pro Padel League. We've got another 6 to look at, and obviously over the winter there's been plenty of transfers. So this is what we're looking at with the changes. Okay, new signings for the New York Atlantic. Ari Sanchez, Carolina Orsi, John Sanz and Javi Garrido. They've lost Virginia Briera, Delfi Brea and Fede Chingotto. Big losses, but big arrivals.
Yeah, I mean, tough to lose a player like Chingotto and also Delfi Brea, who are still here, which have signed for other clubs. But Ari Sanchez, you've got best player in the world. They've kept hold of Andrea Ustero, who I think is probably the brightest talent.
Exactly, she's already ranked in the top 10, regular quarterfinalists.
Her and Ari together.
It's going to be really interesting to see how they perform today. And of course you've got John Sanz, who's another big hitter, another player who sometimes just needs to control themselves a little bit more. But as I say, him and Ari coming from Miami is a big move for them.
Big boost.
And their rivals up on court. First up today, by the way, for the beat. Okay, they've only kept Tolito Aguirre, big changes. No Carolina Orsi, we've just seen she's joined New York. Jess Castillo, well, she played yesterday, or Javi Leal, but they brought in Barbara Las Heras, Julia Polo, Martina Facio, Pablo Lijo and Alvaro Cepero. So sort of lots of players who maybe need to get some wins under their belt.
I think losing Leal could be a bit of a blow, and having seen how well Jessica Castillo played yesterday, I think she was outstanding, probably the best women's player on day 1 of the competition. Now, they only kept hold of 1 player, so they've made a little movement in the transfer market or trade window or off-season. But I do think they have a chance of getting something out of today's game.
Well, we'll have to see. Next up after that will be the Houston Bolts, and they've kept Lorena Rufo, Marta Caparros, Ivan Ramirez and Pablo Garcia. Brought in Marta Barrera and Pepe Aliaga. And lost Claudia Jensen and Alex Chothas. Yeah, losing Claudia is a real blow. She's a player who's developed lots and lots, Claudia Jensen.
I do think Rufo and Caparros, if they do play together, looks likely, there will be a good partnership. And Ivanchu Ramirez is very talented. They are maybe lacking some of the big name players that other teams have here at the Miami event, but that doesn't mean you won't win games. We saw just yesterday Franco, who came out of nowhere to put in an outstanding performance, so it might work for these guys today.
Okay, moving on from Houston, we're back on the West Coast with the San Diego even, Stingrays. Well, they've got in Claudia Jensen, which is a great arrival. Veronica Verceda, Alex Chostas and Jairo Bautista have arrived. They've kept Lucia Sainz, Brittany Dobbins and Maxi Sanchez, a bit of experience. I think it's going to be Lucia and Veronica Verceda who will line up for them in the women.
Yeah, Maxi Sanchez, former world #1. Lucia Sainz, one of the most experienced players, has tasted success throughout her illustrious career. Also another former #1. They have lost Miguel Lamperti now. He was a great character, but of course not playing anymore. So, you know, retiring, enjoying life after paddle. But it's another good team. It's a good mix. I think Veronica Verceda is a very talented player, sometimes underrated.
Yeah, she's another one of those players who can really hit the ball very hard when she needs to. Okay, what do? They always say when you win a tournament, you make yourself stronger. And I'm looking at the Flow Rider Goats. And my word, that is, I look at that and I do see championship potential, Eric. They brought in Delfi Brea. 2 big hitters, Leo Ausberger and Pablo Cardona. It's
even bigger hitters.
It's true. They've lost Martin De Nenno and Franco Stupa. De Nenno's injured anyhow, but it's a very good swap. But as I say, Ausberger and Cardona, 2 more of the young guns in men's paddle.
We saw them. We're quite fortunate. We could go out onto the practice court, and we were there yesterday. It was a small break, and also before the evening session started. and they were just warming up. But just warming up.
Warming up.
Mel and Cardona were like hitting that ball at such pace. It is quite a slow court, but such pace. Incredible to watch. You don't realise how fast those points are unless you're down courtside. I think you've got the two biggest hitters playing together on the same team.
Okay, they'll be up first against the Arkansas Matrix, who we've got there on screen. Once again, experience. Patti Jaguno, Aranceli Martinez, Gonzalo Rubio, Mario de Castillo staying. They brought in Bia Caldera and Alex Arroyo. And she's hung up her racket, Cata Tenorio.
We're the same age, Kat and myself, and she was still playing last year.
Yeah, it was great. She actually played.
I stopped playing. Well, I never started playing.
They had a lot of injuries, didn't they? And she played in the last match in New York,
the Cities Cup.
So you look at that team, and once again, Alex Arroyo is a good signing. He's another player who can hit it very hard. Sometimes maybe lacks a little bit of control.
I've got a soft spot for Rubio. I thought at the Cities Cup he was excellent. He's entertaining. He dives. There's no lost cause when Gonzalo Rubio's on your team.
Absolutely goes for everything. Okay, it's the moment when we have to get a little bit
competition time,
niggly with each other. So
I did okay yesterday.
Okay, we have to pick who we think is going to win. First of all, the New York women against the Los Angeles women. Eric, I'll let you I'm going
New York.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to go with New York.
We agree.
I'm very sorry, Los Angeles, but we fancy New York. And with the men, Campagnolo and John Sanz against Lijo and Stepero.
I've got a soft spot also for Campagnolo, my Brazilian.
Yeah, and I like John Sanz, the big hitter from Pamplona. Once again,
are we agreeing again?
We're agreeing again. I'm really sorry about that. We're not going to make a habit of it.
So it's going to be a double for New York.
Double for New York. Down to Houston and San Diego.
Go on.
Go on.
Who you got?
I'm going to say San Diego, Lucia and Veronica Verceda.
I've got mine here in black and white somewhere. Here they go. I think I might agree with you once again.
There you go.
This isn't good.
No. And for the men, Ivan Ramirez and Alberto Trabanco against Jairo Bautista and Alex Chozas.
I would say Chozas and Bautista. Don't say you're going to agree again.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to disagree with you.
Disagree.
Just for the fun of disagreeing with you. If Trabanco has a good day, the Gijon Cannonball, we're going to enjoy ourselves.
We've got to ask Danny, our director, how that league's going.
Okay, Flowrider against Arkansas. I've got a feeling we might agree with each other again.
I think we will do again. I do think Flowrider are just as strong as last season. Probably the favourites. Clean sweep.
Yeah, Gemma and Delfi Brea to win the women's, and Cardona and Ausberger to blast their way home. Even though
that might be a long one, though. That might be a long one.
That's going to be. It could have a lot of points. It might not be long-lasting, though. It's one of those that could have.
The one we saw last night. I think there was one long rally over 8 points.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to say Florida winning that, but close. And Cancun, Toronto. This is interesting because we liked Cancun last night, and Toronto showed moments. So for the women, Marina Lobo and Sofia Sainz against Guinat and Iglesias.
I'm going to go with the force from the north, Guinat and Iglesias.
If they can cut out the errors, they have an option. I think Lobo and Sainz impressed me enough to think that if they can play like they did in the second half,
they played that really well in that second set.
It might be a long match, that one. I think that is going to be a long one. It's going to be a close one. I'm going to go with Cancun.
Okay.
And with the men, I'm going to stick with Franco de Bianco. I liked him a lot.
Yeah, I was a huge fan. We'd seen little of Franco because, as we were saying earlier on the show, this is the biggest stage he's played on. And there were no first-time nerves, no lapses in concentration. He teamed up really well with Alex. I mean, I think they're a great team. Complement one another. I also agree there. So we agree on all but one, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's
okay. Still,
it's a little bit worrying. So we're not going to be separated by much. So anyhow, we're all ready to go here, back in the Wayfair Arena. We're going to leave you with our match day presenters. It's time for you to say hello to Arantxa.
Fans, it's time to start our first official match on this second day of the 2025 Pro Padel League season. And what a showdown we have to start things up. Taking the court first, please, let's give it up for the New York Atlantics. Let's welcome Andrea Ustero. Ariana Lucas Campagnolo. And John Sanz. From the city of stars and style, make some noise for the Los Angeles Beat. Let's welcome Julia Polo. Bárbara Las Heras. Pablo Lijo. And Álvaro Cepero.
Hello, welcome here to day 2 of the competition, Pro Padel League here from Miami. Inaugural event of what's going to be a record-breaking season 2025. This event started on June the 19th, will end on Sunday. There are 4 days of competition still in the group stage. Day 2, day 3 before podium day on Sunday. Just like yesterday, if you were watching, Paul Giblin. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Eric. Well, once we're getting us going with world number 1, Ari Sanchez, and one of the fast rising stars, Andrea Ostera. Got to say, they are favourites. If you look at rankings and look at performances over recent months against...
They are favourites, Paul, but I have to interrupt. You do have a soft spot for one of those players, not the ones on that team.
No, I'm going to be honest. We actually know, it's a friendly family friend is Barbara Las Heras, so we're wishing her all the best. And that's, if there's any bias,
after a tough year as well.
If there's any bias in the competition,
after a really tough year.
Yeah, she's had a really bad. I mean, she was a year and a half ago. She was
hitting that top 16, top 10 even.
Right, went to the Masters, and then she suffered a cruciate knee ligament injury, torn cruciate ligament, put her out for a year. And of course, when you come back, you've lost all your ranking points,
momentum,
you change
your partner.
Exactly.
It's not easy.
So it's really hard. And of course, what happens is you get into the top 32 first, and you end up playing someone like Ari Sanchez.
You were speaking to her as well, and she said that she was so disappointed that she missed out on last season, that as soon as she knew she could get on a roster this campaign, she signed up.
Yeah, exactly. So she was actually on the Las Vegas Smash roster last season, but she has moved to Los Angeles, just going down the motorway, really.
Not a bad move.
Not a bad move.
2 great cities, 2 great teams also. But we were saying earlier, if you caught the pre-match show, we looked back at the highlights from yesterday. We'll give you the scores and the winners later on. But we also had to give our predictions, our picks for today, and they are strong. They came close last year. They were losing semi-finalists at the Cities Cup, New York Atlantics.
Yeah, exactly.
Our favourites.
Exactly, and they have
the world number 1.
The world number 1, her and Ari Sanchez and John Sanz, obviously traded from Miami. The first ever
Chingotto,
trade.
yeah, the first ever trade, and Chingotto moving in the opposite direction. But it's a very good move because you're putting the world number 1 along with somebody who, if injuries respect her, will be #1. It's a question of time.
Talking about Ari Sanchez, we did hear a little rumour that she's not 100% fit, our Spanish companion.
Did you get that from Pete? Do not trust Pete. Pete Consuegra, okay, if you listen to the Spanish feed at any time, he's a player. He wants to win this pick league. He is desperate, and he got some games wrong yesterday, and he was passing all this false information. I've been told this one's got a knock, this one... No. This is Pete's doing. Do not trust Pete.
You're taking it with a big pinch of salt.
Do not trust Pete. He beat me at ping pong today. Do not trust Pete Consuegra.
Really got his revenge.
2-2.
2-2. So anyhow, I think one of the things as well is this opening match on the court. Still a little bit chilly. We've asked. A couple of players have asked to have it a little bit less chilly.
No, but the temperature's great. Honestly, I think obviously yesterday we had a full house, by the way, sell-out crowd, 800 people. Of course, sometimes you see a few empty seats. That's people popping out for a refreshment. Great food trucks also just around the back. We'll be going there for lunch later, hopefully, Paul. And obviously, it's early here in Miami. It's 11 o'clock, so it won't be quite full until maybe the afternoon session.
So that is Barbara's from Madrid, born in 1993. She'll play drive.
I'm really looking forward to seeing her play alongside Julio Polo, who backhand. One thing she's lacking, perhaps, to break into those, top ranked players is consistency, but very talented.
Yeah, I think she's going to be one looking to hit the winners, whereas Barbara's a player who
takes more risks than Barbara, definitely.
Keeps it going, yeah, absolutely. That's why Barbara used to play with Veronica Verceda, went down and had a good run, and that was a good partnership. Her and Vero complemented each other very well.
Vero will be in action later on today.
She will indeed. We'll be seeing her with the San Diego Stingrays next up, well, after LA against
first,
New York.
We get the women's, then we get the men's, and then there will be a 5-10 minute pause before the next series, and then there's also an evening series, but that won't start until 6 in the evening.
Very quickly there you have the details for Andre Ostera. 12th of May 2007.
Makes us seem very old, Paul.
And Ari Sanchez, 19th of July 1997, not far off her 28th birthday. Regular #1, who usually plays with Paula Jose Maria, who play called nicknamed Paula Dynamite, who is certainly I'd say the biggest hitter in the women's game.
Yeah, she's quite a few big hitters. Of course, the Alayeto twins as well were big hitters that hailed from Zaragoza. They were playing here last season in the PPL. What we're looking just quickly at Ustero. She's played alongside all the greatest names in paddle at a very tender age. She's only 1 year older than my son, and it's incredible. I'm not saying my son has achieved anything, but it's incredible. If you're listening, Alex, do your homework. But Ustero has been incredible at such a tender age.
Absolutely. Well, she has partnered Gemma Triay.
Yeah, I mean,
she's partnered for a while. Yeah.
Quite often, but what you see is when players reach a certain age, they get annoyed for listening. You pair up with somebody who could do the running. So sometimes you've seen Kata, Patti, Yaguno, playing with younger players. And also, they learn the trade really quickly, playing with very experienced players.
No, exactly. It's a question of, like, you learn your discipline, you learn your shot selection, etc., etc. So, just to remind you, by the way, best of 3 sets, but the third set isn't a normal set. It's a super tiebreak. First to 10 points with a 2-point advantage.
We had one yesterday, 10-7 to Castillo.
And we do have as well, if it's juice 40-all, we will have a golden ball.
Saw quite a few of those yesterday as well. It makes for a much more entertaining.
It makes it. I think it makes the whole competition a bit quicker as well.
Obviously, it's a bit quicker because obviously you don't have those juice advantage. But also, it's like all or nothing. Now, when you watch that point, and you will see plenty during the course of today, you have the team serving, the team receiving. Well, the team receiving, and there's normally a player who has more influence or a captain on the other team, they get to choose who receives. So you won't see the serve to the forehand side, you might see it to the backhand side. Normally it's the player who is playing the better paddle, or the more experienced player sometimes.
Well, it's quite interesting to see normally who opts to receive. Do you look to be aggressive? Do you just look to keep it alive?
Or somebody's one that if you've forced the golden point and a player's hit the winner, then perhaps that player is the one that should perhaps, you know, I've got the confidence, I've just won 2 or 3 points in a row, let me receive.
The match will begin.
Well, exactly, there are plenty of factors. I think maybe even a superstition probably comes into it.
Superstition, I think for 2 games running, the players used 1 ball. It was serve, give me that ball back, I'm going to use that ball again for the next point, and again, and again.
When I watch football, if my team wins, I wear the same shirt for the next match. I wash it, you know, I wish to make that clear.
So that you wash it then every other week?
I count draws as well these days. So anyhow, we're all having the final chat and ready to go.
Now we always see it at the beginning of games. Also, if you watch other sports, sometimes the bigger team takes a bit of time to, to find that rhythm. You like to say the flow.
Oh, yes.
Find that rhythm, and if you can capitalise on the first 2 or 3 games and break early, I'm a big fan of trying to serve first, because with 1 break, it sounds and looks a lot better a 3-0 than a 4-1. Same difference, but still on 0.
Even though it's still only 1 break. But what we also find, I think, as well, is it just takes that, even though they've warmed up, it's not the same as playing at match pace. So just take that little bit of extra time just to feel the court, to see how it goes.
I have been warming up also on another court, and we were saying this yesterday, Paul was saying this, suddenly you'll see the men disappear. They disappear when they think there's about half an hour remaining, or if it goes to the super tie break. Why? Because they head to the practice court, which is identical to this court, and they also warm up, and then they, of course, have the 5-minute official warm-up before the game starts.
I think the practice court is a little bit slower, isn't it, than this, though?
Do you think so?
I think so, yeah.
We'll give it a test later.
We'll see.
Music off. Silence. Opening point of day 2.
Let play commence. It'll be Barbara to serve. Good lob there to start with. Nice block volley there.
That was a good, long opening.
15 long.
Just kept it going, didn't they? Were quite happy to keep it, send it long, look for the lob. And in the end,
the first lesson to learn in paddle is minimise unforced errors.
First service.
Stay deep there. Sanchez and Rustero. Yeah, that's well played.
15 all.
That's one of the shots that, even though it goes to the backhand side, it's for the play on the forehand side to retrieve, because you're running towards the ball. Instead of running after the ball, you run towards one glass wall, then to another.
Got a little bit lucky there, Paula. Went for the winner, but
15-30.
Well, in the end, the point is for Ari Sanchez and Andrea Ustero. Doesn't get it over the net to Barbara Las Heras.
You can see Ustero just slicing that ball up, using the lob Just getting back into position after every shot. You don't want to stand too near the back glass.
You don't want to leave yourself open to the drop shot. We punched up a bit nasty off the back glass there, and
That was arrowed
15
towards her
for
opponent, not intentionally.
yeah, I got a little bit lucky there because I think it might have gone out otherwise, but 3 break points to get us underway. 15-40. A little breakdown in communication.
I mean, you get that when, of course, you're just
New
starting.
York Padel League's first game.
Great area to hit the ball is down the middle. Down the middle, it's a safe option. It's also very often the winning option, because players sometimes are not too sure. Is it on your strong side? Is it on your weak side? And as soon as you see somebody take a tiny step towards the shot, you kind of pull out, and the other person sees you move, and they also pull out.
I think as well, even more so in Pro Padel League, because
Time.
we have our partnerships so that are not regular. So because obviously it's a team event, which makes it unique
Well, also, yeah.
in paddle. But
And unique, you were saying, because at the Cities Cup, we didn't see one 6-love set.
No.
Not one single set, because games are more competitive.
Ari Sanchez to serve.
Ari Sanchez serving. That's a good.
Really good return also. Now we're seeing how a lob could be used as an attacking shot. Estamos 2 atrás. Good call there from Ostero. So important, the communication during the point. A lot of times you're not looking at your opponents. Like now.
Don't think that's going to have the legs on it, so 15 love.
Now, a shot we saw on this rally that you will see often, not as often as the lob, is the bandeja, which literal translation is a tray. So you imagine
A waiter carrying a tray of drinks.
And not dropping the drinks and just bringing it down to the table. That kind of twisting, slow action is a really good shot. It could be a defensive, sometimes an attacking shot.
It's also just to keep the ball alive shot. That's a unlucky. Good return though from Ostero. Recovered that after the ball dropped badly off the net court.
Didn't have much room to remove.
Not sure if she was trying to put that over or put it round there. It's one of those maybe just got a little bit in 2 minds. Good lob. She's going to get a bajada here.
Again, down the middle. Down the middle.
40 love.
So a positive start from one of the absolute top pairings in Pro Padel League.
And you just see there, lacing up the sneakers. You get 20 seconds, and sometimes a little break can do you a world of good. Very attacking.
Yeah,
You look at Atlantics, they're dominating the net.
more aggressive, aren't they? But I think we're expecting that though, weren't we?
Again, down the middle. Again, that is the 4th shot
Game. New York
down the middle.
They
The 4th
lead
shot they've
2
won
games to love.
down the middle. Now they've got to improve that communication. Now, normally the player, where the middle is on their forehand side, should be the one stepping in the way. So sometimes you have 2 players, and it's their forehand side. But you've got to make a decision. Might be the coach, when they switch ends, who just tell his players, look, this is what we need to do going forward.
15 love.
Looking for a really difficult angle there, Ostero. So 15 love. Little mistake on the volley there.
15 all.
Into the net.
Great technique, Adi, with that single-handed backhand. Also hit with a bit of top spin as well, which you don't see too much of. You do on the smash, but not on ground shots. Las dos, both players had come forward.
Good lob from Barbara Ceres. And Another little
That's
mistake on the volley.
I think that's the first real
30-15.
unforced error. Ulstedo.
So, 30-15. Ah, well played, clever, disguised it.
Yeah, I think the return straight away. Kind of a sitting duck, and Ulstedo took the gamble to attack the player volleying in case she went for the big hit, and then she's near the net to get it back off the glass.
He did leave that space though for what would have been just a little dink down the middle.
Brilliant top spin smash, brilliant.
First one out of the court today.
40-30.
You can see she was winding up, the way she arched her back, the grip, and the top spin. I mean,
Takes it out in a very
perfect
little
execution.
space. Takes it out in very little space.
Net, first service.
Clips the net.
Just like in tennis, of course, you get 2 serves. The scoring system also the same. The set also the same. Main difference is the golden point that we see here in the PPL.
Just in. Good lob. And this time,
Game.
once again,
Los
she was
Angeles
looking to
League.
put it down the middle, Ari,
New York Atlantic
but into the
League.
net. So,
2-1.
first game for
Julio Polo and Barbara.
Sanchez.
Good, I'm glad, because 3-0.
And 2 breaks as well.
You'll be struggling against Andrea and Ari Sanchez. And I think now the coach will be telling his players, okay, the shots down the middle. We've lost 4, but we've actually lost more than 4 because there have been 4 winners down the middle, plus the shots that are down the middle where we're not too sure. We've returned. It's not a great return, and it sets them up for a win on the next shot.
I mean, even in that shot, you just saw there was a little, a little avenue there that if she'd actually got the contact she'd wanted there, Ari. 2 minute between games, every two games, just a little chance to take any grease stains off the glass, which might have.
We could just see in the background Pablo Lee hot that blue top. They were really taking the ping pong seriously. On media day yesterday morning, there were screams and shouts as a tennis table out the back, and it was fully booked throughout the day.
It was indeed, when they could get you off. Have a look, there's lots of stuff on social media, on Twitter, Instagram.
The backstage stuff and
very impressive.
the making of, and especially the photo session. It was brilliant. It was great to see. I think the players had a great time too. They were all here yesterday, different teams. Really well organised also.
It's the closest I've ever been to an influencer in my life.
Winds up again. Whoa, another. It's the top spin, because as soon as that hits
15
the back glass,
Up it goes.
the pace and height, the kick. And we were saying it isn't a fast surface.
30 low.
Does make a difference where obviously where matches are played, and here we are sea level. If you play somewhere like Madrid, which is 600 meters
Highest
above
capital city in Europe.
We're going to get
There's a fact you never need.
It's very useful. Oh, just long.
But the Estina and Guadalajara. Wow, that's in Mexico.
1,500 meters.
That's going to be a very quick court. Of course, is coming up. This event will finish on Sunday. Then we've got, of course, in July, San Sebastian, 10th to the 13th. Then it's Guadalajara, mid-August, 14th to the 17th.
Oh, once again, she gets enough on it.
Game New York Atlantics. Daily 3 games to 1.
Just quickly finish off the calendar. 30th of August, 1st of September. All-Star Festival, the Hamptons, USA. October 16th, 19th, New York, the Cities Cup.
Okay, Barbara serving for a second time. 3-1. And Julio Polo trail.
Really good pickups there, Still tough cookie. Do you see how she changed the grip on her racket there? Just to spoon it back over the net. There.
So just waving.
Not sending the ball to Ari. She's had one shot in this rally.
And again, does well though, instead of getting across.
Still one shot in this rally. Congelador or freezer is a term often used.
So again, another good lob there from Barbara. Ari looks to drive it through the middle. Just able to put them back under pressure.
Longest rally.
Once
this
again,
opening set.
I think that maybe that could have been Polo's ball. She
Yeah.
went there, didn't she? What you're saying about the forehand, that probably her ball.
As soon at this level, as soon as a player is pulled out of position,
She sort of goes for it.
there you can see that. 2 little steps, and also your doubles partner doesn't hit because they're not too sure.
Yep.
Do I have to move back across the other side of the court to cover you? Are you going to get there? They don't prepare fully for the shot. The racket's not back. The foot placement isn't correct. The weight isn't on the right foot.
Good lob. Once again, they're straight up to the net. And
Oh, you see how important it is, even at full stretch, to reach for that ball instead of
beautiful
not lose,
shot.
Yeah, to not lose control of the net.
Very.
Credit, of course, the winner was Adi, but credit to Andrea Ostedo because it was her who kept them at the net. So important. I know you can win points with good ground shots, but you will start playing at a level where you need to be at the net as much as possible.
someone's got a bit of pressure on the serve. Love 30. Second serve. Well, 2 great defensive volleys there by Barbara.
Stood up well, stood at ground. Also important when you're at the net. Sometimes you hit that first volley and you just take a step back, almost like defensively, and then you take another step back. She didn't. She stood firm, stayed, held a position, and won the point.
And controlled it as well.
Because you take a couple of steps back, you're in no man's land. And you get a ball down at your feet, and it's point over.
This time Paula does opt to hit it on the forehand. And they get the point. 30-all.
30-all.
Adi just apologises quickly to Ostedo because she knew that she had a volley and the return was just too high. And then they lost the advantage in that point that they had won with 3 or 4 really good shots prior to that weaker volley.
Oh, yes.
Ouch. Ouch. That one will sting because it was a massive, massive point.
Because they'd basically worked the chance to take the point.
And she was in the right place, right over the net. Probably looking back with hindsight, should have gone for a winner. Allow that to drop too low. She'll watch that again and see that ball drop too low.
Ari Sanchez,
Still under the break point, though. Golden point. Couldn't get that one up off the back of the court, so 4 games to 1 and 2 breaks to the good.
4 games to 1.
Looking good in this first set, it has to be said, for Ari Sanchez and Andrea Ostedo.
Just seeing Seba there, former player, bit of a legend in paddle. Also works as a coach for several players, some of the best players in paddle. Also head coach of New York. And watch it dropped really low.
Once again, maybe there's that little bit of space as well between them.
It's difficult though, it's difficult because, I mean, when you play at the level that Ari has been playing, and for so long, and also Andrea Ostero, who's top 10, and you're playing against, you know, Julia, for example, who is a good player, but hasn't yet broken into the top 25. And Barbara, who was saying earlier, if you were listening, or if you're joining us now, you'll find out, has missed a year of competition.
Yeah.
And it's not about being, okay, I'm fit. Yeah, but are you match fit? Can you play competitively 2-3 sets? That takes time. That takes games, tournaments, before you think, okay, I'm fully.
It's getting the rhythm back, isn't it? It's getting the rhythm back and being able to sort of get into a run of 1, 2, 3 consecutive wins. That's the big issue. You can win a match, but can you then go on? But it's always very difficult because you tend to get the top-ranked players in the earlier rounds.
And like Salazar, for example, you know, Alejandro Salazar, top 3, top 4 in the world, also suffered an injury, had an operation, a shoulder injury, and has been playing tournaments, has been playing well, but still isn't probably as good as she was before that injury.
Ari Sanchez serving to Barbara Las Heras, 4-1 to the good.
Winding up for that, yeah.
Yep.
Again, it's the lob slightly short, but credit to Andrea again. She's not missed. She's missed 1 of, I think, 6 smashes so far in this first set. 5 winners and 1 into the net.
And once again, the serves got them at the net.
6 winners, 1 into the net. It's a pretty decent percentage.
Once again, the lob.
I'll leave that to you.
Lob was a wee bit. No, I failed mass. The lob was a wee bit short. That's why I try, when we look at the calculations for the percentage of points, sets and everything, I'm always oh dear.
That's a deft touch, Ari.
Once again, Ari Sanchez just racing through her service game.
It was an interesting switch from Miami, losing finalist in the mixed doubles last season, to New York. I think it's a good. I think both teams will be happy with their trade.
Game New York Atlantis. They lead 5-1.
5-1. It's been a very, very efficient start, hasn't it? Once again, quickly into the net, Sanchez and Ostero. And
boom.
And
I think that's my favourite so far.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I mean, it's effortless. You know, there's no struggles. It's smooth. The technique is perfect. And that smash was quite deep. Not behind the service line, but it was deep. And also, Andrea's not the tallest of players.
But none of the players actually are that tall, are they? I think Barbara's 161.
15 all.
Get out your measuring stick.
I know, I've got my notes, but because our commentary position is quite dark, I can't really read. I can't read them.
Right, I get a torch.
Okay. Julia Polo's 167, 1 meter 67, and Barbara Lacera's 161. Stero's 170, so.
Ooh, that's back-to-back smashes into the net.
30 all.
30 all.
Still smiling. I mean, you kind of in that zone where you're cruising and you think, okay, we can actually afford to make a few unforced errors.
It's never a good habit. It's never a good habit to get into.
Got to be careful. Yesterday we saw a doubles team who were really good in the first set. They won that first set and they ended up losing the Toronto Polar Bears. So overconfidence in any sport isn't good. I'm sure so with the coach, making sure his players get this done as quickly as possible.
Just in. Bounced up awkwardly as well for Julia Polo.
What a great pickup. Look at that. And again.
Just really well.
And just lost sight of the ball, and they somehow managed to stay in that point and take the game.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there to Ari, though, because it looked as if she had the ball.
Bit of a swipe. I think just sometimes for a split second you think, okay, where are my opponents? Because she hit 2 really good shots off the fence. Okay, I'm going to try and mix things up a little. And that moment of, and just lost sight of the ball. Just lost sight of the ball.
Or after that, it was Mosquito.
Fly swatting, yeah.
Let's have a look again. So he just really well to recover that one, Julia Polo,
and this was even better. This, I thought, look at that. Suddenly, you've got to shift your body. It was head high. And yeah, I think just even she turned around, what happened?
That shot gives us all hope.
So you think, we were just saying, 2 simple smashes into the net, and then a mistake. So that's 3 points, and you've lost the game. Now, not the end of the world. I'm still confident they will take this first set. But if they start improving on their service game as well, and they break again, suddenly this first set could be a lot tighter.
They've got to break now, though, haven't they? Otherwise,
yes,
set's over.
But if you look at the last couple of games, and I think those kind of early nerves have disappeared, and I also think that the coach has got that message across, because we've not seen that
hesitancy.
Yeah, especially with the shots down the middle. Was it the corridor of uncertainty?
It is indeed. Serves its worth valuable for cricket or paddle. The corridor of uncertainty. Different meanings, perhaps, but slightly different meanings. Should I play it? Should I not play it?
$50 love.
Once again, Augustin and Ari Sanchez dominating the net. And in the end, just forcing the winners. Barbara couldn't get it back off the back of the court. Once again, just aggressive. Wow. Well, she gets to get it back really well there. But once again, they just can't dislodge them from the net.
They're playing much better. They're playing much better. We're seeing Ari having to dig in, and they're having to dig in a bit more. They're asking more questions.
But 3 set points nonetheless. At the point, as you say, when you get to a new stage, a new set, and just have that little mental reset. Again, just mistimes it.
40-30.
Keep going, she says.
Just really low to get that one out.
Just angling it towards the corners there, Ari Sanchez. Good lob from Barbara.
That's got some effect on that.
That's a nice return again.
Great play there. That was all about Barbara's volley first.
Yeah.
Deuce, golden point.
Well, a golden point, so a chance to get back into this first set. Still set point, though.
Still set point, but we might be talking again about those missed smashes 2 games ago.
Barbara to receive.
Down the middle. Down the middle. No, we knew. They knew maybe. Still a great shot.
Great backhand, wasn't it? I mean, she does hit that tremendously well. And she didn't actually hit it as hard as I've seen her hit it, on occasion.
It was bang down the middle.
All right.
Just clearing the net. Sliced. Very difficult for the players, but there are lots of positives in those last 3 or 4 games of the first set. Now, if they can reproduce that kind of form in the second set, it's going to be much tighter.
It's reminding me a little...
It's a wake-up call, so.
It reminds me a little bit of the match we saw yesterday with Marina Lobo and Sofia Sainz, who struggled early on, then sort of changed the strategy
Very
a little
similar,
bit
yeah,
more.
they ended that first set playing better paddle than how they started the opening set. And in that second set, there are a couple of moments, okay, they lost in straight sets, but there are a couple of moments where golden points, key points, had they have won it, we could have gone into that super tie break. So the highlights, including...
This is the winner. Oh, no, is that the winner?
No, that's one of many shots. One of many shots from Ari down the middle. And I think, so I was just saying, you know, well played. We've taken that first set, clean slate, fresh start. Let's play as we did at the start of the first set and not as we did at the end of the first set.
Yeah, let's keep the focus on.
And I'd like to see, I know it's a big ask, but the Los Angeles beat. Try and play a bit more attacking. Now, of course, it's difficult if you're behind the service line to attack.
Yeah.
But try and take the net, take that gamble. If you send a lob over, try and get forward. Now, the New York Atlantics are really thinking it's going to be over in 2 sets.
Yeah.
It's not going to be more than half an hour. Let's go and warm up.
Campagnolo and John Sanz have just gone to the warm-up court.
They're watching here the first set, and Lijo is also heading to the practice court with Herrera.
Barbara Las Heras, to serve.
So she's not been able to hold a serve yet, Barbara. Once again, watch what we say. It's really important to hold. If you've lost the first set, it's really important to start the second one holding. Ooh, just clips the net. Gets away with it.
That's a great shot. Stands up well, Andrea.
Brilliant backhand.
Just clip the net. Just clip the fence on her side of the court. Just didn't see it, but heard it. Just ping off the fence.
Oh, yeah. From where we're sat, that was absolutely impossible to see. Awkward one for Julio Polo.
That dropped dead after hitting the side fence. Now, we said this earlier, but if you look at Andrea, she's left-handed. You look at Adi, she's right-handed. So both players have their stronger shot down the middle.
Yep. Another good serve.
Adi's backhand is superb. I wouldn't say it's a weaker shot than her forehand. But of course, if you're hitting a forehand smash, you're side on looking at your opponents, whereas in a backhand smash, you're not.
Good play once again, aggressive there from Polo, keeping the pressure on Ustero. 40 love. That was just the wrong side of the line. Down the middle. The wrong side of the track.
You gonna start singing?
Nope.
You sure?
Not yet. Oh, lovely drop shot.
Oh, there you go. They've carried that end of first set form into the start of the second set. I love that sound when they pop open a can. I'm not saying an A thinking beer. No. Can of balls, Paul. New balls. Got a few hours before we have our first beer.
I think about 12. Just the one, we're professionals.
At the end of the shift, after the shift is over, of course. And we are both over 21, if you're wondering.
Considerably.
Now look at the body language of the beat. They're laughing, they're smiling. They've come out looking very different because
With new
they're
balls.
playing well.
New balls for Ari Sanchez to serve with.
New balls after nine games. The first 9 because, of course, they count the warm-up, which they count as 2 service games. From now on, it'll be after 11 games. If we get to 11 games.
15 love, just a
15 love.
little bit deep there. Oof. She hasn't unleashed one for a while, had she?
Very well.
Andrea Ostero. Now well played, lovely little angle, backhand volley there.
Brilliant put away.
Slashing backhand volley again. And once again, just
1 game all.
rips through that service game 1-all.
Did well as well. I mean, quite close to the net. So that volley is high to low.
Julia Polo to serve.
It's one of those ones as well that just, as soon as it hits the back glass, sometimes even bounces twice before it even hits the back glass. I mean, impossible to return.
Well worked by Ostero again.
Love 15. Net, first service.
Just clips the net.
Hold.
And again, this time it's a fault though. Second serve.
$15 all.
A play by Paulo Ari Sanchez looking to just dip that one over the net.
Making full use of those 20 seconds between points. It's really important, communication, but also it's very good to tell your doubles partner who hasn't played with you often, maybe never before, where you're looking to serve. Because of course, if the serve is down the middle, you take a more middle position. If the serve is out wide, you've got to cover your side of the court.
Good lob. Ooh, just in.
Great play by
Wow.
Andrea.
Yeah.
Straight away, before as Paul was
15
winding up,
there.
she was already racing forward. Look, coming up here, there, and there's the winner.
Just guides it off the top of the racket.
Now that one, Barbara should have
15
Came in a bit quickly, didn't
allowed it to hit the glass.
Yeah.
Because her doubles partner, watch here, was coming across to take the shot off the glass.
Temptation is always to try and
If they're
play the
coming at
pass.
you,
Yeah.
the natural instinct is to hit it.
Once again, that's a decisive backhand from
Oh, that's
Ostero.
unlucky. That was unlucky. Into the tape.
Game New York Atlantic.
So there is another
Daily,
break of
2 games
serve as
to
we go into
1.
our next break. I think they'll be very happy to get that break, Ostero and Sanchez, just to get themselves back ahead in the set.
I'm impressed, though. I have to say I'm impressed by how they've improved. We're seeing an improvement throughout this, which, okay, might not be enough to take anything from this opening game, and especially to beat the world #1 and someone who will be the future world number 1. But even if they lose this in straight sets, they could still make podium day if they, get a better result in their next outing.
Exactly, they'll be back in action tomorrow. Everyone having at least 2 matches here.
And it's all about picking up points that, when it comes to the Cities Cup, they will add the men's season points, regular season points, and the women's regular season points, and the top 8 teams will qualify. Now, last year 2 teams missed out on that final event, and 2 teams will miss out again on the final event this season, Paul.
Time.
And sometimes you can miss out on that percentage when it comes to sets won and lost.
So, it's even if you lose a 2-1 defeat,
Definitely.
that might not be the end of the world.
And even trying to win as many games as possible.
Which is why if you're 5-1 down, it's not worth saying that. Let's just think about the next set.
You've got to try and pick up as many games. That was well disguised, really well disguised.
15 love.
I think the problem is that apart from 1 game, Barbara and Julia Polo, they've never really been close to breaking, have they?
No.
To breaking and Ari Sanchez and...
That's too short, way too short.
Yeah.
Yeah, way too short. And
Very low.
I mean, Barbara did the right thing. You've got one of the players needs to dart towards the net. There we're seeing, just in case, the technique isn't right or hits the back fence and slows that shot down.
It would have been very, very good if that had been...
She's hit a couple already in the match, so you can't...
If that had just had another 10 centimetres on it.
Get angry at Andrea for trying it again. As I say, in Spain, she's got a great muñeca, that kind of, the wrist, the control, the racket head control, disguising her shots. Now, that was the closest thing we've seen to a chancletazo. It's slightly higher than a chancletazo. Yeah. I wanted to say chancletazo. We've not seen any yet so far. It's my favourite word in paddle.
It's like throwing your flip-flop at somebody. It's
so
a chancleta in Spanish is a flip-flop.
Yeah, your chancleta is a flip-flop. So you just imagine holding your... sorry, I'm going to describe this. So you can picture it at home. You imagine you're holding a flip-flop in your hand, and you take a swipe at something, maybe a fly. That is your chancletazo.
As opposed to another member of your family.
No. Try
Don't do that.
Don't do that at home.
Don't do it anywhere.
And if you do, make sure they're not bigger than you.
You might find out it's illegal, actually.
Probably. In many states.
And countries. Well played. Once again,
15 love.
withstood Ari's presence at the net. Just could she have left that one maybe? But once again, it's just reflex, isn't it?
Yeah, and also sometimes you're so in the point that it's volley, volley, volley. I need to volley again. You kind of forget you're playing doubles. That was
15 all.
soft. Soft point to give away.
Good high lob, really good lob. Whoa, and then just a bit awkward off the back. And it's just allowed them to once again get that net and put them under pressure and win the point.
Yeah, they're moving them around really well. They had that hiccup at the end of the first set, start of the second set, but it is just a hiccup. They're playing very well again, and they've minimised those unforced errors. I want that ball back again. Give me that ball. I want to serve with that ball. Are you superstitious, Paul? Well, I know you said that you, you wear the same top if your team win.
No, I just have it and have a few little things I do. But I'm so superstitious. Like if I see a black cat, I don't cross the road. Stuff
or walk under a ladder.
I don't do that. Just out of
a lot of players are very suspicious.
Or so superstitious even.
30-40.
Yeah, too. Also
30-40.
Because here you've got your team kits, your team colours. But a lot of times, players when they play elsewhere, they have their kit and they wear the same colour if they keep winning events, and if they lose, they swap and choose a different colour. You don't have to play with the same colour throughout the competitive season.
We can't do that here because each team has
You've
a
got
uniform.
their team uniforms. Richard, do you have a favourite uniform? I like the Atlantics. I like the green.
Game New York Atlantics. They lead 4
It's
games
quite
to
cool,
1.
isn't it? Once again, did that go out through the side of the court or over it that last shot?
Yeah,
Anyhow,
4-1.
4-1.
Give an answer. Are you Miami? Big fan of the pink?
Not really, no. I'm going to have to wait until I've seen them all.
By the end of today, I'll ask you the question again.
Ask me.
I think Arkansas Matrix, I think their tops don't have shoulder, arms. I think they're like sleeveless.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. I was seeing, well, at least I was watching Gonzalo Rubio warming up.
Well,
And
warming
of
up,
course,
though.
he's got the arms for the sleeveless. It wouldn't suit me. But I do like the New York Atlantics. I actually got one from last year.
I quite like the trainer's top for the LA Beat. I might just have a little word. Under real pressure, they're 4-1 down.
But they just need to say, okay, we've come up against the favourites. The favourites, I think, to win the women's competition here in Miami. I mean, it's going to be tight. I would say they're my favourites.
Yeah.
I know you've got another. We'll see that when we come to the prediction league.
I'm going to say I think Triay and Delfi Brea are my favourites.
So that could be, depending on how these teams finish on points, they could meet in a third, fourth, or that podium to finish first or second.
Players to the court, please.
But it's still important for those who aren't favourites to get to that podium day. I mean, 12 points are a lot of points, especially if the same teams win all the events.
Not a lot you can do with that,
15
really.
love.
15 love, once again. Powerful hitting from Andrea Ostera.
Because we saw last season how some teams started the regular season in great form. Miami, of course, winning the first event
15
here
all.
in Miami. You had the Smash winning event 3, beating New York Atlantics in the final last year.
Keeps going, tries to, I just took a
That was,
nasty,
you can't get any closer
30,
without
15.
hitting the ball.
just took a nasty little touch, didn't it, off the side. 30-15.
Now that just bounced
Well,
before
results.
the fence, so it is let. Had that have bounced off the net and onto the fence directly, bounced only once in the service box, then it's second serve. Because I know there are quite a few people who are watching paddle for the first time. Of course, a lot of people have been
40-15.
playing for a long time and know these players, know the rules, but we'll be doing a bit of everything, for those tuning in for the first time and for more seasoned pros. Like Paul.
Ari Sanchez serving for the game.
It was just in, I think.
It's clever from Andrea Ostera.
That's gone wide.
Disguised it, didn't she? It's
Yeah.
just one of those, I think everyone
Game
expected
New
the
York
smash and she
Atlantics.
just
They lead
put it
5
down there.
games to 1.
Barbara
We're just,
trying it off the back.
yeah, shows how important it is to mix up your shots. If you're always going to hit a smash, your opponents prepare for the smash. If you're always going to hit a lob when you're deep, they'll always be taking 2 or 3 steps further back towards the service line to hit the volley. Great passing
So a
shot.
great shot that. Just as they were
Love
stopping it.
15.
Flick of the wrist, whipped it over the net.
Serving to stay in the match, Julia Polo.
Oh, door.
Blimey.
That was, yeah,
That nearly got a bit ugly, didn't it, that one?
yeah, that was,
Thumping winner.
yeah. Ostero had to duck like a boxer. here she was off balance, getting back to her feet, and yeah.
Survival mode, wasn't it? Yep.
Oh, it did actually catch her, having seen the replay.
She just took the sting off it though with a racket. That's a good lob.
Got a shot down the middle, but well, won the point there. Instead of
30-15.
it was a bit slow getting down.
She couldn't control the return to feet though. The cheater from Polo.
Well, the biggest scoreline we've seen, or biggest winning margin so far, is a 6-2, 6-2 on day one of the competition. At the moment, it's 6-2, 5-1. That 6-2, 6-2 was Tapia and Alonso for Miami, beating Mario Huerte and Pincho Fernandez.
30-all big pressure point here for Polo and Barbara Laceras. Oh, she got that.
That's very unorthodox, and that was brilliant.
Well done. 40-30.
40-30.
Couldn't do much else, I don't think, Andrea Ostero, with that return. As you say, unorthodox. And then Ari chasing him, but couldn't get there.
Just
got lucky. Got
those
lucky.
ones you apologise, as in
They were,
yay.
They were in real trouble there as well on that point.
Just clipping, kissing the tape, and a huge point to win. You know, 5-2.
It's a lovely, delicate shot. That.
Big shout to the DJ.
Yeah,
I mean, the
good
music
lad, isn't he?
has been really good.
This is a little bit limited from what he can choose because of copyright issues, but he says, I spend hours going through it.
Well, we're seeing they're talking about those shots down the middle. Barbareras, you know, with the coach saying, you know, we've got to cover it, and also the coach saying it's a slow call. You should be reaching some of these balls that maybe we're struggling to reach. Got to anticipate. Really important to anticipate.
But that's one of the things, isn't it? You don't all quite know, if you don't play on a regular basis with your teammate, you don't quite know where they're going to be, which means you're sort of trying to maybe have half a mind on what they're going to do.
And by the time you kind of click, it's 6-2, 5-2. This camera last night was like hugely popular. Wow, that was a really good pass shot for a second. And he looked, did it go out? No, it squeezed just in before clipping the fence.
She almost apologised for it. I wouldn't apologise. That shot came from nowhere as well. Disguised it well, and there.
That elastic wrist that Ostero has, the way she can manoeuvre the racket behind her. Again, I mean, the return was excellent.
Certainly Polo's ball, that, but just snatches at it.
Down the middle. Good reflex volley there. There, good shout.
Oh,
that was. They were seeing the communication. Another shot. That shot down the middle. Good recovery, anticipated, and now calling. Okay, we're now, but calling the shot. My ball.
Glimmer.
That's what you need.
Of a chance here.
Okay, that wasn't easy, but they're being more vocal.
30-all. Net, first service.
In 40-30. So we have a couple of match points here for Andrea Ostero and Ari Sanchez. Well blocked. Good lob as well.
Got to get close to the net, just losing that position. Might go out.
It's just long, isn't it? And there, that is the end of our opening match. 6-2. 6-2 for the New York Atlantic. Ari Sanchez and Andrea Ustero defeating Barbara Heras and Julia Polo in just
about an hour.
An hour and 5 minutes.
With the warm-up, we'll call it an hour.
So good start for the Atlantics.
We're going to get the interview coming up shortly, Paul.
Yeah, well done, the new signing. And that sets us up for our next match, which will be Lucas Campagnolo and John Sanz against Pablo Lijo and Álvaro Cepero.
It's going to be Arancha and Javi, our courtside reporters, who conduct this post-match interview with the winners. Good performance. 6-2, 6-2. Probably deserve more. I don't think, taking just 4 games, what we saw from the underdogs. But I do think how they ended the match, I think they won 4 of the last 12 games, which was better than how they started the match, where they took some time to get going. But Ustero and Adi, I mean, they were excellent.
Yeah, they're good. Just they complement each other very well as well.
I'd be surprised if they make the final.
Left-handed, right-handed, yeah. They do complement each other very well, don't they? Okay. Okay, let's hear what the winners have to say.
Welcome, Wayfair Arena, and what a way to start this second day on the PPL. And we need to hear the words of the winners.
Bueno, pues un aplauso para Andrea Ustero, para Ari Sanchez. Primer partido de esta mañana. Ari, Andrea, Ari. Bueno, me habéis mezclado muy bien. Primer partido que jugabais juntas aquí en esta Pro Padel League. Has cambiado de equipo, Ari. ¿Cómo te sientes aquí en New York?
Bueno, la verdad que muy contenta de estar un año más aquí en la PPL, en Miami. Ahora este año juego con Nueva York. La verdad que un equipazo, unos cracks, muy feliz de estar en este equipo y de disfrutar esta semana con ellos.
She changed her team for this edition, but she's happy to be once again here at the PPL, and a great way to start with this win with her partner.
Bueno, Andrea, decíamos que la pista estaba lentita o que no salía tanto la bola, pero eso para ti no existe. ¿Cómo te has sentido y jugando además al lado de Ari? Cuéntame.
Bueno, pues la verdad que muy feliz de volver a jugar con Nueva York. Creo que tenemos un equipazo, así que ahora que hemos fichado a Ari, creo que es muy fácil jugar al lado suyo. Me hace que tenga confianza en todos los golpes. Y nada, yo cuando viene le pego y ya está, y que sea lo que Dios quiera. Así que nada, muy contentas y ahora animar a los chicos.
They have a great team, and the on-court communication was amazing, and it's easy when she has a partner outside.
Pues el primer partido que se lo llevan las chicas de New York. Enhorabuena, chicas. Andrea Ustero, Ariana Sánchez. Que no se mueva nadie porque tenemos el partido de los chicos entre los dos mismos equipos. Hasta ahora.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sportive choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
Hello everyone, welcome back for our second match of the tie. It's our men's match between Lucas Campagnolo and John Sanz taking on Pablo Lijo and Alvaro Cepero. Good start, flying start for the New York Atlantics. 6-2, 6-2 win for Ari Sanchez and Andrea Ustero against Julia Pozo and Barbara Laceras, taking just over an hour. So can they give the Atlantics, Sanz and Campagnolo, a 100% start in this opening tournament in the Pro Padel League? We're here in the Wayfair Arena in Miami for the second of 4 days of competition. John Sanz, one of the first transfers or trades of the season from Pamplona. And he'll be partnering big, powerful Lucas Campagnolo, the Brazilian. Just celebrated his 30th birthday. Should be an interesting partnership, I think. Sanz and Campagnolo, they look well balanced. Sanz is a big hit. Sometimes what he needs to do is just control himself. On the other side, Alvaro Cepero from the beat. One of those busy, scurrying players. I asked them about the conditions on court. It's a little bit chilly here. Obviously, Miami is very hot and humid at this time of year, which means that the air conditioning can sometimes be cranked up a wee bit inside. Yeah, so he's a little bit cranked up here, not as quite as much as it was yesterday, but he said that he likes it a little bit chilly. Not a player who's going to be looking to hit too many big winners. Although maybe the same isn't true of his partner, Pablo Lijo. Once again, we'll have our 5-minute warm-up before battle commences. Just to remind you that after this, in our morning session, or our first session, we'll have the Houston Volts against the San Diego Stingrays. A very, very full day of paddle here in the Wayfair Arena. Evening session.
1 minute.
We're going to get the reigning champions, the Flow Rider Goats. The Goats will be taking on the Arkansas Matrix. Got to say, big favourites, the Goats, but the Matrix have certainly got players there to give them a few problems. And we end up with two teams we saw yesterday, the Cancun Waves and the Toronto Polar Bears. That will be, well, who knows? That's going to be later, quite a bit later on in the evening. Well, we saw last night in the Cancun game that someone like Alex Ruiz is able to blast the ball out of court, even though it might be a little bit on the slow side, this court.
2 minutes.
But it's certainly not impossible to hit big smashes. I think we'll see some of those big hitting today, some of this big hitting now as well. As you see there from Campagnolo. Very decent of Alvaro Severo to help him get his eye in. So anyhow, the beat. They really need to get something from this match, but we saw yesterday losing the women's game doesn't mean that you can't bounce back. Cancun did it. And in a tournament where points are scored separately for the men and the women, and then it comes down to the sets, games, etc. Any surprise? Any points for the beat would be absolutely vital, perhaps, in their pursuit of a place in the Cities Cup back in October. We see Lijo saying, let's play with patience, with patience, with patience. But if I can hear it, if I see it clear, then I want to have a go for it. Just to remind you, this is the only paddle tournament for teams. Makes it very different from other tournaments on the circuit. Plays with different partners.
Time. People to play.
We don't always know each other's games inside out. And especially as this is the first tournament of the season. Okay, we're ready to get going.
Pablo Lijo to serve. Ready? Play.
Pablo Lijo to get us underway, serving to John Santh.
Out. Love 15.
Love 15, Campagnolo there, right at the net. Clips the top of the net, goes out, second serve. Nice lob there from Sanz. Campagnolo looking to dominate the net. Driven off the back. Oh, just flicks the net there. And again. And love 30.
Thanks to Paul there for holding the fort. Did you say Campagnolo, Sanz, your favourites in this game?
I think so, yeah. I think we both did, didn't we?
Yeah, we agreed.
Yeah, we agreed.
Later, we agreed to disagree.
A little bit loose there from Alvaro Cepero, love 40, so 4 break points to get us going. That's good. Great ball there from Campagnolo over the top, and game to love.
First game.
Perfect way to start the set. Campagnolo last year, he was excellent. Look at the size, the shoulders, the power he can generate. He's a big hitter, but of course, power without positioning, without placement, without control is nothing. And we saw last season how in each of the events he got better and better and better, and he's one of those players that a lot of people are tipping to have a really good 2025.
Well, he was with Chingotto with the Atlantics last year. Obviously, he's swapped Chingotto for Sanz, which is slightly different. I'd say Sanz is someone who would likes the quicker points.
Yeah, I mean, Chingotto is he's a wall, Chingotto.
Just never gives anything up. Just
best defender.
Keep it, but he's also not a bad hitter. But
he was great when he used to play with Juan Tello. Those two spent a lifetime together, and you know, all couples end up splitting at some point. Not referring to married life.
In paddle.
All paddle couples, and when Tello and Chingotto split, I was really sad. Every tournament I'd seen them at, it was always Tello and Chingotto. They'd play together from a really young age, until I think it was about 3 years ago. And it was almost like, oh my God, that's it. No Tello, no Chingotto, that's it. But they've both, you know, enjoyed good careers, and Chingotto's been a star here.
Well, he plays a lot of his tennis now with Ali Galan, which is not bad.
Good switch. I mean, obviously, because also, you know, like we're saying, there's a lot of movement. There's always movement. There's always going to be movement, which also makes it quite exciting as well.
Oh, that's a heck of a shot there.
Lijo.
They were talking just as we were able to listen to the beat bench again, and Lijo was saying, look, we'll keep it going, we'll be patient, but if I get the chance, I'm going to try and take it. Just forcing a little mistake there out of John Sanz. Just going backwards in the air, not really able to control that smash. Woof.
Yeah, that was.
No, it's not down in the
some strike. Is Wolf official paddle term?
It's not down
in
the
jargon for those wanting to learn.
It's not in the commentator's lexicon really, but I think it describes it quite effectively. And that's a good leave, isn't it? Yeah.
It's tempting to hit because you're in a good position to hit it. And if there is any doubt, it's probably better to hit it than to watch it drop just in, and then you're struggling. If you're in a good position, you take that volley, but that was well read by Campagnolo. That's just a huge... I mean, how deep was he behind the service line when he let fly? Santh. What a point.
But this time he had his balance correct, didn't he? He wasn't leaning backwards. He was, with his foot in the air, able to get the power into it.
It's very difficult when you're backtracking in the air, and you know the execution, you've got to land correctly and also be prepared for the next point. But Santh and his Brazilian doubles partner have been excellent so far in this opening set, and that was set up superbly for Campagnolo. That's in like row Z. I don't know how many rows there are. It's in row Z.
It bounced off the black curtain and then sort of rolled down the net. A little bit off balance. Love 30, and they're under a bit of pressure here early on. Over to break down. Nice change of angle there.
Fuera, fuera. That's a great call. Oh, that's so unlucky, so unlucky. Off the post. All you have to do is get that onto their side of the court.
And it
could be into the net. It doesn't matter, and you've won the point.
Oh, so close. Got to actually bounce in the court, though.
Yeah, has to can either bounce into the net or onto the court.
It's one of those added dimensions to paddle, I think, that just gives you that extra little thrill factor.
It's one of those ones I would not try at home. You could risk life and limb trying to avoid the net post, the doorway. Good put away.
Finished, yeah. So they're back in this game, 30-all. And it could so easily have been love 40, but serves it long.
Good call there. So important. We keep saying this, and we'll never stop saying it. That communication between players. You need to tell your doubles partner exactly where your opponents are. You need to have that communication.
Yeah, 185 is Pablo Lijo, so he's a tall player to get past, isn't he, as well? You can just see that on the
also got
lobs.
You know, good reach as well. Oh, that's a double kiss on the net. Great volley there. What a block volley. You've got to win it. You've got to win it. And he does just.
And he knew what was coming, didn't he, Pablo Lijo? There.
But you've got to win it. And Campa had to dart out of the way. It's one of those ones where you take that gamble. You've got to win that point outright.
That is a brilliant recovery, though, off the net. To get the spin.
And also, credit.
Actually, it's a bit further away than I thought.
Stepping out the way, allowing Lijo to maybe get the chance to return it. Good put away.
Good point. Goal point needed to be won.
Well, that's dynamic. 3 games in what? Just was that even 9 minutes? Because of course you had that mini break after the first game. But it's been high tempo, quick, it's been exciting. I think we're seeing shorter rallies in this game than.
But I think we expected that.
Night.
I think we expected that with John Sanz and Campa.
Campañ, yeah, definitely Campagnolo. You can see they're very different ways to play the sports. It's always the big hits sometimes. You know, obviously you need to be patient. That's a key element in paddle. Minimizing errors, strategic play also. You've got to be on a string with your doubles partner. You've got to know when to attack the net, when to stay back, when to try and regain the net. And also you need that communication because, you know, if somebody's at the net, the lob, cross court, or it needs to be higher and deeper. If somebody stayed back, then maybe you can use an approach shot, a bajada, a ground shot even to get forward. We've seen a bit of everything here at this PP event in Miami. Enjoyable, it's been exciting. We've also got a few players here from the Houston Volts who are up later, standing here in the corner, watching this match.
Next up, the Houston Volts against the San Diego Stingrays. Still got to finish this first. Just 3 games in the opening set. It'll be
Luca Campagnolo to serve.
Campagnolo to serve. Oof, once again took the bajada on there, John Sanz.
I mean, the speed the ball is travelling at.
It's one of the things, actually, just to let people know that our commentary position is court side.
It's quite low down as well.
Yes, you know, so we're 10 rows back, court side, more or less in line with where Campagnolo is serving from.
13 metres, I've been told.
The last tournament we did, we were actually behind the court, and it's very interesting the different perspective you get, isn't it? I think here, maybe behind the court, you got a really good overall view, but here what you do is you really appreciate
you see that ball fizz,
just how quick that ball goes.
40 love.
40 love.
And it's a great venue, I think, regardless of where you're sat here.
800 capacity, everyone has a good view.
Yeah, at the Wayfair Arena. Also, I think at every event we had last year, and I think this year too.
Game, New York.
I think the fans are going to get their money's worth, and also seeing the best paddle worldwide in a very unique event.
Once again, off it goes, like a rabbit. Pablo Lijo serving again.
That's a brilliant
really
shot. That's such a tough volley.
Oh, that's really unlucky there. But I think he gets a moment, doesn't he, John Sanz, when he thinks that's it. I'm just going to hit it.
Yeah,
I'm going to hit
him
the next
winding
one,
up,
and I'm going to hit the next one, and I'm not going to hit a lob.
But his shot selection is up with the best in the world. He's on the verge, I think, of breaking into, you know, that top 12, top 6. I mean, he's on the verge.
He's in the top. He's always top 10 now, isn't he? It's just that little extra.
He had that little blip last season. You know, a couple of bad results, and it's very tough to break into the top 8. I think he's playing some of his best paddle. We're talking to Pete Consuegra, commentator on the Spanish 7. He was saying that he's been watching a lot of John. He's played with John, and I think this season is, according to Pete, John's best as far as his style of play and how he's matured as a player.
Just that little extra control he needed. He had a spell, didn't he? Just a little spell with Javi Galan.
Yes.
Which I think probably helped. Very elegant player, Galan.
They're my favourite Tapia, who we saw in action last night.
Again, not a lot of space to work with, but well played.
Great return at the feet of Lijo from Campagnolo.
Good block.
What a point. This is brilliant. What a superb rally. That was so deep.
Brilliant block again.
This, for me, is the best point
of the tournament
so far. Wow, what a way to end it. Congratulations to Santa Capria. Also, Lijo and Cepero. He played brilliantly.
Everybody in the ground, in the venue applauding that. In the end, the winner was like, I've had enough now. So 15-40, once again under a bit of pressure.
Yeah,
the
could have
serve.
been 30 all. Brilliant angle.
Great shot, great shot.
That was a brilliant shot too.
30-40.
You see how close that bounced to the net on the other side of the court?
Yep.
That was like just over a metre. I mean, the technique to execute that shot, very few players can do that, as well as the Cepero. One of his strengths, not so much a power player. His placement is superb. Oh, he's ended up striking the umpire's chair. Hopefully Kemper's okay.
Hopefully the umpire's all right.
He'll survive. There are a lot more umpires around.
It's cruel.
It'd be harder to replace the chair. Oh, he's got it! Oh!
Brilliant.
I'm applauding. I'm applauding too. What a way to win the point.
Cheers. Golden point. Lucas Campagnolo to receive.
The backspin on the winner was just incredible. Here it comes.
As it bounces, spins back, hits the underside of the net, which means he doesn't have a chance to really get to it. So, golden point. Ooh, just in.
My 3 favourite points so far I've seen in the first 5 games of this set. You can get there.
Should get that.
Fake smash. Fake smash. Oh, there you go. It's not about power. It's not about power always.
Well, I think the thing is, though, is that if you've got that power...
Yeah, when you see Camper, and he's hit so many winners...
You're expecting it, aren't you? It's just a lovely little...
But then he knows that. But it was just the deftest of touches, a fake smash. Now, with a fake smash, ideally, of course, there's very little power. You want it to bounce, you know, before, of course, the service line, a good way before the service line, so it bounces once and it bounces twice on your opponent's side of the court. There you go. Or low down at the bottom of the glass, because there's no way back from there.
There you see it. Lovely. Just doesn't give them a chance. Thank you very much. And the way he angles the racket then, just to take the sting out of it.
Time.
Okay, back we go.
Enjoying a good tournament, Seba. His team taking the women's game earlier, and the men's team doing very well here against LA Beat. I'm really enjoying this. This is my favourite match so far.
I enjoyed the last night's with Alex Ruiz as well. 4-1, and it'll be John Sands to serve.
Ciao.
15 love.
15 love.
Not really much else to say there. That went very high.
And this is not the fastest of courts, but if you're watching Kampa and John Santh, you wouldn't think it was, you know, a slower court than in some of the events we're going to see this year at the PPL.
40 love.
40 love. I'm looking forward to seeing him in Guadalajara, I tell you.
How high did you say that was?
1,500 metres above sea level.
Wow.
Not as high as Mexico City, but high enough.
But it's the highest altitude that we're going to see the PPL played at because, of course, the Hamptons, San Sebastian, north coast of Spain, actually on the coast, and, of course, New York, all sea level. And Miami.
Anyhow, it is Cepero serving to save the set. 21 minutes so far.
You can get there.
But he's hit the net anyhow.
No, yeah, he also said he didn't touch it. That was well played there. I thought he grazed the ball. That's true. When in the end he touched the net also, so would have lost the point outright.
15 love. Excellent bajada. Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
15
And,
love.
Oh no.
oh no, just well, there you go. And Cepero just giving his thumbs up to Kampa. This is, if you're sitting side on, it's difficult to see those shots down the line. If you're sitting at a far end, you've got obviously a better perspective of the court. But you can enjoy paddle from anywhere, really.
15.
And also this paddle court, if you look at it, the corners, there are no protections, stands as well. You have a great view from every single seat.
Adidas court, by the way.
And you don't get that with the vast majority of courts worldwide in different competitions, which is why the players are really happy with these PPL events.
30 all.
I keep looking at the match time, and it's like 22 minutes, of which probably 16 minutes have been play time.
Not been that much, but there's been a couple of minutes, about 4-6 minutes sat on the bench.
40-30.
40-30, big point. He couldn't control that. Well defended. 5-2.
New York lead 5-2 for set.
Al principio del set está estando estupendo a los pies y luego ya todo es post y llega. Los dos saques que ha pegado primero. Venga.
Igualmente yo. El reto mío es drama.
We were just looking at some of the stats. That's why the 30-second silence. And, I mean, these rallies are short-lived. And a lot of people enjoy that kind of paddle. Some people prefer the more chess style of play, that strategic lob, back and forth, angled volleys. But you've got big hitters. Li Ho, we've not yet seen him at full capacity. He's a huge hitter, Li Ho, but that's because they're on the back foot for the vast majority of points. And that's because New York Atlantics have been excellent, not just in the women's. They're my favourites. Paul thinks it could be another team, but they're going to be there or thereabouts. And I think these two players...
I think these are podium
finishes,
sets.
Top four?
Yeah, definitely.
Top three?
I'm going to say
Top two?
Well, possibly.
Top?
Yeah, I'm still going to go with
Yo,
the flow
rider goats.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the flow.
New York Atlantics for me.
We'll see.
Oh, that was...
Did that nearly hit? That might have hit the light.
It hit the roof.
On
it
the
just...
rebound. It went high.
Have to wear some protective headgear. If you're just sat in those back rows. Atrás, atrás. You learn Spanish watching paddle.
Basic movements. Mine, yours, backwards.
A lot of the shots also your víbora, which is the snake kind of shot. Your bandeja, the tray shot. Our favourite, my favourite, chancletazo. A lot of words are in Spanish. If you're wondering why, well, the sport originated in Mexico, in somebody's backyard.
Someone's backyard with 4 walls around it.
And then because he wanted to do a tennis court, I thought, okay, I don't have enough space, I'll invent a new court. And that was the paddle court. Now, a few tweaks were made to that court.
New York Atlantic.
I'm just going to interrupt you because they've whizzed through that service game again.
I didn't have time to finish my sentence.
Is the first set and 26 minutes.
6-2.
Bright, absolutely decisive.
Just quickly back to this. Marbella then honed paddle for a few years, and then it was Argentina and Spain, so that is why the vocabulary is Spanish. Quite a few players hail from South America, mainly Argentina, and of course Spain.
But I'd say a growing sport. 600 courts in the States now. I think we ended last year with 500. Lots of projects underway. 10,000 in Italy. 10,000 in Italy.
Credit to the PPL for growing the sport this side of the Atlantic. Of course, it's been big in Europe for at least 2 decades. It's the fastest growing sport worldwide. It's slowly taking over in the US. Those courts are growing. You mentioned the number of courts here in America. The vast majority have been built since the first PPL event. Now, last year, 2024 was hugely successful. The first event was here in Miami, won by Miami, the local team. The last one was in New York, and the courts started to grow. People were watching paddle, wanting to play paddle, regardless of how good you think you are or how bad you think you are. Get a racket, take a court, give it a try.
You can get sort of entry-level rackets very cheap, and to be fair, the advantage of paddle is to be able to enjoy a knockabout with your friend. You don't have to have the same level as you need in tennis.
There's a social aspect to it as well. I mean, good banter, and it's quite easy to improve. But of course, as with any competitive sport, to mastermind a sport takes
to get to
years
this
of
level.
practice,
Get to this. Most people don't get to this level, but you can get to a level to enjoy it.
But it's only a matter of time. Good shots, good winner through the gateway. And that's a time before Canada, Mexico, US start producing world-class players. Like, we've got a good soccer, football background. And we're seeing now teams from Africa, North Africa, producing world's best players.
Why?
Where 20 years
Do you
ago,
know why?
that wasn't really the case.
Because they're playing in big competitions, and that's what this is giving the opportunity for. I don't think there's any chance of saving that one. 30 love. This is exactly what they need to do. Lijo and Cepero come out.
Yeah, guns blazing.
Try and
play their game. That's what they haven't been able to do.
It's always going to be difficult to dominate these Sans and Campagnolo.
It's one of these ones, looking back at the first set, if they get to watch the video again, they'll say, okay, if we just sit back and defend, we're not going to win. So let's try and take a step forward and take the game to our opponents. Oh, just had enough. Clipping the top of the fence. A por tres. Por tres. 3-meter sidewall. That clears the 3-meter sidewall. So it's a por tres. Now that back wall with a little fence at the top is 4 meters.
Tried to control it. Impossible to control that 40-15. Good bajada there from Cepero. Ah, brilliant.
Brilliant winner.
Really clever as well. I think just come inside a little bit, hadn't he, John Santhe, expecting it to go flat through the middle, and he just changes the angle.
Just seeing Maxi there. He'll be in action later on. He's here with his family, watching this series. He'll be playing later on today on day 2 of the competition. That just drifts past Santh.
It's a really good shot.
Took up a bit more of a central position, Santh, and allowed that channel.
John Sands to
There will
serve.
be John Sands
New
to serve.
balls.
With new balls, they've had the life battered out of them, the first pair. And the second pair
15
also
love.
look as if they're in for a bit of a beating as well. 15 love. Just in. Couldn't quite get his volley back over there, Cepero. Mills in the bajada as well, Cepero. And nice play from Lijo there over the top. He looks to just stun that one over there, John Sanz, but once again, flying vibra there from Lijo. It's just gone long. Second serve. You just know that when the ball's hanging in there pretty close to the net that Campa is going to put it out. 40-15. Once again, the good sustained pressure from Sanz to force that chance for his partner. Once again, they knew what was coming. They tried to anticipate it, but if you can't get there, you can't get there.
Big serve here. Taking a step forward clearly. Lijo and Cepero. That was all about touch.
Well, I think that highlights what you were saying about John Sanz's increased versatility, because it was down to subtlety, wasn't it, that last point?
Yeah, it's an array of shots. You start adding more strings to the bow, because obviously when you first start playing paddle, you always go for the big. You think the big winner, and then you realise that it's all about placement, control, power is important also. And then we see, a winner with a softer smash, then perhaps going full on and maybe not clearing your opponent and losing the point. Very clever way to win the point outright.
Just long.
Now, we've seen a couple of 6-2, 6-2s so far. No 6 loves. I can't remember the last time there was a 6 love at a PP event. Now, I know in New York, there wasn't one single set that ended 6 love. And it hasn't been so far here in Miami.
15 all.
which says a lot about the level and the equality into teams. Although it's
and the excitement of seeing players, you know, in a team playing alongside players that you don't normally, not in every case, but you know, generalising a little, but don't normally play with. And I think it just makes it a lot more competitive. You get more upsets.
30-15.
Which makes it more interesting. 30-15. So again, another winner from League Cup. Just in, well controlled. Might go in, it might go in, it doesn't.
40-15.
Bouncing on the top of the court, 40-15.
I love the way that ball just pings back and forth.
Oh, once again, you know what's coming, but you can't stop it.
You can see there some of the supporters of Houston Volts are watching. The players were here until moments ago. Now they've gone across, we've been informed, to the practice court.
Yeah, do a little bit of warm-up, to do a little bit of practice.
They'll be on next in this early session here. It started at 11 o'clock local time and will end probably around midnight.
Didn't quite get his wrist over that one, and all of a sudden golden point.
I love the way they do that light. You see just quickly how they go gold for a couple of seconds. And that is an excellent
well
recovery volley.
Brilliant, because the shot from Santos down a feet.
It was a good shot.
They need
But
2 games to
Fede
1.
extremely
Second set.
quick, very agile. You get that normally with the shorter players. You know, your Chingottos, for example. Santh, I mean, they're very dynamic. They get down really well to the low shots. And that was a tough volley. And then here, at full stretch, getting back into position and down the middle. A key point to, well, take a game. And in this second set, I think we've seen this in all the matches so far. The team that drops the first set play better in the second set. In every single game so far, that's happened. To the point where we've seen one comeback.
Which says a lot about the coaching as well.
And coaches play a huge part, of course, before, during, and also afterwards, because you've got to analyse, look back, learn from mistakes. And you've got players sometimes that need words of encouragement. Other players, it's a kick up the backside.
You've got to know.
You've got to be a psychologist at the
I
end
was
of the
just
day.
going to say that. You're not just know your tactics. You've got to be a psychologist. Exactly.
You've got to tick many boxes.
I think there's so many. Something that people in sport over the last few years. One of the things that's really been people have given credit to is the mental side of things. You know, and sometimes how players do find themselves under increasing amounts of pressure.
I mean, nutrition is huge. There's a lot of data analysis also, you know, in modern day sport. But I think for me, the mental aspect is so important, and that is the big difference between the top players and the rest. We were saying this yesterday, Paul, how there's all the players have great shots. The top 50 have great shots. Of course, some players are better with their backhand, with their forehand, with their smash, with their serve, etc. But, you know, to break into that top 25, then the top 12, top 8, it's all about, you know, that mental strength, and that's what all the players say, those who are outside the top 8, that, you know, that is the difference, that focus, concentration, and delivering at the highest level every single point.
That is a heck of a shot from John Sanz.
I've been like, you know, slash, 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 bang, slash, 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 bang. I've lost count. I mean, I don't know. Smash of the Mat, brought to you by Adidas. They're going to have a tough, tough task choosing the winner.
Oh, a little careless there, a little loose. But you've got to avoid. And once again.
Now, that was... I want to see this one again if possible. Look how far back Sanz arches his back. His leg is almost at the height of his shoulder, following the contact. I mean, just to generate that top spin.
So 2-all.
Love 15.
And it's Cepero serving. It's important just to... The problem is if your opponents are serving quickly and getting their games over, then the pressure just keeps on building on your serve. Because you don't even really have time to stop and think about it. Love 30. What you were saying about that pressure. And
it builds.
The ability to deal with it.
Because the only games you can kind of dictate are the ones when you serve. You choose where to place that opening point. If it's a decent delivery, you can take control of the opening point. It's just out. And if you start losing the first couple of points on your service game, that adds a lot of pressure, Good shot by Lijo. That just crawled along the sidewall.
One of the things I like about Sanz is he's so massively expressive as well. When he's frustrated, you can just see it in his actions. Just long 30-all.
Now here the consignment will be good return, no mistakes. Still a pressure point for Cepero and Lijo.
Good serve from Cepero.
Brilliant play there by Lijo. And again. Oh, that was just a wonderful winner.
Really good rally, though. Good defending, and in the end, good attacking.
He's got a good arsenal of shots, Lijo. A couple of really good pickups. Here again, when your back is against the, the glass wall, there's very little you can do. It's just getting those lobs over, hoping they'll make a mistake. And Campagnola's made very few. And look at that.
New York.
Big break.
Big break. 3-2. It'll be John Sanz serving when we come back.
They were always under pressure, despite coming back from 30-love down to tie 30-30. It's one of those points, you lose it at 30-30, you're going to face 2 breaks.
Que lo quiero entender, que lo entienda, que pesa mucho. Que si nosotros ahora consolidamos, tenemos que hacer un esfuerzo tremendo para consolidar este break. Si hacemos el esfuerzo de no tirar pelotudeces, de jugar sólido como venimos hasta ahora, tenemos medio partido ganado. Porque tiene que sacar los remos y no es una de las cosas que más le gusta. A ninguno de todos. ¿Vamos? Entonces, el foco es lo que nos interesa a nosotros. En el primer saque, en la primera volea, como para tener. Las veces que le caminaste a Nico, después del resto, terminaste pegándole fuerte.
Coach just telling him just to keep the focus and to keep on talking.
Entonces, si le das un paso adelante, de hecho, si sale por arriba, bien, aplaudísela, pero por lo menos que si sale por abajo, se la mandes a guardar. Vale, vamos. Vamos, Daniel, vamos. Escucha, nos hacemos notar, ¿eh? Nos hacemos notar, nos hacemos notar.
So a big game this for John Sanz. If he holds his serve here, Eric, we're looking at closing out the game pretty quickly.
and they've been very good on their service games. And Campagnolo, great fun to watch, and has teamed up very well with Santh. I think, you know, losing Chingotto, you know, it's a big loss. He's a great player, but they've put together a good doubles team in Santh and Campagnolo.
They complement each other very well.
We've seen players play together. Oh, that's short. Oh,
But
that was a poor lob, but a worse smash. We've seen players team up at the PPL and then think, hey, you know, we've played really well together.
Happened with Iglesias and Guinar.
And Guinar, you know, let's stick together.
30-11, as you say, they're claiming the points quickly. 46 minutes gone so far.
So scurry back. Campagnolo. Good lob.
Once again, a loose.
They're not making any mistakes.
No, but Sapero started to make a few.
Yeah, because they know that they need to do something extra to win the points. And then they're taking a bigger risk, and it's not paying off.
Brilliant change of angle.
Yeah,
but once again, what I like about Campa is not just the way he hits it. I actually think I enjoy a little bit more when he doesn't hit it really hard.
He's got. I mean, everyone says he's a big hitter, which he is, but he's got a good touch. That was just a, you know, little cushion volley, because also he's a big hitter, so you're almost always preparing yourself for the big shot, which is why he won earlier against a service game with a fake smash. He's got the volleys as well.
Love 15, just went a bit wide there from Rico, but he's recovered quickly.
When you look at, we'll see them later in action, Cardona and Leo Aunsberger, they are huge hitters, a bit like Campa. And just like Campa, they're starting to pick up the other shots, adding more shots to their array of good shots, because Campa is becoming a better and better player. We saw that throughout the great volley last season, and this season, you know, when people are picking a player they think will, you know, improve the most, a lot of people are looking at Campa, and he's top of their list.
Just called it out. He couldn't dig out the Chiquita. Great ball from the back.
Good shot by Santh, but Campa said sube, so he knew his opponent was making his way into the net, which is why that shot was one of those ones that bounce, you know, feet area. Quite good to pick up.
Hughes, golden point.
Another golden point. I think the message here for Lijo and Cepero is hold or else. Yeah, well played.
Did well.
Needed to be held out, otherwise it would have been, I think, one game away from the end.
Still though, Campa and Santh, a break to the good. Will be serving when play resumes here on this court at the Wayfair Arena in Miami. Such a good venue. First time I've come here. And I have to say, hugely impressed.
Very nice, isn't it?
Also, the way that it's been lit. I mean, if you're watching paddle here, of course you're watching at home, you don't get to appreciate just how good this venue looks.
It puts all your focus on the court, doesn't it?
atrapando mental, no me dejan entrar en el juego por por arriba. Yo noto como que no la estoy pegando muy limpia. No estoy teniendo mi tiro que hace doble girada bien.
Pero yo tampoco estoy pudiendo apretar nada, la estoy poniendo allí.
I'm seeing these two, and they're not quite as, how can I put it, compenetrados as with the understanding that Campa and John Sanz seem to have very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think they need a bit more time to gel compared to their opponents. But, I mean, they did taste some success last year. They won the second event of the regular season.
But lots and lots of changes at the beat.
But they failed to win a single match at the Cities Cup.
Just a breakdown, so love 15.
Love 15.
They're having a good time as well, the women there. Vamos chicos, cheering on the team. This is a team event, of course, and the women's and men's total points will be added up after the event in Guadalajara to see who qualifies for the Cities Cup.
Once again, some quick fire volleys there, and in the end, it's the Atlantics who come out on top. 15-all.
As soon as one team starts cheering, the other team start cheering in response and making even more noise.
I think it's one of the reasons that people who play tennis, for example, like either, was it the Billie Jean King Cup now, the Fed Cup, or the Davis Cup, is that, you know, a lot of the time...
Oh, Tweeny.
You are quite on your... Oh, he's pretty wide. You're on your own, or obviously in paddle you have a partner. So getting into a team vibe is a nice change. It's supportive and
but also I think
enjoy it.
There's also, I wouldn't say there's a flip side, but also maybe there's even more pressure because you're playing for a team. You know, and sometimes, you know, if you miss a point or a key game, you know, you've got a whole team. But I think it's a great event, and it's becoming more and more popular. It was hugely successful in 2024. Ended on a high at the Dougal Greenhouse in New York. And it says, well, it started, I think it's just carried on from last year here in Miami. Oh,
great recovery.
Brilliant there from Nico. I mean, he's got a great reach. He's excellent at the net. His strengths are definitely the volley. And there we're seeing a gem from Cepero.
Brilliant backhand. I saw the angle. Just come inside. He probably needed to come inside a wee bit.
He really was. Oh, he was well positioned because he made sure that ball was at a good height, almost like a serve, almost. You know, that finish.
Campa had Campa to cover the line. So 2 break points.
And they take the first.
Well.
And there Campa just shaking his head, but shaking his head into John saying, don't worry, we're good, we're good. Still need just 2 games to take the match. Campa and Santh, but we're with serve now in this second set.
Cepero hold his serve here. Well, not by start, 15 love.
15 love.
Well, the momentum has switched.
Remember, if they do win this set, it would go to a super tie break.
It would be the first super tie break we've seen in the men's.
We saw one in our opening match yesterday for the women. 30 love.
Well,
this is good, isn't it? Because you thought, well, will he be able to hold his serve? And it's looking very good at the moment. He's just a little slip, is it, for Campagnola? Wow.
Brilliant return.
So,
and excellent service game, Paul.
Service break and break to love. So they've given themselves a real option of getting back into this set. And I think, you know, once again, if you're maybe slight underdogs, I think we'd say that they are.
On paper,
you'd fancy yourself more in a super tiebreak than in a full set, wouldn't you? Because all you need to do is put a handful of points together.
And of course, also, if you carry that momentum from winning that second set, forcing a super tiebreak, which is what happened with Jessica and Riera, the King Riera, and Jessica Castillo, who lost that first set, won the second set, went on to win the super tiebreak, and carry that momentum. But also, I mean, I'm sure Campa, you know, we'll be looking back. You know, we were dominating, we were in control, we were, you know, making jokes. Now on the back foot, we could be headed to a super tiebreak. But again, it's just about holding their serve. It's with serve at the moment in this second set. Watching some of the highlights. Good smash here coming down the line. Caught Campa drifting towards the center of the court.
Well, here we go. I think they've got nothing to lose to give it everything here.
Oh, Bolon and Barbara making loads of noise over by the LAB bench. Bullet.
Getting back into the rhythm there. Again, aggressive.
I don't think the pedal would have got there. I think Lijo,
no, I think it was going high.
Took the gamble. I think the pedal had darted across, and
no, I don't think it.
I mean, it was travelling with some speed, and
that was going up.
Yeah,
it probably
was going to hit the glass at the top of the glass. It would have had a huge kick on it because there was lots of top spin on that smash from Campa.
Didn't get it over, so 30-15. All is not lost.
That was unfortunate.
30 all, just out. It could have
dropped anyway.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Lady Luck not smiling.
Tell you what, New York. 2 points and they could take the set.
Well, I suppose they were owed one. They were owed one.
40-30, just clipping the net on the way through.
How sorry is he?
Really sorry.
I'm sure he is.
Massive point again, this.
Doesn't carry. I think Cepeda was about to blow. As in,
I think it was going to head it over.
Get it over.
Tell you what, though, if they'd have won that point, it would have been a set point for them, on a goal point.
In the end, it's 5-5. Of course, need to win by 2 games, so it's going to be a 7-5 or a tiebreak.
Very close there.
They've been really good in this second set, Lijo and Cepeda. I think they probably deserve to send this match to a super tiebreak.
Ah, lovely.
Great angle. Good winner. Cepeda's placement is up there with, I would say, the top 4 ranked players in the world.
he got there, didn't he?
He was
well?
there. They both made
it.
the right decision. Camper racing back, Santh taking up the net position in the centre to cover for his teammate. Great return there from Camper, but Santh didn't have enough time to react. Really, he was the ball was travelling great speed straight at him. That was unlike the better.
He had a little run in the first set, didn't he, when he hit 3 or 4
long
like that. Oh.
40-15.
Once again, close. Very, very close. If that had been football, it'd been off the post, but it doesn't count. 40-15.
Out. 40-30.
40-30. Goes a little bit wide.
This has got lots of drama. The second set.
Another golden point.
Oh, the other lights. Those gold lights. Gold point. 5-5. Opting to receive Camper.
Oh!
Back now.
They lead by 6 games.
Camper left it for Santh, and that was really for Camper. He said, do.
Yeah. And then Santh goes for it, realises he's not going to get there.
Now,
or would he have got there?
No, because Santh was unsighted because he had Camper in front of him. And by the time he said, do, ideally, you're not standing still.
Yeah.
You're running, you get a bit of speed, jump, and you meet the ball at the height to get it back over. A standing jump is really difficult.
And you can't get the power behind it either.
And that's why he kind of paused and then do. And he was like, both feet firmly flat, can't get enough height. And then Camper realised, damn.
I think Camper would have got there as well.
Hey, Mr. DJ.
So the worst that can happen to them in this set now is a tiebreak.
Time.
Once again, it's as it happens, you know, the rest of the team gets going as well, don't they? It's big moment in the match. John Santh to serve to take the second set to a tiebreak. 6-2, 5-6, still only an hour and 3 minutes.
Hold.
Sorry, it's Lucas Campagnolo serving.
Oh,
a Willie.
It's a second. Tweeny.
50 love.
I should get that.
We'll get there, and does the bit up.
But great play from Camper.
30 love.
30 love.
Looks like we're headed to what could be the first of 2 tie breaks.
We shall see. Waits for it on the backhand. Well played, John Santh.
Hold it up.
That was wide.
That one, yep.
40-15.
So no love service game for the Brazilian and Santh. Still 40-15.
One more point to take this to a tie break. Oh, and there it is. He got there, but couldn't wrap his racket around it.
Very difficult. Very difficult to try and keep in play there, Lijo. And we do have a tie break. Our first of today. Now this tie break is the first 7 points, needing to win by 2.
Same format in tennis, basically.
If we do have a super tie break, it will be the first to 10 points. But for that to happen, Tapia and Lijo would need to win, of course, this tie break, and they've lost the first point, so a mini break.
Not always decisive, but gives the early advantage to Sanz and Campa.
Tranquilo, they both come forward, and they've been sent back after a good lob from Lijo.
Goes for it, leaves it low and flat, 2 love.
Excellent.
2-0.
Now, Campa here, his body, just focus on how he gets his body out of the way.
And
then there.
Off the top and controls it. Brilliant.
Nice slash, cross court.
Well played. So that's
Perdón, Campa, just quickly apologising. Lijo, one of those ones where you kind of got to get out the way, race forward. It's going to hit the back glass. It's going to come back towards you, but you don't have enough time to react.
So there's that mini break recovered.
Lijo to serve.
Still under a bit of pressure though, 2-1 down.
Also pressure, having lost that first set.
Once again, just out by a fraction, 2-all.
Brilliant pick up there, Lijo. Just out. Oof. For a big player, Lijo is very good with those low shots down at his feet. And that's because of the preparation. It's all about getting into position. Racket back into the middle, on your toes. Very agile, Lijo.
Balance this tie break.
That was well played there, well played, because Campa took the middle ground. He knew that shot was going down the middle. He moved across to the centre. Now, had Tapia been looking at Campa, he would have said, Campa centro, you know, and then you would have seen a lob or maybe gone down the line. But instead, Campa taking the gamble, winning the point, and it's a big point, 4-2.
Just in the right place and say just angling it, controlling it.
Time.
And it will be Campa to serve. Now the players are going to quickly switch ends. Watch here. There's the movement. Shots down the middle, and there is Campa in place to hit a well-angled winner.
So looking at that again, I didn't appreciate in the point itself how Sapero ducked to make way for Lijo's.
You don't have much choice.
Bajada. No, no.
You either get a new haircut or you duck.
5-2.
5-2. Need to win this point.
Yeah, they've
it's just drifted away from them in the last
lost
couple
a bit
of points.
of steam in this tie break. That's brilliant from Campa. His defensive shots have improved so much. He's a really good all-round player now, Campa.
Yeah.
He has improved so much since we first started watching him, Paul.
Much more reliable. Right, match points. And they're at the first of asking game, set and match to Jon Sanz and Luca Campagnolo.
Campa, brilliant. Santh playing very well alongside an excellent Campagnolo, who dedicates the win to, I don't know, that was a heart sign. Maybe somebody special is sat in the crowd. Goes across, high fives, his teammates.
I think it's really, I really like him as well. It's not just his play, but I like the way he always really likes the way he behaves on court and everything. You know, he's really sporting. Always admits if he's made a mistake or the ball's in or out. Just a star lad, really.
There's no chip on his shoulder.
No.
You know, he enjoys his paddle, and also, you know, for those players that come from countries where perhaps paddle isn't the biggest sport, you know, being Brazilian, we've had some great Brazilians in the past, but I'd say now he is the best Brazilian player, and people look up to him in Brazil.
Pablo Lima, of course, was
the you know, the number one. And looking at how he has improved, he's going to be a top player. And this could be his season, so I think there's no surprise that people have already, you know, circled him in red. Keep your eye on Luca.
They're my favourite. They're going to be my favourites, I think, these two, because I like Jon Sanz
No.
as well.
No, I said at the beginning. Now I said at the beginning, New York Atlantics.
I like them. I like Jon Sanz.
But I have to say,
I like the way he wears his heart on his
Tapia
shield.
as well. I mean, I mean, we're going to see some very good matchups throughout this 4-day event. We were entertained on day one. Today, my favourite points we've seen in this morning's session, we saw some great points in the first and second set here. Not so much in the tie break, because I think, you know, a few mistakes, the pressure also kind of told on Cepero and Lijo. But they played well. Again, there are positives for them to take from this defeat. But I think now it's going to be the turn to hear from the winners of this men's doubles game.
Our compañeros is Javi and Arantxa down there to carry out our post-match interview.
With the winners, Luca Campagnolo. And player, I think, could also be grabbing headlines this season.
Okay, so let's hear what they have to tell us.
So what an amazing match. And Javi, yesterday we were having some interviews with all of the PPL players, and they were actually saying that one of the toughest opponents were the New York Atlantics.
Sure, enhorabuena para Lucas Campagnolo, para Jon Sanz. Bueno, Jon, debut aquí en Nueva York, nuevo equipo, nueva experiencia. Se lo decíamos también a Ari. ¿Cómo está siendo la adaptación a tu nuevo equipo? Nueva pareja también con Campa. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo ha sido el debut? Aran.
Yeah, new experiences, and how are they feeling with this team, with the new teammates that are coming for this edition?
Bueno, la verdad que muy contentos de volver a Miami, que es una grandísima ciudad. Estoy muy contento de volver a jugar esta competición. La verdad que es un gustazo, ¿no? Una competición en equipo. Dar las gracias a todo el equipo de los New York Atlantics, la verdad, me han acogido increíble. Y nada, yo venía aquí con una ilusión especial. Campa, te diría que es uno de mis mejores amigos, le tengo un cariño muy especial. Y la verdad que vengo aquí a disfrutar, a ganar también, pero yo sé que a lo mejor puede ser la última bala que pueda llegar a jugar con él, no lo sé, pero la verdad que estoy muy contento y nada, muy feliz.
He's just talking about how happy he is. His team has been pretty welcoming, and then being here at Miami with the team, with all of the players, the competition.
Y Campa, vuelta a tu posición aquí al revés, jugando con John. Mejores amigos, ¿os lo pasáis bien? ¿Cómo es esa conexión fuera del campo, dentro del campo? Primer partidito vuestro. Enhorabuena por la victoria.
How do you feel? Because you are best friends. You get pretty well together inside and outside the court.
Bueno, es siempre un placer jugar con un gran amigo y más cuando mejor que jugador es una grandísima persona. Yo lo paso súper bien con él. Es un placer para mi carrera jugar con jugadores como John. Y bueno, yo estoy el segundo año aquí en New York, muy contento de volver a competir con ese equipo. Y con John vamos a dar mucha guerra seguramente y vamos a pasarlo súper bien. Así que estoy muy contento de volver y vamos a darle mucha guerra esta semana.
Second year with this team, with the New York Atlantics, they have a great partnership rather than just inside the court, but outside the court. And they are saying that they're going to be a tough team.
Pues enhorabuena para los chicos de Nueva York, para John San y para Lucas Compañolo. Un aplauso para ellos y que no se mueva nadie porque la acción sigue aquí en la PPL de Miami. Hasta ahora.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sport of choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
The first 4 teams put on spectacular performances, but now it's time to see the next teams who are going to continue with this second day during the 2025 PPL season. And now let's make some noise for the Houston Bulls. Please, let's welcome our players on the court. Let's welcome Lore Rufo, Marta Brea, Ivancio Ramirez, Berto Trabanco, straight from the Golden Shores. Let's make some noise for the San Diego Stingrays. Let's welcome Lucia Sainz, Verónica Virceda, Jairo Bautista, and Alex Chozas.
Okay, well, welcome back to the Wayfair Arena here in Florida. Second match of the morning session. Well, the afternoon. It's now afternoon. It's
Mid-morning afternoon.
early session. The early session. Houston Volts against the San Diego Stingrays. Kudos to our DJ for playing a bit of the Tom Tom Club there.
You were dancing.
I remember the Tom Tom Club, yeah. Tina Weymouth. Anyhow, I think this is going to be a little bit more even than our first match.
Clean sweep for the Atlantics.
Yeah.
They won the women's and men's in straight sets, of course. It was exciting, it was good, it was entertaining. Saw a tie break first of the day, but good win for the men's and women's. So Stingrays missed out on the season finale last year, hoping for better this campaign, and the Volts, they finished runners-up in the third event of last year. Plenty of change on both rosters, a mix of veterans and young, talented players. And you think this one's going to be tight, Paul?
I reckon it might well be. We've got, like you say, for the Stingrays, they've brought in Claudia Jensen, Vero Verceda, Alex Chozas and Jairo Bautista. Obviously no Claudia Jensen here, but they've got Vero Verceda, who used to be Barbara de la Sera's partner when they were riding high in the rankings. And it's quite a nice little balance that she will have with Lucia Sainz. Very, very experienced player, Lucia Sainz.
Has been at the top of the game for well over a decade.
Exactly. Do you know, we were actually on the same flight out as Vero. Mercedes. And what was quite surprising is she's you know, she's strong, she's powerful. And Lucia Sainz, just seeing her stood there, just actually realising that she was bigger and sort of taller, was well, crikey, a surprise. And they're up against, well, two more really young players, Lorena Rufo
and Marta Barrera.
It's going to be an interesting contrast. I think we're going to see most of the pitting coming from Vero. So I think this could be a really tactical, close, technical match. Just looking down there, that
there are very few players who've got
ankle strapping on.
The IQ of Lucia, who hails from Barcelona. She actually flew over on the same flight here to Miami with Andrea Ustero. And despite the age gap, they get on really well. Andrea sees Lucia as her mentor. And if you are, active on social media, there's quite a funny clip of Lucia kind of waking up on the flight to what she thought was an air hostess delivering her flight attendant her lunch. It was Andrea Ustero.
Yeah, there is Marta Barrera, born the... Is that the 10th of May or the 5th of October? I think it's it's the 5th of October.
When there's a number higher than 12, you're like,
right.
Great, that's definitely the day, not the month.
Hang on, I have got it written down. Bear with me. Bear with me.
The 5th of the 10th, 1984.
There you go.
October. I think this men's and doubles, I think it could be quite open. I think it's important.
Yeah, I think we fancied the New York Atlantics to win reasonably comfortably. Although
the men's doubles game
just got a little bit more complicated, didn't it, in the second set?
Yeah, they were only a couple of points away from taking that second set.
And then who knows?
They were leading 6-5. Lijo.
They were one point away from having a set point.
And, in the end, losing in that tiebreak. So, clean sweep for the New York Atlantics against Los Angeles Beat. It's now the turn of Houston Volts against the San Diego Stingrays, and that will be when the first session ends here at Miami. But unlike day one of the competition, there is another session to look forward to. It will start
at the same time as yesterday,
6 o'clock local time.
6 p.m. local time.
Here in Miami. It'll be the Flow Rider Goats, the defending champions, against Arkansas Matrix, Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears, who in action on day one will be taking to the court in the final session here.
Absolutely.
Today at the Wayfair Arena.
I think with that first match as well, the Flow Rider Goats is going to be the big attraction, isn't it? See Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea.
We're already looking at, potential qualifiers for the podium date.
Which is
first, second, third, fourth. That's when the main points will be handed out. 25 points to the winner.
Okay, San Diego Stingrays and the Houston Volts.
Left of the chair from San Diego.
I wonder if they're going to start moving the umpire chair slightly further back.
I don't think we can move
After
it any further back.
Campagnolo stormed like a ball through that gateway.
No, it was John Sands who
No, also, the two of them.
Jabato.
Now, there's a very good support here. I mean, the Houston Volts have brought flags and scarves to this event. And I'm a big fan of the Stingrays tracksuit, I have to say. That tracksuit top, pretty retro.
Oh, right. I won't object to a scarf, to be honest.
Still, though, my favourite kit, Atlantics. I wonder who I have to speak to.
Well, actually, I think we know who you should speak to.
Come on, PR.
Have a word with the PR man. Or woman.
Though I have to say, we've been kitted out superbly.
We have indeed.
For the occasion.
Very nice. Hugo Boss polos and hoodies.
Zipped up hoodies.
I think he might have had some Boss aftershave once, but I've never had any Boss clothes, so, you know.
No, but honestly, it's, you know, everyone's looking good. The players are very happy with how things have gone here in this opening event. Last year's opening event was very successful. Kind of set the stall, set the bar. They got better, though, as the season went on. And starting even better this season at this great venue, the Wayfair Arena. If you follow your 3-on-3 basketball, it's played here. It's, would you say down? I mean, it's probably about 15, 20 minutes from the center of Miami, but very accessible, near the Media Pro Studios. And a great venue to work at, which is brilliant, because sometimes you see good venues, but not practical. This is very good to work at.
It's actually a venue that's been made specially for, I'm not going to say urban sport, but for sport which needs you to be reasonably intimate.
Yeah, sporting events. And it's got a decent capacity. It's 800 now, sold out yesterday. There'll be a sellout also today, day 3, day 4. Although sometimes you might see a few empty seats, there are, you know, two sessions.
That's because there's very good hospitality.
There's excellent hospitality here, so people pop in and out. But they do follow the games on big screens out the back, on the TVs in the various eating areas, and just like you watching at home, maybe at work, following our English commentary, do know there's also a Spanish live feed. That's with Pete
and
Javi. I'm Eric. This is also Paul Giblin, and we'll be with you, have been with you from the first day, for the end of last season, hopefully through to the end of this campaign. PPL has gone global, so it will be in Spain, in Mexico, back in the US, and again in the US for the season finale in New York in October. But our focus is on here, Miami, Houston Volts against the Stingrays.
There's a lot of electricity out there on court, just thinking about it with Volts and Stingrays given.
That was awful, Paul.
I think, yeah. So it is going to be the Volts to get us going with Marta Barrera. Ah, lovely diagonal there from Barrera. Just gone a wee bit longer from Rufo, 15-all. He just gets a little touch there on the way through. Lucia Sainz got that position, knew what was going to happen, but didn't control it. Only 19 years old, Marta Barrera. But that's sticking with the Houston Volt ethos of trying to promote young players. Well, the example of that was Claudia Jensen, who was with them. First smash of the match there from Vero Berceda. We said that we quite fancied her to do the big hitting in this match, and there's the first indication. first game. First golden point. Rather disappointing, your orange light doesn't flash across the sky. Rivero Verceda to receive. Disappointing way to lose the game there, Lorena Rufo. Puts that into the net. So the first game goes to Lucia Sainz and Vero Verceda. Just so you know, by the way, the Stingrays, based out of the Paquito Padel Center in San Diego, which is based in the Barnes Tennis Center. Okay, Lucia Sainz looking to consolidate that opening service break. That was well there, Lorena Rufo twice. By Barrera a couple of times there. Once again looks to be aggressive, but maybe just a little bit close in there, puts a block into the net. 15 love. Nice little from Rufo is forcing Vero and Lucia Sainz deep. And again. Lucia. As Vero just ups the ante again. 30 love. Nicely angled there, Lorena Rufo, reading that perfectly. Once again, it's the previous shot really which sets it up, when she just turns her body and makes it difficult for Lucia Sainz. Don't get there. She says, I can't get that. I'll say the covers. Well, he didn't have the legs to go out, the smash there from Lorena Rufo, but it went really close to the side of the court, and Vero Verceda couldn't get a racket round it. long, it does indeed, 40-30.
40-30.
Good love once again. Wolf. Back down the middle there from Lucy Scythe. And just stretching as she went backwards there, Lorena Ruffo. 2 games to love. Good start for the Stingrays. Putting the pressure on there, well played. 15 love. 21 years old, Lorena Ruffo, 22 in August. Went a bit long. Oof, does well to recover there, Lorena, after that flick the net. Just on the wrong side at the moment, Scythe and Verceda. Being forced to defend deep. And take the option there to go back to their natural sides. Still in. Backhand there from Vero, but then she puts her volley into the net. 30 love. Ah, she's just put it wide. 30-15. So again, good lob. You can see them saying, no, they're not coming forward now. Vera Lucia, 30 all. It's again really difficult that to dig out. Really well controlled backhand volley there from Vero Verceda. Again, good block. 30-40, so 2 more break points as that just went long. Land right on the edge is so difficult to spot. And 3 love. Once again, another little mistake there from Barrera. 3 love for Scythe and Verceda. 2 breaks to the good. Fine to see that Maxi Sanchez is also working in almost in a coaching role there, having a little word with Vero. So far, experience is getting the better hand of youth. Our young man on window cleaning duty. Just any little grease stains on there which might just affect the bounce of the ball. Diego Pezzoni is the coach for, sorry, that's for the Houston, he's the Houston coach. Okay, Vero Verceda to serve. 13 minutes in.
Veronica Verceda
at the moment for Lucia Sainz and Veronica Verceda over Lorena Rufo and Marta Barrera. Well played. Julie it out at the net. Love 15. Just in. That's not though, that's gone long. Love 30.
Love 30.
Giving themselves a chance to get one of the breaks back here. Whoa, touch of luck, but we're covered at the moment. Not going to recover from that though. Love 40.
Love 40.
Well, this didn't look to be on the cards a couple of minutes ago, did it? Nicely set up for Lorena Rufo, made no mistake. And well played Lorena Rufo, just bunts that one over. So, broken to love. Still 3-1 to the Stingrays. Dipping harder there from Lucia Sainz. Staying very deep, so Lucia Sainz there to Verceda. Change of angle rather than the lob. Just rules. Rufo was a little bit frustrated with that. Love 15. Into the net, second serve. Played Lorena.
15 all.
15 all. Good lob. Looking to claim the net, but excellent lob back from Rufo. Enough. And well played Lorena Rufo, pulling that from somewhere where Scythe couldn't really control it, so 30-15. It's turning into an interesting tactical battle, this match. Lovely little controlled lob there. And blocked down the middle there by Barrera, 40-15. Get that one back either, so well played. Rufo and Barrera taking 2 consecutive games.
3 games to 2.
3 games to 2 still for Scythe and Berceda, but only 1 break to the good now. A really good response. There were 3-love down. Looked as if it was going to be 4-love, but with breaking to love to make it 3-1 and then holding serve. Very much game on in this first match between the tie between Houston Volts and the San Diego Stingrays. A good logo that for the Stingrays. I'm very impressed by that one.
Time.
Lucia Scythe to serve. 15-love.
15-love.
Once again, that effect just killing the ball in the corner. Second serve. And a bit more aggressive there, 30-love. Well played again, Lucia Scythe, 40-love. Just what they needed after dropping the last 2 games.
Game, San Diego Stingrays.
That went long from Loreno Rufo. So served up to love 4-2 to the Stingrays in this opening set. Just a break to the good Loreno Rufo to serve. my word, off the back. Some height on that, dear Lucia Sainz. Keeps it alive now. She looks to attack the net. Great lob from Rufo. Trusts in the bounce there, Vero. Well worked in the end. It was just persistence there from Lucia Sainz that wins that point. Love 15. To recover. And well played, the backhand from Lucia Sainz as Rufo stretching love 30.
Love 40.
Love 40, so I think I'm on the point of getting that break back and going 5-2 ahead. This was again deep.
Game, San Diego.
Out it goes 5-2. Fede will be serving for the first set when we come back. It's 25 minutes gone. A little bit surprised by that. I expected this to be a wee bit closer, but just a 2 out of 3 games broken to love, which is very strange.
Con más ganas, ¿no? Con más buscando. No hemos ganado 7 choques, que los otros juegos hemos perdido, ¿no? Y luego tú has tirado muy bien y muy fuerte por el medio, por el revés. Una ha hecho así, otra la ha tirado para arriba, o sea, se las han comido 2 o 3 veces, ¿vale? Con muchísimo peso esa pelota, ¿vale? Puras de mujeres me quedan, pero...
Just the experience here between Sainz and Vero seems to be showing, doesn't it? We've already given Eric and I, just taking a very quick break, by the way, have given written instructions to the cameraman that in no way are they to do that to us.
Time.
Okay. You're meant to show the badge of your club, not the maker of your shirt, even though it is the same maker, Adidas, of this rather wonderful court here in the Wayfair Arena. There is another event taking place in Miami here at the moment, but I can't quite remember what it is. Okay, Vero Vaseda serving for the first set. Well done. But very, very clever from Lucia Sainz. Again, well played, Vero. 30 love. I think 15 miss hitting that one. Lucia and Vero talking as well all the time. Well played indeed. Marta Barrera. Clatters into the glass there. Vero just need to get a little bit of control of the play here. And once again, Barrera. For working out good understanding there. 30-40, so 2 break points. Serve not dominant in this match at all. Oof. Kicked up nastily. She dealt with it well. Great lob right into the corner. Couldn't do anything really with the return, Lucia Sainz. Got it back in, but left it short. And once again, another break of serve. So that's 3 breaks in the last 4 games. Can't close out the set. Marta Barrera. Chance to take this to 4-5. Still a break down. So far, Ricky, or anyone who's tuning in, first set with lots of alternatives. We've had 5 service breaks so far, not dominant at all. Still a break to the good though, Lucia Sainz and Vero Verceda.
Definitely seeing those ground shots. Lucia started racket days playing tennis.
High, but not quite high enough to hit the roof.
Great cover.
But just too much on it.
All came about because Veronica was trying to get involved on the point, took a step into the centre. In the end, had Lucia scrambling across to cover on the other side of the court. And at that moment, they're both out of position.
Low serve angled into the corner there. And really well played there by Lorena Rufo. Aggressive, they were into the net really quickly.
Yeah, down and over. No way back from there. And a chance for a 5-4. And we've seen so many breaks that you can't rule out a break in the next service game, Paul?
Absolutely no. Well played. 5-4.
San Diego lead 5-4. The ball, please.
Wonder how Lucia, who's the veteran here on court, will fare. You know, the longer the game is, you know, you draw those points out. Of course, physically, she's in great shape, great shape. Don't get me wrong, but not in that kind of physical shape as her opponents. And they're wearing her down. There are quite a few long points. And the longer the game goes on, I would favour Houston Volts.
Well, we'll have to see. At the moment, to be fair, it's not been a really long set. It's only just past half an hour. So, you know, quite often, you know, we've seen Lucia play sets, haven't we, that have lasted an hour.
Yes. I was nodding. But of course, those at home couldn't hear. Yes.
So, quite strange because it's been tactical. But there's been just some wild swings in scores. It's been very strange. We've had a couple of breaks to love.
But you get this at the PPL. It can be so unpredictable. You get more breaks. The momentum switches back and forth.
And yeah, at the moment, Lucia will serve for the set. Can they close it out?
When you've been playing tennis, or you've come from tennis and you're starting in paddle, I think the toughest of all the shots to master and to understand is the bandeja.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. This is why you never give up on a point. Vero went outside of the court, lobbed it back in, and you think, even so, it's still meat and drink, but she just got it back far enough,
and then
deep enough in the court.
Reads the game so well. And a delicate passing shot cross court.
Ah, lovely.
Yeah, that little clip off the fence, deceiving Stingrays. I've actually seen that tracksuit top up close.
Good, isn't it?
It is beautiful. From here, it looks bluish. It's actually got a hint of purple. Very good. Sorry, on Maxi, the captain.
This is when they needed to just get a grip on the serve.
There, that was one of those ones where both players get in each other's way, and in the end, you kind of worry that you're going to take your opponent, the head off. The person standing to your side, you kind of pull out and heartily hit that volley, and that's what happened. It went long.
I thought that went long as well by the looks of it, but good job I'm not I'm an umpire.
It's quite a tough job being umpire.
To be fair, you don't tend to have to do as much, and there
Delicate.
it is. Clever from Lucia Thais.
Really good fake smash.
First set to the Stingrays. They have stung first. 6-4.
I want to start writing these down.
Ah, yeah, go on, you'll get a...
Did you say this game would be fully charged or something, or highly charged? Electrifying.
Anyhow, 37 minutes for the opening set, which for 6-4 is reasonably quick, isn't it?
And so many breaks. Houston Volts, Stingrays. If you're just tuning in, we're here from Miami Pro Padel League, the opening event of 2025. Now, we had earlier today New York Atlantics against LA Beat. Ustero and Ari Sanchez defeating Julia Polo and Barbara Las Heras in straight sets. Great to see Barbara back playing again after that lengthy time spent on the sidelines. And Julia and Barbara ended that game playing very well. Hopefully they can carry that form into their next game here at the tournament. As for the men's doubles, Campa and John Santh defeating Lijo and Cepero. Again though, Lijo and Cepero very good in that second set, went to a tiebreak. Now following this women's game, of course, will be the turn of the men's, and then there's another session. It's a double session here on day 2 of the competition. Flow Rider Goats, who are the defending champions. They won the title last year at the Cities Cup, beating local rivals. It was a Florida derby. They beat Miami 2-1 in the final. They take on Arkansas Matrix. Gemma Triay, Delfi Brea will take on Araceli Martinez and Patti Yaguno, followed by Cardona, Ausberger, Arroyo and Rubio. But we're here watching the women's doubles opening set to Lucia Sainz and Veronica Birceda. 6-4. Rufo and Barrera played well. Quite a few breaks in that opening set. Let's see what happens here in this second set. Stingrays lead 6-4 from that first set. Sainz races forward and a put away. Lot 15. With a great backhand. Scoop back into play brilliantly also. And Sainz sends that volley crashing into the net. Just out. That first serve from Marta Barrera. Both players darting forward, but forced back was a good lob over Birceda. Trying to take the net. Sainz and Birceda. They're doing well. Rufo and Barrera. Sends over the high lob, but not deep enough. And a good shot again from the experienced Sainz. Great strike. Prepared nice and early, side on, good follow through. Met the ball nice and high too. 30 all. Opening game of the second set here at the Wayfair Arena in Miami. That was a shout that Beto had stepped forward. The communication so important at every stage of the point. You can hear the players non-stop. So gets forward. Good covering there. Very small side looking to dart into the center. And in the end, an unforced error. Forehand volley sailing into the foot of the net. And in the opening game of the second set, Marta Barrera and Rufo facing not one but two break points. Sainz and Bedo staying back but hovering on that service line. They get the opportunity, they're a race towards the net. Nice lob to send Rufo deep. They've got to try and get them back. Dance forward, Barrera. Huge point. And they managed to take the point. So we have a golden point at the start of this second set. And it will be Sainz to receive. If you're wondering who decides, normally it's the more veteran player, the more experienced player. But sometimes the player who's just won the previous point takes the serve. So the serve will be to Lucía Sainz. That was a tough volley there. Bedo down at her feet. Did extremely well. And now they're there at the net. Can they take full advantage? Sainz goes for the middle. Sainz goes for the big hit. And perhaps Rufo could have allowed it to hit the back glass. Barrera had darted forward just in case. But in the end, Lucía Sainz and Veronica Birceda take the opening game. There's a break at the start of the second set here. Lucía Sainz and Veronica Birceda lead 6-4, 1-love. And those are the stats from the opening set. Break points converted, that's a key stat, 100% Rufo and Barrera. Just didn't have enough break points, 75% Sainz and Birceda. Points won, 54%. The Stingrays. Also important, points won on your serve. It's the 1 point you can kind of dictate serving. Players back out now for game 2 of this second set. Now, following this game, women's doubles here, Houston Volts, San Diego Stingrays. It will be the turn of the men's. Ivanchi Ramirez and Alberto Trabanco will take on Jairo Bautista and Alex Chozas. Second serve. Good call there from Bedo to Lucía Sainz. Sometimes if you're kind of approaching the net, serve and volley, you need your partner just to help you out with the return. Is it going long? Is it not going long? If you're in doubt, it's always best to take that volley on if you're in a good position. Because if it drops in, you're tracking back, and then what could have been a shot on offense turns into a shot on defense. And that was really unlucky for Sainz and Birceda. Just hit that joint. You can see there's the glass wall, which is 3 meters high. Then you have that additional fence, which is 1 meter high at the back, or that joining area, or just clipping that, and always a gamble. Never quite sure where it's going to land. Good serve with the Sainz. Look at a shot down the line. Rufo, well covered by Bedo. Oh, that was powerful. A bajada there. That's one of her strengths, or one of her many strengths. Lucía Sainz. And you can just see there the racket, the follow through, and the finish over the opposite shoulder. Also the body weight, how that weight moves from the back foot to the front foot at the point of contact with the ball. Into the net, Barrera. Well, they broke in the opening game, Sainz and Birceda, and here's Sainz serving for a 2-0 lead in the second set. Tracking back, Bedo has to react quickly. Sainz, great angle on that cross court, scurries across the cover. Bedo, approach volley, deft shot. That was really good, really good. Had to stretch low down to a left. Lucia Sainz, difficult to dig out. Still a chance for Two Love, of course. Rufo and Barrera have other ideas. They need to win the next 2 points to break back at the start of this second set. Having lost the first set, the pressure's definitely on. Big hit there, Sainz. And it just carries across. For a second, I thought that Rufo was there, but couldn't get her racket on the end of that big smash from the veteran, Sainz. And they've confirmed that break. They've held their service game. Rufo serving, Two Love down. Great angle on that, and, well, bit of a miss hit. Beto. Used to play with Barbara Aceras, who we saw in action earlier today. Barbara playing for LA Beat. So Barbara suffering a really nasty knee injury, out for an entire season. Was on a PPL roster last year, back again this year. It was great to see her playing again here in Miami. Lovely put away, Rufo. Now for those tuning in for the first time, and maybe didn't follow the PPL last season, it was hugely successful. It's a different format from other paddle events that you might see worldwide. Here you get the best players in the world taking part in teams, men's and women's. Now how the system works is men's and women's, the best doubles teams qualify for the podium day, which will be on the final day of competition, day 4. Deft drop shot, Rufo, delicate, delightful, 40-15. And the points are awarded to the top 9 teams. So even if you're going to lose a game, you need to try and pick up a set. If you can't win a set, win as many games as possible, because every single point counts towards the end of season finale, which will be in New York. Oh, that was unfortunate. The first shot was remarkable. Great reflexes, Lucia. But Rufo and Barrera hold on to their service game. Still a breakdown in this second set, 2-1. Virceda will serve when play resumes. Now, just quickly, jot down these dates. If you want to, and you should, follow the PPL season, the 10th to the 13th of July. So that's next month, just under 4 weeks' time. The PPL goes global. It will fly across the pond, the other side of the Atlantic, touching down in Spain. The North Coast, San Sebastián, beautiful city, one of the best beaches, La Concha, in Spain. Well, that city will be hosting the second PPL event of the year, 10th to the 13th of July. Then a month later, back this side of the Atlantic in Mexico, Guadalajara. So 2 new venues for the PPL this season. 14th, 17th of August. Then at the end of the month, 30th of August, will end on the 1st of September, there is a PPL All-Star Festival at the Hamptons. Then October, the big event, the season finale, the PPL Cities Cup in New York. Last year's final was a huge success. Incredible event, won by the Flow Rider Goats. 6-4, 2-1. Sainz and Berceda leading. Sainz just giving the atrás call. Atrás means the players are back deep. And a shout there from Barrera. Muchísimo forward. It's always important to know where they are, because a lot of the times you're not looking at your opponents. You're tracking back. Tough one to dig out there for Barrera. You're tracking back, you're running towards the glass. If you're on the backhand side, your vision isn't quite the same as if you're hitting a stroke on the forehand. And you're lacking not court awareness, but where your opponents are. When that happens, you need your partner to inform you. Are they forward? Are they back? Are they very close to the net or deep? Or does one come forward? Are they split? And that way you kind of choose your shot on the back of the message you hear from your doubles partner. So you imagine there's an imaginary string. And that's how you need to play the game. So if you're starting off, you've not played before, you're at a decent level, communication is key. And also positive communication. I know it can be frustrating when you're playing with somebody who's having an off day. You know, positive words, you know, be good to your doubles partner, because it benefits the team. And we've seen that here, how some players have had a rough spell, lost 2 or 3 points in a row, and then they turn things around. And we saw that on the opening day of competition in the women's doubles, where Guinart and Iglesias were excellent. They played so well in that first set, but in the end they actually lost to a very good Jessica Castillo and Virginia Herrera, who came back from 6-4 down to win 6-2 and then 10-7 in the super tiebreak. Now, had you watched that first set, you would have thought there was no way back for Castillo and Riera, but they proved otherwise. Brilliant there from Sainz, kissing both glass walls with that spin, just dropped dead. See the slice as he hit the second wall. No way back for Ruffo. Ah, that was there for the taking. It was the right shot, right idea, but just couldn't scoop it over the net. Bedo. That was a big point. Could have been, maybe should have been. Love 40, but it's 15-30. That serve down the middle. Bedo leaves it for Sainz. That is Sainz at her best. Now watch this shot again. Straight away, Bedo leaves it for Sainz. And yes, you can reach over the other side of the net and play the ball. And you play the ball into the net. That counts the same way as if the ball goes off court, you're racing off court. You can play it into the net on the other side of the court. So, 6-4, 4-1. Looking very good indeed for those two players. I have to get my hand on one of those tracksuit tops. Now, I was telling Paul Gibling that I was a big fan of the new look Atlantic kit, that green. I'm a huge fan, but I'm a massive fan of that tracksuit top. Now,
yeah, I've always preferred River Plate, to be honest. Because Maradona played for Boca, and, you know, I'm English and support Athletic Bilbao, so he's not exactly my favourite player.
Well, I mean, this second set has flown by. We're just seeing them. They're very solid. They've not made, Paul, hardly any mistakes. No unforced errors, really. And Lucia Sainz seems to have, it's like those veteran midfielders, you know, world-class players, that always seem to have an extra 30 seconds.
A little bit more time.
Because they know where they need to be and they're prepared way before other players. I mean, it's a joy to watch. And it's Lucia now to serve.
just gives it a little bit too much. Good angle though. Well worked.
Has been serving very well with the Sainth after that opening set where it was difficult to hang on to your serve.
Pardon me.
I wasn't trying to make you laugh there, Paul.
I wasn't laughing, to be honest. It was just a choking moment of an intake of breath that went down the wrong way. No, the first set was strange. It was really all over the place in terms of serve.
Wayward, that from Sainth.
And as soon as we say this one where the save's going the right way.
Yes, it normally happens. I mean, how many times we've had that commentator's curse? Sometimes I'm thinking, don't say it, don't say it. And I say it, and then the opposite happens.
Serve that one right tight against the side of the court. Frustration.
That was because it wasn't really a tough shot. It was a good angle, but just lacking an inch.
You can just hear them talking all the time, can't you, Vero?
Wow, that's really tough. Better having to get down so low. Just so you can get her racket under the ball. Been impressed by Vero.
Yeah.
She flew out here with her partner, hoping to enjoy some of the sights of this wonderful city here in Florida. Oh, that was...
What's that long?
That was a big winner. That was just...
It was in. I thought for a second it was
just
long.
bounced just before there.
Yeah.
Before the glass. And hit. I mean, it was a flat smash. Tracks back. Great.
Well played.
Contra pared. Using that back glass. Very strategic shot using that back glass. He's defensive.
Ooh,
again.
In again. I'm not sure that was.
And that wasn't. That was just out there from Bedo. But Lucia's got the gift of just everything seems to land just in, and it's not luck.
It's years and years of play and years of practice.
What they say in Spanish, the translation is where they put their eye, they put the ball. And that's what Lucia has. It's what you get from the vast majority of veteran players. We saw that from the Arieta twins, from Kata. We're going to see it later from Pati Yaguno. They read the game so well. Fake smash, but too powerful.
Just a bit too much on it, yeah.
Too much on it. That's
well
brilliant.
Really well played. Powerful forehand volley. And
tucked into that corner.
Yeah.
And it's quite difficult because you're never too sure if it's going to hit the back or the side and the back. And they're looking, and by the time she reacted, it had gone past. Really good, really good. Vero's playing extremely well.
Well,
extremely well.
They both are.
In that prediction league, did you also pick Sainth and Bedo?
I believe I did. Though such a long time ago, my memory fails me. Lovely shot again from Vero on the backhand.
Again down the middle. Look at that. No pace needed. That wasn't a bad attempt, because Sainz wasn't close enough to the net to play the volley.
You know, sometimes you have point or games that you just know are decisive, and I get that little feeling that last game when they were love 30, Rufo and Barrero with a chance to break back, and then losing it. Which means it tends to mean that sometimes they just carry on the momentum, Lucia and Vero.
Very often.
Although not with that shot.
There you go. But very often you get like a key point, and it can change the course of the game, a moment during the game, a rally, a net call. That one-handed backhand. And it's not easy switching from tennis to paddle. Yes, it's a racket sport. There's a ball. The points are, the same. There's a net in the middle, but it is a completely different game, different shots, different style of play. A lot of shots that work in tennis don't work in paddle.
3 match points. Yeah, and
Sigue, and she did.
Carry on. Really good aggressive play again by Vero Verceda. And tell you what, that's a lot faster, that game, than I was expecting.
We expected a tighter match, but I think a lot of credit goes to Lucia and Vero, because we have seen in some doubles games, I'm not saying they take the foot off the gas in the second set, but when you've won the first set, sometimes, it's 2-2, 3-3 in that second set.
Yeah.
But they honestly, they went for blood. They thought, we're doing really well. Let's carry the momentum
You're
to the
playing
second
again
set.
tomorrow, aren't you? Let's just get it out of the way as
definitely.
quickly as... And I just think this, quite often we've seen in recent years, our youth has started to triumph over experience in paddle.
And some of the players are getting younger and younger.
Exactly. But today we saw experience really... I mean, we're not saying that they're old or anything. Vero's not old, but being diplomatic, I think the experience really counted.
They've got more air miles, definitely. They've played more tournaments, they've played more games at a higher level. But we've also seen, Andrea Ostero earlier today. Of course, she was playing with Ari, but definitely top 10. And you're looking at some of the younger players who every single young player, men and women, has all, at some point, played with veterans.
Yep.
With your Lampertis, with your Limas.
Was it John Santh who did he play a while with Lamperti?
I would take probably 10 minutes to list all the players Lamperti's played with. I might do that later.
Anyhow, time for our post-match interview. Arantxa and Javi.
Another tough match, but with a lot of emotions. Congratulations, Stingrays, and we want to hear your words.
Bueno, pues enhorabuena para las chicas de San Diego, Vero Virceda, Lucía Sainz. Enhorabuena, chicas. Vero, cambiando de equipo, el año pasado Cancún, ahora San Diego jugando con Lucía. Bueno, sensaciones en este primer partido aquí en tu nuevo equipo.
Congratulations. I know you changed team, but please tell us about your feelings about this new partner and how you felt with her.
Pues la verdad es que me he sentido muy cómoda con Lu. Es nuestro primer partido, no hemos entrenado nada antes. Nada en cuanto a partidos, sí que hemos entrenado algunas jugadas tácticas y eso, pero la verdad que muy bien.
How challenging, because this is her first game with Lu, so they have been training, but for a short time.
Bueno, y Lucía, que tú ya estabas el año pasado en San Diego, este año te toca como nueva compañera. ¿Cómo te sientes viniendo otra vez aquí a Miami, volviendo a jugar para los San Diego Stingrays y consiguiendo la victoria? Enhorabuena.
How do you feel in Miami, because you come back and then you get your first win?
Bueno, la verdad es que estoy muy contenta. Como bien sabéis, pues adoro Estados Unidos y sobre todo la parte de California, con lo cual jugar para San Diego pues es un auténtico placer.
So she loves the United States and then California, and she's playing for them, so it's a pleasure.
Pues enhorabuena para Vero Virseda y para Lucía Sainz, que consiguen la victoria. Que no se mueva nadie porque viene el partido de chicos entre estos dos mismos equipos. Un aplauso para ellas.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sportive choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
Ramirez, Trabanco, Bautista, Chozas. They're up next after what was a very good women's game that ended in straight sets. So what can we expect here? Well, it's not one of those games that when you look at the player card, it could go either way. Now, so far, we've had the New York Atlantics defeat the LA Beat 2-0. Houston Volts, San Diego Stingrays are currently in action. Rufo and Barrera for the Volts, beaten by Lucia Sainz and Veronica Birceda. Moments ago, it's the turn of Ramirez, or Ivanchu, as he likes to be called. Alberto Trabanco against Jairo Bautista and Alex Chozas. Now, this is the final game of the early session. There are 2 sessions today on day 2 of this group stage. Also 2 sessions on day 3. And on day 4, the podium day. We will find out which team will win the inaugural event of 2025 here in Miami. Points also for the teams finishing 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all the way down to 9th. So the team with the worst results in men's and women's pick up nil points, 0 points from this opening tournament. Now, they will get a chance, of course, to pick up points during the course of the regular season with that event we've been talking about in July 10th to the 13th in San Sebastian in Spain. Then, of course, August, Guadalajara. October, the Cities Cup. Chozas, San Diego Stingrays, hails from Argentina. Likes to play on the drive side. Sporting a baseball cap. Big hitter, long reach, quite aggressive. There is Jairo Bautista. Spaniard.
Yeah, and interestingly, Jairo in other tournaments partners Edu Alonso, who we were so impressed with last night.
He was one of the top performers on day 1 of the competition. Quite a few candidates for MVP. I mean, if you're looking beyond your Adis and your Tapias, there are a lot of players that have played extremely well here at this PP event in Miami.
190 is Jairo, so he's
well, they've got a couple of big hitters on their roster. They're, I mean, favourites on paper doesn't mean much.
From Houston Bulls,
But it could be a very good day at the office for the Stingrays.
And in the left of the chair from
I think I said Ivan Ramirez and Alberto to just to be different with you. Who were my tips for this?
The match will be played with golden point system.
Well, a club that missed out on the Cities Cup last season. San Diego Stingrays hoping for a better start here at this event in Miami. We just say that the Volts reached the semi-finals of the Cities Cup and runners-up in event 3 last year. So they were there in the running for the end of season title.
1 minute.
But they've not started out great after that women's doubles defeat in their opening game.
One thing about the Volts, though, is that they are a team that's found with the clear vocation to have a lot of younger players on their roster as well. And I think we're seeing that, aren't we, with the women's team, and now we're seeing it with Ivan Ramirez and Alberto Trabanco.
Or the Volts keeping hold of Rufo, Caparros, Ivanchu, Pablo Garcia, Simon Barrera, who we saw in action earlier, Pepe Aliaga. They saw Jensen leave, and also Alex Chozas. Of course, Alex making the move from Houston to San Diego.
In 2 minutes.
Joining San Diego Stingrays in the summer during that transfer trade window, along with Jensen, Birceda, who teamed up with Thea Sainz in that victory earlier today. And also Jairo Bautista. So a new look men's double team this season for San Diego Stingrays.
And of course in the afternoon session we're going to see slightly new look, I think we'll say, Flow Rider Goats. But just as powerful. That will be in our next match, our next tie after this, Flow Rider Goats against the Arkansas Matrix. But that will be a 6 p.m. start.
So if this series ends before 6 local time, there will be a pause, and you can rejoin us at slightly before 6 o'clock to get that preview show. We're looking back at what happened on day 1. Also, if you missed it, what happened earlier this morning. I know in Europe, mainland Europe, it's almost 9:30. Here it's 6 hours earlier on the east coast of the US here in Miami. We're approaching 3:30, so there is a good chance that this early session will finish before that evening session starts. And you can join Paul and myself, not just today, if you can find time to tune in for day 3. Also, do not miss that podium day.
Time.
Absolutely. Tomorrow, as you say, another full day of paddle, and we'll be seeing everybody who will be playing their second ties as well, which I think might mean that the level is even better because the players will have just bedded in a wee bit more.
And also, as with anything, every playing surface, every destination, every tournament is slightly different. And having played one, not training, but one match on the court, they'll be better adapted, they'll be quicker to adapt to that second match.
Alberto Garcia, to serve.
What did he say there? Just want a little delay on the serve.
We're just waiting, I think, for a fan to be seated. Just comes up short on that smash.
Low 15.
By the way, just to let you know, Alberto Garcia, it's Alberto Garcia Trabanco. That's those two surnames in Spanish just causing me a moment of confusion. I think, hang on a second.
We were speaking to Pete before the game, a pro player who commentates on the Spanish live feed, and saying that Alberto Garcia, you know, he's a big hitter, but sometimes when when you're playing on a slow court, you need to adapt your style to adapt, to the climate, to the court, to the pace of the court.
Like a younger.
And you always he always goes for the big hit, but that one's come off well.
Yeah, like a younger John Sand, perhaps, who's now learned his shot selection a bit more. So this should be, I think it's going to be rapid fire. Gijón on the north coast of Spain.
Beautiful city.
I've not actually been there, actually.
I don't believe you.
Oh, no, I've been over here, I've never been to Gijón.
Gijón and Oviedo, both from Asturias, on that north coast where PPL will be later on in July, just slightly further east in San Sebastián.
Heavy ball.
Still only 19 years old, of course, Alberto Garcia.
Bouncing on the floodlight. There's that superstition. Want that ball. Got my security guard searching for the ball.
Oops.
And I'm not going to continue until I have that ball. There you go.
Josh, you're curious. I've not been paid to be a ball pointer.
First service.
Way, well, there goes the first game held by Alberto Garcia.
First game.
Well, they'll be pretty happy with that. Starting off holding your serves. Always very, very positive. They're coached by Diego Pezzoni, former world number 1.
Alex
Chozas to serve.
Fifteen love.
So obviously Chozas facing his former team. Not exactly necessarily his former teammates, but his former team.
Former team.
Very low.
Wow.
40 low.
Gone again, so
Santiago Stingray, one game all.
Out to love very quickly.
Always good if you can have a love service game. We've seen so many breaks. I've lost count. I was keeping track, but after that previous women's doubles game, we had 5 breaks in, was it the first 6 games?
Along those lines, yeah. Okay, Ivanchu Ramirez, 23 years old, 1m77.
Fifteen low. Ivanchu Ramirez to serve.
Really good call. Took over the point.
Very low.
Of course, on the strong side. Using that big left-handed smash to win the point outright. Oh, they're not too sure. In or out? It was tight.
I saw it.
And there the umpire saying, because what they do here often is they allow the players
to decide,
to kind of, you know, make the call. If not, the umpire will intervene.
Now, well played.
40 low.
Just moved inside there. The Bautista just opened up nicely for
Game
Ivanchu. And another game served out to love.
2 games to 1.
2-1 to Ivanchu And Alberto Garcia, everything going with serve so far.
Just 6 minutes gone. Already 3 games. With a good tempo to this match.
I think that's what we expected, wasn't it? Quite a bit of rapid-fire paddle in this one. Great opportunity for the youngster, isn't it? Just 19 years old, chance to come over playing the Pro Padel League.
Oh, it's a great experience playing abroad, traveling, different culture, different climate, massive event. A lot of players missed out on last season's PPL. Quick to sign up for this new campaign, of course. There are 10 franchises. 8 are based here in the US, 1 team from Canada, and also another club from Mexico.
Cancun, who did pretty well yesterday and who we'll see again tonight. Taking out, in fact, it will be Mexico against Canada.
Jaime Bautista to serve.
That's gone long.
15 love. Red, 7 service.
I don't think...
Oh, hit that fence, that's so unlucky.
And second time lucky for Bautista. I don't think anyone other than maybe Alberto Garcia would have got to that first one. But as you say, just unlucky that it set up for Chozas.
$40.
And another serve. I think is that the last
Okay,
service games up to love?
Yeah, they're serving really well. It's a complete opposite of what we've seen earlier today.
Because sometimes it is really hard to make your serve dominant. It's harder in paddle to make the serve dominant than in tennis, for example. It gives you an advantage, but... Okay. Flatter. Well, he put his body on the line, but love 15.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's not a good throw.
No, but he good attempt. Because he had to pick out the ball early. He said, "I don't think I can reach," and he handed it to somebody else to throw back onto court. And he said, "Look, told you I couldn't reach."
Man's a net, someone who never played baseball, I suspect. Great bajada.
Yeah, that was really powerful. I mean, there's not much you can do as soon as your racket's there.
Maybe just a little close in there, Bautista, but
it's tough to kind of soften, take the pace off the shot and get it back in court. Just pings off your racket. Especially if your racket's facing slightly upwards. But if it's facing downwards,
it's going to go into the net. A little bit disappointed with that one, 30-15. Not getting that
Tremendous.
one.
40-15.
Oh, another wonderful hit.
Well, the Hihon Cannonball. That's what Peter called him anyhow. I'm not sure.
Hihon Cannonball.
Yeah. Or the Hihon Cannon. Canyon de Hihon.
Canyon, the cannon. (3-2) with serve in this opening set. Alex Chothas, his turn to serve. Players return. Highlight from the previous game, a couple of big winners. You can see though the way that backhand volley and approaches the net, really good approach volley, and then he was in a great position to get over the ball, hit it down, up and over that 4-meter back wall.
Yeah, nobody's looked in trouble on the serve at all, have they? Okay, it's Alex Chothas to serve. Great return as well. Would he have been better maybe letting that one hit the back?
Yes, but sometimes you're kind of flat-footed, and it's like, I don't have the momentum to, if I let it pass me, I'm not moving in the right direction. I need to hit it first time.
Love 30, straight away.
Were we saying that everyone was serving really well?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was wicked. The spin that took. That's such a difficult shot to mastermind.
Love 40. Looks like could my prediction come true?
What was your prediction, Paul?
I actually, only to be contrary, I'd
Did
said,
you?
Yeah,
No.
I did.
Danny just sent a message saying that everything has been documented. There's an archive with all our predictions, so we'll find out. We will find out, Paul.
Bring it up in court.
I think you maybe did. Was that when you kind of said, "Oh, just to be different"?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
Not because I
no, you did. You did.
Thought they were going to be favourites.
I remember.
You look at rankings and previous performances, and logic tells you.
Oh, so your market research.
My market research tells me that probably Chothas and
Mr. Bautista
should be favourites, but at the moment, 4-2 down, a break down, 15 love down in this game.
Boom.
Whack.
Yes. That is, I mean,
very low.
You can see, he's loosened up. You know, the technique is great. He's also, he's a tall player.
Yeah.
He's athletic. His movement is very good. He gets into the right place at the right time. His positioning is very good. Topspin. From back there. Wow. I mean, there are very few players. Cuello is one of the few players. Tapia, another player who is confident from taking those smashes so deep.
I actually thought he'd let it bounce. Once again, he's ways behind that line, isn't he? 40-15.
40-15.
just in. Wow. Came across a long way there, did Alberto Garcia.
5 games to 2.
I thought he was left him exposed, but once again, Ivanchu.
So far, not a happy meeting against his former club for Alex Trottas.
Well, they've got to be delighted with the way things are going at the moment. Tremendous start to this set by the Volts, who are very much shocking their rivals.
Do you know what? No comment.
I'm not going to use it again.
No comment. I'll let everybody write in and complain.
At the moment, it's 20,000 volts. Tremendous stuff.
Have you said they've been stung yet, or are you saving that for later?
No, not yet.
No, that's for later.
That will be if the Stingrays win.
Okay. Have you said big shock? Yep, okay. I'll start jotting these down.
Anyhow, we're back on court. Just a game away from claiming the first set in. So far, I think we've had...
It's been. I think a lot of the men's doubles.
We're not at 20.
Been really quick.
We're not at 20 minutes yet.
Still no men's doubles set has been won by a scoreline less than 6-2.
15 love.
Bautista serving. Nicely angled. Whoa, yeah, and it just hits that stanchion as well.
All.
18 minutes on the clock.
With 7 games, including a couple of pit stops, 2-minute breaks between games 3, 5, and just now 7.
Bautista unleashes that one.
15.
$40-15.
40-15.
And game.
Game, San Diego Stingrays. Houston Bolts lead 5 games to 3.
I don't think I've ever seen a match with 8 games completed in the first 19 minutes. Okay, serving for the set, Alberto Garcia.
Red, second service.
Got a very good serve. He's quite tall. Now the ball can't be struck over waist.
But it
high,
gives him
so
enough, his waist quite high.
Yeah, the taller you are, you do have a bit of a benefit. Same as in tennis as well. Some of the taller players have an advantage when it comes to serve. It's not the same advantage in paddle as it is in tennis. So it's definitely more noticeable.
Stingrays getting behind the players after that shot. Bautista once again giving his rivals no option. Fancies chances on this one as well. Love 30.
Love 30.
Is this game going to be the turning point, perhaps? Just where the slightly more experienced players get a grip. Big test here now for Garcia. So far, he's been serving really well, winning his points.
Very clever.
Really well played.
Very clever indeed.
15-30.
That's gone long though.
15-40.
Didn't really give him much chance to rebound off the net, or the little flick off the net. Could only just keep it alive, and that left him wide open.
Net, first service.
See how far you need to bend your knees just to get over the ball. That's a brilliant.
That's a really good one, controlled. So again, he goes for it.
Whoa, that was outrageous.
30-40.
Has no right to win the point.
No.
From back there.
And the big question is getting your balance right when you hit it, but I think his height there is an advantage.
First service.
Very clever.
Put away.
Very clever.
Really good shot, and such an important one too. Broken back.
Evens out the break.
Houston Balls leads 5-4. New balls, please.
Igualmente yo creo tipo de saque hay que tirarlo como que vaya para fondo, que se vaya muriendo, ¿sabes? ¿Me entiendes? No termines porque se vaya, porque ahí
sí, para que no se la jueguen ellos. Tener cuidado porque el juego se lo restan, que se lo van a jugar.
Look at that last point from the above angle. Just moving to his left, Alberto Garcia, and it's really clever from Jairo.
It's difficult not to sit back, not just enjoy the paddle, but the music, the ambience, the lighting, the venue. We'll be able to enjoy the city also on Monday.
Perhaps.
Definitely. Great place this. Great venue to start the 2025 Pro Padel League. I'm really excited, all the venues.
Yeah,
this season,
absolutely.
Paul.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to going to Donostic, to San Sebastian.
PPL taking this paddle to Mexico, to Spain this year.
Alex has to serve with new balls.
Hopefully it's the start of global expansion.
Just has to serve to make it 5-all.
15 love.
Went very close to the ceiling. 30 love.
30 love.
$30-15.
30-15.
Just got a message from Pete saying it's going to be 7-5-6-1.
Do you know, I was just thinking, no, I'm not going to say who to, but I was just thinking that if Bautista and Chotas come back and win this first set, I would back them to win the second. Because they're just like, it's like they've controlled the early impetus, isn't it?
They've tied it at 5-5.
Yeah, they've controlled that early impetus from the youngsters, from Ivancho and Alberto Garcia. Right back into this now. But they still have to win the first set, though.
And the mistake.
Garcia.
Now, Garcia doesn't have the big game experience.
Love 30.
The moment that the momentum does look to have swung in favour of Bautista and Chothas.
Spooned over that.
It's just gone live.
15-30.
Hadn't made a mistake, Bautista, in the last 3 games. A lot more consistent.
Well recovered, 30-all.
30-all.
Oh, we'll soon find out if Pete's prediction is correct.
I've got the phone in my hand. I'm going to be messaging Pete as soon as Ivanchu and Alberto Garcia win this service game.
Controlled that one. I thought he would have.
Or maybe not.
30-40.
2 break points.
Brilliant. Bautista doesn't touch the net.
Oh,
but Chothas so reliable.
Golden point.
Deuce, golden point.
It's a great point as well.
Look at that. Just managed to stop himself.
Jairo Bautista to
It's
receive.
going to be Bautista to receive.
Plenty of reputations on the line on this point.
Well, I'm going to be writing to Pete.
And it's Pete who lies in tatters. So the worst that can happen to Garcia and Ivan Ramirez is a tie-break in this first set. Done well, they did well there because they were under a lot of pressure and just kept cool.
Credit to the youngsters, I have to say. When it comes to those kind of latter stages in a set where there's pressure, I think there's even more pressure because it's a team event. It's true they were getting the support from a large group of owners, players, coaching staff, physios. I mean, quite a few people have travelled with the Stingrays here, but they were very vocal. And they had a bit of a rough patch, a couple of poor games, a few unforced errors, but they're going to come back out onto court in a very good position.
Yep.
One game away from taking the first set.
Nothing to lose. Big hitters with nothing to lose, so let's see what happens.
Time.
Time's up. So big game.
Please record, please.
I think it's always difficult serving when the best that you can hope for, even if you win, is a tie break. It's sort of frustrating.
But again, you kind of carry that momentum of forcing a
15
tie break.
love.
You force that tie break. And to be honest, it's actually better if your opponents have like a set point and you win that point. And suddenly, you carry that momentum into the tie break. And to lean back, arches back. That was a brilliant shot, but he's out of position.
Yeah.
Oh, deft touch.
Clever play.
Chothas.
Clever play from Alex Chothas there.
But Garcia did really well. I mean, he's quick.
Let's have a look again. He's well positioned as well, isn't he? And then maybe just there his height maybe went against him.
Different things though. It bounced high, didn't it?
Yeah.
But did really well to get there, keep it alive. Just in.
Chips off the net.
that just clipped.
It was
Martita.
I think he might have been in trouble anyhow, because it was aimed at that stanchion.
One of those ones, though, it's difficult to get out the way.
(40-15).
40-15. So it's
one disappointed.
Point away from a tiebreak.
It was a forehand, simple shot.
Slightly tired
down
shot.
the middle. But also, when you get to these latter stages of a set, sometimes the pressure's so much that the ball's heavier, the racket feels heavier. That one's gone.
It's
not coming back.
Don't think I'm going to use that ball again. Actually, it's gone a long way. Okay, tiebreak. Once again, same scoring as in tennis.
It's like when you play any sport. When you play basketball, you can be really hot from deep, and then you start missing shots, and that hoop becomes smaller and smaller. And when you're on fire, it becomes bigger and bigger. Here, the same as in paddle. That racket sometimes just becomes heavier. And of course, it's all a mental aspect.
1-0 Houston.
Holds his serve. Alex Chozas. Oh, I felt that.
That
1-1.
That's going to sting.
There's the ball back. Well done.
1-all.
He's probably got the brand of the ball tattooed.
Head on his leg or something.
That was difficult. It was low, slightly behind him. That ground shot.
Okay, Ivan Ramirez. 2-1 down. So far, everything going with serve in this tiebreak. Wow, well played down to feet. Once again, maybe a couple of times he's been caught out, Bautista, hasn't he? Coming in a little bit, maybe a little bit early. Oh, once again, did he think he was he expecting the smash?
He's actually very tall as well. And obviously, you're not sleet of foot, like maybe a Chingotto, for example. And they are aiming quite a few smashes down at his feet. Oh, incredible smash.
Once again, from deep. I wonder if we get another look at that one, and we'll see how deep it was.
I thought Bautista might get there. I think he lost,
just lost his bearings, didn't he?
Just lost sight of the ball.
Just need your spatial
He
awareness.
could have stretched further, but he wasn't too short. But what a tremendous smash.
So Bautista, 3-2 down in the tiebreak. Yeah, oof. I think there was, they let that one go, and there was just a little moment there you could see between both of them where they sort of said, "Oi, is that going in?" And it didn't, fortunately. 3-3.
Oh, this is perfectly poised. Exciting opening set, which has, there's been back and forth.
That's that last smash again. He's behind the service line.
I mean, it's amazing technique and also confidence. Because we're in a tie-break. They're still, not scared to go for those big winners, because that was a shot he needed to win outright.
Everything going with serve so far. It's getting to that moment now where any mistake can be fatal in the set.
Hold.
Whoa, 4-all.
Seeing Chozas missed 3 of those. Tie break, on one of each of the previous 2 games. Which, you know, for a player like Chothas is a simple volley.
Yep.
A metre, half a metre away from the net. Should be bread and butter.
Ooh. Deals with that one quite well. Good covering there by
the
Ramirez.
Oh, that was unlucky. That was unlucky.
Kicked up nasty off the side of the glass, didn't he?
Houston.
And they've turned things around, Garcia and Ivanchu.
Yep. Bit more controlled, the play, but it was a nasty one that to deal with, wasn't it, though? It just got bounced up, went really close in. Once again, massive pressure on the serve, and that is
Chothas again.
It's that first mistake, so we have set points. 2 set points.
That is a brave smash.
6-5, Houston.
I think there's a bit of frustration there. And we're just looking at Alberto Garcia, who, as he raced off court, caught his playing hand.
Just on the
gateway.
Looks like he's okay, though.
Time.
I think there's a...
Let's just put the ball
yeah,
down.
there's a bit of a scratch there. See, he's just checking his fingers. All still there.
Still a set point. And that is... No, it's not! Oh, my word!
Bautista
6-all.
with a quite incredible shot. Now, he is tall, but still, full stretch.
Just got the tiniest of touch on it.
It grazed the top of the racket. And 6-6, 6-6. First tie break. That is going further than 7 points at this Miami Pro Padel League inaugural event for 2025.
Remember, like just as in tennis, you have to be 2 points.
2 points, 2 points to
the
the good. And the way, I mean, it was very tight throughout. With serve, a break, then you've been broken back.
Mm-hmm.
And credit to Chothas with a huge smash.
Is he just getting a
They
little...
were set point down.
Just getting a little
I
bit
think
of
it's a
treatment.
little cut. It's nothing serious. But there is actually a rule that you cannot play if you are bleeding. Now,
Makes sense,
if
really.
it is a serious injury, and it's his playing hand, and the problem is when you stop, that's when the pain starts. Now, I think the best thing to do is a physio just comes, that magic spray, because, I mean, there might be some swelling. Now, it's not blood loss, it's nothing serious.
Is it a cut or just a knock?
No, it's a bit of a knock and a graze. He banged his hand as he was racing off court. And of course, it's his playing hand. You can see it's painful. Keeps checking on it. He's okay to continue now. If it was a serious cut, then the game is stopped. This isn't a serious cut. But after the game is finished, you'll have to wait and see if he can recover in time because of the swelling.
There is an extensive Pro Padel League rules chapters on medical.
You can have a break, a physio could come on, the umpire could call time.
But you're only allowed one physio treatment. But it depends, doesn't it, though? If something like a cut.
Yeah, the umpire can grant another.
Little bit of discretion.
Yeah, break. Now, you can see there's a cut by the knuckle. Now, the finger, hopefully there's no fracture, there's nothing broken.
You don't want
they might want to strap.
You don't want it to swell, though, because otherwise you won't be able to close your fist on the racket.
You might want to strap a couple of fingers together just to protect the damaged finger. And then, of course, following today, he checked out, back in the locker room, and they'll have to decide whether or not he can continue. Now, they do have other options on the bench. Of course, you can't replace a player during the course of a game, but should they need another player to step in for their next commitment,
which is why you have your rosters.
Maxi Sanchez, the captain, former world #1. a bad option. Look, there we are. You see the two cuts. Ooh. One on the knuckle, and there's one on the inside of the finger.
That's quite nasty, actually. Taking a bit of skin off.
But hopefully, there's nothing broken, nothing fractured. And also now, it's for the players, it's 6-6-6-6. This pause, you've got to focus. You've got to go back out on court and straight away you're in the middle of a tie break.
Breaks the rhythm, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's some swelling now as well. Already it's starting to swell. Now he's a left-handed player. Yeah, starting to swell. He might be able to play on, but that injury will be a lot worse come tomorrow.
That's very unfortunate.
He was playing so well. And that's what we did say. It's so difficult.
Which is why you shouldn't try that at home,
it's
to be brutally honest.
difficult to squeeze your body out of the gateway, avoid the net and the post, and also avoid the frame. And you can see they're just quickly checking on that playing hand, the youngster. So the game momentarily paused as the team physio checks on Garcia. Ivanchu trying to stay fit. Bautista and Chotas have just heard the umpire call time. So they have two options. Volts either forfeit or they continue playing.
I don't think you forfeit, do you?
I don't think you forfeit, but the only issue is, can he play if it's an injury to his playing hand? Now, what do you try and do? If you can't physically play because there's an injury to your hand, you might try and at least take the set. It's a tie break. You only need 2 points. If you can try and win these 2 points, at least you take the set. Then you might forfeit the game. But one set
3 minutes
is a point in the sense that it's that percentage that could help you qualify. And the difference maybe between picking up more points for that final group standing. It's a massive disappointment. It was a really entertaining game.
Hopefully it won't affect us.
But it will. I mean, obviously.
It's going to affect his grip, that,
if he's taking so long, they're patching up that hand. You can see.
I think it's his
clearly
knuckle. I think it's the top of his hand that's going to be the problem.
It's 2 fingers. It's the knuckle area. You know, that when it comes to smashing that grip, every single time he hits the ball, he's going to feel it, and it's going to get worse and worse.
One moment, I have found the part of the rules.
Go, all yours.
Pertaining, I've got to put my glasses on first, hang on, my reading glasses. Bear with me. Shine a mobile light.
There we are.
Hey, thank you.
Cameras, light, action.
Okay, in the case of injury or a treatable medical condition, the player will be granted 1 3-minute break for treatment, which may be repeated in the following 2 changes of side, but within the regulation time. If the injury is during the change of side, the player may receive medical attention of the aforementioned 3 minutes and may repeat the process during the following 2 changes, but within the regulation time. Have you got that clear? Medical attention will only be given once to each player and may not be ceded to their companion in case of an accident as an indirect result of the game, but which affects one of the players. The umpire may use their discretion to grant a period of time for treatment not in excess of 15 minutes.
Which is what we just had now.
Certainly wasn't in excess of 15 minutes.
Back underway.
And all of a sudden, this set has turned into...
Yeah, it's difficult now because the momentum's been lost. Of course, you've got a player who won't be at 100%.
And we've got another set point. But going the other way, this time for Bautista and Chotas. Oh, it looks as if he's all right. Oh, brilliant,
Oh,
brilliant.
Excellent point. What a pickup. Superb.
Oh, fantastic defense.
What a way to salvage a set point.
7-all in this tiebreak. Oh, he gets it over.
Double bounce. Or you can see again, so unlucky Alberto Garcia, he just hit his hand against the glass wall. The same injured hand.
Murphy's Law, that, isn't it? So another set point to defend. And another set point, well defended.
Saved.
So we've had one set point for Ramirez.
This is going to turn into a super tiebreak. It's not a super tiebreak because obviously it's the first tiebreak, first set.
Well, it is going to go to 10 points, though.
But it's going to go as far
At
as a
least.
super tiebreak. At least as far, maybe even further. 8-all. That was just long. Bautista was in the right place, right time, but I think he looked up into the spotlight and just, because he seemed to just lose his bearings. Now that shot needed to be into the net, not back onto his side of the court.
So, set point for Ramirez, and Garcia gets it over.
Scurries across, lovely pick up, and again. Way too much power on that smash.
9-all.
This is never ending.
And we thought the set was going to be over in 25 minutes.
It looked like it was. I mean, there's another change of ends.
To be fair, Ivan Ramirez looks as young. His idea there is I'm getting out of the way of that one. Quite wisely.
Time.
Okay, Chothas serving 9-9. Slightly careless shot, 10-9 or 9-10. Ivan Ramirez. It's just the third or fourth set point that Bautista and Chothas have had. Oh, if you're going to win it.
Incredible.
Well, absolutely nothing you could do with that. Maybe he was just a little carried away there, Alberto Garcia.
Now, Garcia is going to have that hand checked out again. If needed, he would get another 3 minutes with the physio as we see that set point again.
Well, I think that angle shows it perfectly.
Chothas.
Well, to be fair, that's a really good shot because he's sort of under the door,
And also, he avoided the fence and the door with his racket.
And the metal stanchion there going across the top of the frame.
And the backspin just to bring it back onto his side of the court. Well, they're looking at the hand of poor Garcia. He's injured, but he was playing okay.
I haven't really noticed it.
But I'm sure it's painful. He's putting on a brave face. And that first set could have fallen either side.
poquito más corto de derecha, no cambia más acá así, no sigue tan o sacar el tempo, está tirando fuerte y está llegando a la red.
Que se le complica.
So once again, just a little bit more treatment time. There's some stats. Just a bit more effective in terms of winning points. Bautista and Chotas, and they've actually been slightly better on serves. But Ramirez and Garcia have been really effective. Now that can't be right. You can't have 100% of break points converted by one pair and 25% of the other. I think it's must be 75-25. But I say what they've done is they've won the golden points, and that is a big factor. Okay, we're back live.
There's not enough on that.
Nope.
Way too weak, that smash.
And that one went out of the court. Went higher than certain rockets. Woof. Once again, he was. I tell you what,
brave.
Never thought twice about going out again, did he?
That was brave.
I'm not going out there again.
This is the final match of the morning session.
Let's just say the first session, because it is actually 20 past 4.
It was the morning session, which carries into the early afternoon and then early evening, the second session. Or start and probably finish late night.
40-50.
Some really good games to look forward to in that second session here at the Wayfair Arena.
Game, San Diego. First game.
Okay. So they've won the set and they have won their opening serve. Always a good, very, very positive.
Now, you're watching first time, or you want a few tips. Paul and I have produced a list. Minimise errors to win the game. Control the net to win points. Aim the shots down the middle to reduce risk.
And be quite good.
That helps.
Okay.
The best use of lobs.
Ivan Ramirez serves they love. But yeah, sometimes patience is very much a virtue, which comes under minimising errors.
Third long.
Bautista advances and his aggression takes that point.
30-15.
He doesn't get that one, but he would have been into the net anyhow. 40-15.
Tremendous hit. Definitely more points won on his smash than lost. Alberto Garcia.
Yeah,
by my count, 4 points have been lost on his smash that have come up short. Only problem is one of those points was the set point.
Game Houston
By Bautista and Chotas. 1-1 in this second set as we approach the hour mark in this second match between Volts and Stingrays.
Bautista to serve. 1-1, second set. Oof.
15 long. Very low.
Oh, back in the rhythm, I think. Just in.
Dos. Good in the ball that both players had trotted forward. Oh, trot is what I do. Dart forward.
Just in. Some excellent lobs in this game.
That's
and
brilliant. That was brilliant. That was just
really good.
It was slow. It was a great little shot down the middle. Good bounce. And from such a big player, you wouldn't expect a bullet from Bautista. Always need to mix up your shots.
Wow, the backspin. You could see you just put the backspin on that, couldn't you?
Game San Diego.
Served 2-love, 2-1 in the second set. So we just approached the hour mark.
See some great domilonas from Chozas. That set point was candidate for would-be smash, of course, of the match. Definitely one of the points of the event here in Miami.
Still having to work hard though, Chozas and Bautista. There's that drop shot with a backspin on it, absolutely impossible to get to.
Enjoying some of the highlights of a game that's going to pass the hour mark when the two teams return to this court. 2-1, Chozas Bautista lead in the second set. Garcia Ramirez to serve. It's with serve in the second set. First set, mammoth tie break. In the end, Chozas and Bautista taking that opening set.
So it's going to be Alberto Garcia to serve.
Time.
Looks to be okay, doesn't look to be in any trouble now. After
Alberto
that,
Garcia
a nasty knock on his hand. Took the skin off his knuckles, we've all done that as kids.
Slight bruising as well.
Yeah, as you say, I think the big issue might be if that is going to swell up overnight.
Yeah, I think it will hamper him tomorrow if.
Once you finish it,
if he plays.
You put it in an ice bucket, don't you?
I hope to control that swelling, but they do have alternatives on the bench if Stingrays need to replace Alberto. Match day 2.
Okay, love 30. A bit of pressure again.
Red, second service.
Love 40. A little bit loose there. We did comment that we thought that if Chozas and Bautista won the first set, that they might have fewer problems in the second. I'm not saying that's going to happen. And the fact is that tie break, I never expected to last that long. It says a lot about Ramirez and Garcia.
They played very well, Pete was saying as well.
Game San Diego, they lead 3 games to 1.
Playing better than they have done throughout the season. Both players separately, but together they're both playing very well.
Complement each other quite well, don't they? I think Ivan Ramirez obviously is busy, covers really well, and he just
very few errors.
Good foil for.
There we go. Very few errors. There's one.
Very good foil for Alberto Garcia. We've all done it. 15 love.
But not as often as I.
No, don't you believe it?
I keep saying. Great smash. Brilliant grand stroke Goes straight out.
Just out.
I didn't say. Good little chip lob.
15
occasion goes long from Bautista.
Brilliant smash. Took it early.
30-15.
Power in it. 30-15.
He's still looking down at his hand every now and then.
Probably
Garcia.
Gripping it, I would have thought.
Yeah, grip. You might be able to hold that racket as firm. And also, I mean, it must be painful.
Just get that one, but ups it around again. Oy.
That approach volley into the tape.
Just snatched it, didn't he? Was that when he could have actually moved inside and hit it forehand?
30-all.
Well, nicely disguised. Very, very nicely disguised. 40-30.
Good fake smashes from Jairo Bautista.
And that's gone. 4-1 to Xotas and Bautista, but just the one break of serve, however, so far. So it looks bad, but it's still redeemable.
And the way that first set went, you can expect anything. Like I said, it's 4-1. 3-1 break. They battled back in that opening set, then found themselves ahead. Didn't convert at 6-5. In the tie-break, they had a set point and able to win it. Xotas with a remarkable smash. Just some great points. Both sets of players playing very well in that tie-break. And in this second set, we're seeing less mistakes from Xotas. Also Bautista, who's been mixing up his shots.
Made him look like Lance Armstrong, that one.
I do hope they don't turn that camera on us, Paul.
I don't think they can do.
Yeah, we're in the darkness here.
Time.
Which is good, really, for the cameraman. Okay, ready to go. Just need to see
Also,
it.
we've got faces for radio, so.
I'm going to be brutally honest, if they're going to put an AI thing on top of it, it doesn't really matter.
No need.
Okay, Ivanchu Ramirez. Really needs to show up. They need to show a little bit of personality here. I mean, they've shown plenty up to now, but they need to keep on in this game. Well played, clever.
Very low.
Lovely volley. Garcia. A very good net player.
40 low.
Pinging off the
well, we
fence,
said,
and there you go.
they needed to show a bit.
Brilliant service game so far.
Be positive, and so far so good. Taken about 30 seconds, hasn't it? Yep. Well, there you go.
Hit with the top spin, side spin. They've come back out from that break.
Brilliant.
Switch between ends with the right mindset. Hanging on to, well, not even hanging on, clearing.
Might want to clear that ball there first.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
side of the court.
It's dangerous.
Well, well seen
by Ivanchu.
You see, I thought he was listening to us.
Also, that's fair play to Ivanchu because, you know, look up to see where the opponents are. Bautista.
Don't think he's seen. That's why you've got to move. That's why, I tell you what, you have got to...
It kind of drifted back in again. I thought that was leaving the court.
Yeah, I thought it was miles out, but that shows why you can't leave a ball just outside the court.
Funny enough that he would have stepped
right on
that
it,
ball.
yeah.
And that's a very nasty injury.
That's twisted ankle, isn't it, at the very best.
Dormilona. Drop shot. Dormir, Spanish for
sleep.
Sleep. So
send it to sleep.
Send it to sleep.
Yeah, not a lot they could do with that one. 40 love.
40 love.
What a strange game. It took us, the first set ended up taking 50 minutes. And
the second, mind you, it was really quick, the first few games of the opening set. Wow. Back-to-back love service games. So 4-1 has now become 5-2. And Garcia will be serving to stay not just in the set,
but in the match.
In the match. Well, should this match end now, next game, or the following game, of course you would get the post-match interview with the winners.
We will indeed. And afterwards,
short break.
Short break till 6 p.m, which is about an hour and a half away.
You can join us slightly before 6 p.m. If you want to watch the pre-match show,
which I wholeheartedly recommend.
Good chance to watch the highlights.
If you're just tuning in.
Just yesterday, but also this morning.
If you're just tuning in, it'll be a chance to see what's happened in this early session.
I've got to get my hands on
New
those
balls.
tracks on the tops. It's got Stingrays on the back.
It's good, isn't it?
Kind of faded.
Yeah.
I was quite discreet, elegant,
when I went for my
stylish.
When I went for my much-needed caffeine boost, there were a couple of them walking by with the tracksuits on. They are very pleasant. They are very nice. Yeah, they've got like that sort of 1970s
vibe.
Yeah. There weren't many things in the 1970s that were particularly great, but some tracksuits were good.
Fashion.
The ones that didn't
music.
have the ones that didn't have flares.
Fashion and music.
Flares, Eric, flares.
I wouldn't say haircuts, but definitely fashion and music.
$15 love.
15 love.
Another good smash. Alberto Garcia. No doubt playing through the pain, that was out.
30 love.
Must have just kissed the side of the cup.
Clip the fence. Its way down the line. Oh, that was...
40 love.
just forgot to get out the way.
Once again, another service game that we're flying through.
Whoops.
On the rebound, it might have had quite a bit of the sting taken out of it. And that's gone long. So
3
Houston
love
ball.
service games.
San Diego Stingrays lead.
But now is the moment of truth. They have to defend this serve from Alex Chothas, something they have done in the past.
They have broken Chothas earlier in the match. They could do so again. Well, half volley. Not happy. Garcia with that mistake. Wasn't a difficult shot to return. Bautista winds up for another winner.
30 love.
30 love.
I may just sort of sticks his racket out. Oh, just gets it over.
That was really well played by Bautista.
Yeah,
he kind of like toyed with Alberto Garcia.
Once again, couldn't do much with that 40 love. If we're going to see another love service game. Might get that one over there, Bautista. And Well, but I think this is going to be it.
Brilliant put away. Chotas.
Yeah, well finished. Just there, you could just see he was going to kill that, couldn't you? So it finishes 6-7, 6-9 on the tie-break. 6-3 in 1 hour and 12 minutes. So that second set took about 20 minutes.
Well, those last 4 service games just flew by. And congratulations to Stingrays. Really good win in the men's doubles. That tie-break was thrilling.
It was, wasn't it? That was absolutely... Once they won it, you always thought that perhaps Bautista and Chotas had the wind in their sails, didn't they? So, great day for the Stingrays. Lucia Sainz and Vero Berceda, 6-4, 6-2.
Straight set victory.
And 7-6, 6-3 for Jairo Bautista and Alex Chotas.
For a team that missed out on the Cities Cup at the Dougal Greenhouse, Brooklyn, New York, back in November, to take maximum points against a side that did qualify for the season finale last year, the Volts, who finished 6th in the final standings. It's a very good victory and goes to show that they made some good movements in the transfer market, and I'm sure Chotas will be very happy.
Well, against his former team.
Just remind viewers, after the break, Flow Rider Goats, Arkansas Matrix, Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears do join us for those 2 matchups in that evening session.
Okay, we'll be back with you at 6 p.m. or just before. First of all, let's hear from our protagonists.
What a way to finish the first half of our day with this plate game. And now it's time to hear the voices of the winners.
Efectivamente, los protagonistas del partido, Jairo Bautista, Alex Chotas. Enhorabuena, chicos. Alex, cambias de equipo. El año pasado Cancún, el año pasado Houston, te enfrentabas a tu ex equipo. ¿Cómo te has sentido? Además, jugando con Jairo aquí nuevo, ese partido que os ponía 5-2 al principio, pero al final habéis sabido darle la vuelta. Enhorabuena.
The game started with a 5-2, but then you learned how to actually play this game and got the victory. And last year, you were playing with another team, so this was different.
Nada, un poquito de nervios. Los quiero mucho a mis ex equipo. Son grandes personas. No sabía que iba a jugar así un poquito nervioso al principio, por eso creo que entramos medio así. Mis sensaciones, Jairo, creo que jugó un partidazo. Para mí es un gusto poder jugar con él. Hace poquito nos enfrentamos en contra y hoy poder jugar a su lado, está muy bueno, así que muy contento por eso. Y nada, también contento por ayudar al equipo, que este año en San Diego, que nos está ayudando muchísimo, así que esto es para ellos.
A little bit nervous at the beginning because they were playing against their rivals, but well, the help that he had from his partner was amazing, and he's very happy for helping his team.
Y Jairo, nuevo aquí en esta PPL, bienvenido a la Pro Padel League. ¿Cómo te han acogido? Cuéntanos cómo ha sido la bienvenida al equipo, jugando además con Alex y ganando el primer partido que jugáis. Enhorabuena.
How do you feel because you're winning this first game and with your partner?
Bueno, pues la verdad que ha sido una buena acogida. Gracias a Gabriel, a Ryan y a todo el equipo por pensar en mí. Y y jugar contra Ale, que también jugamos en contra hace poquito. La verdad que es un gusto y un placer jugar con él.
He's glad to play with Ale because he had played against him and he's thanking his partner and the whole team.
Pues enhorabuena a los chicos de San Diego. Stingrays consiguen la victoria, las chicas consiguen la victoria con chicos. Enhorabuena Jairo Bautista, Alex Chotas. Y enseguida estamos de vuelta a las 6 p.m. Sigue la acción aquí en la Pro Padel League. No se muevan. Hasta ahora.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sport of choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
2025 keeps bringing the heat and all the emotions. A big round of applause for the victors and all the competitors. Next in line, the holders of the Pro Padel League Cities Cup, the Florida Goats. Please, let's welcome Gemma Triay. Delfi Brea. Pablo Cardona. And Leo Osburger. Make some noise for the Arkansas Matrix. Let's welcome Araceli Martinez. Bea Caldera. Alex Arroyo. And Gonzalo Rubio.
Everyone, and welcome back to our second session of the day in the Pro Padel League. As you've just heard, the reigning champions, the Flow Rider Goats, against the Arkansas Matrix, and this could be a spectacular match. We've got one of the top pairings, probably the second.
Yeah.
I
mean, you were saying earlier today.
Second, but only if they're not the first.
Okay.
Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea, who play in other tournaments together against Araceli Martinez and Bea Caldera, late change for Patti Jagunov. But both also ranked, generally in the top 20 in the world. So this looks pretty close. Obviously, slight favourites, Bea and Gemma. And then we've got another duel of big hitters. Pablo Cardona and Leo Ausberger against Alex Arroyo and Gonzalo Rubio, the man from Sevilla.
Big hitters for Flow Rider. Of course, defending champions, quite a lot of movement in the summer. Stupa Di Nenno no longer on the roster, but they did bring in two of the most talented young players on that world paddle circuit. Kept hold of Triay. They've also got Osoda on the active roster, but she won't be playing here today. And what a signing, Delfi Brea from New York Atlantics. That is some formidable partnership.
Certainly is, and yeah, and we're looking forward to this one. We know that Delfi and Gemma can be really really intense when they play. And just the question is, how will Arancelli and Brea withstand the pressure? There you get confirmation of our lineup for this first match of the evening session here in the Wayfair Arena in Miami.
Now, most players, when they're up against Delfi Brea and Gemma Triay, would be clear underdogs. You mentioned that Araceli Martinez, Caldera, are players that have beaten the best during their pro careers. Now, favourites, of course, Brea has been outstanding. She was excellent last season playing for New York. And you've got a player who starred last season, part of that winning Flowrider Goats roster. So probably one of the double teams to beat, Triay and Brea. I think New York Atlantics could challenge them.
Okay, there's Delfi. It's a new arrival, born on the 5th of December 1999. She's Argentinian. As you know, most Argentinian sports people never give anything up for lost. And there's Gemma Triay. 28th of June, 1992.
Former number 1 in the world.
Yeah, once voted down the most important sports person in Catalonia. And she's been number 1. She's been in the top 3 basically for, what, 5-6 years. There's Bea Caldera, 3rd of September 2001.
Late addition into the active roster.
New arrival.
Veteran Patti Yeguno was going to step out onto the court for the evening session, but we were notified minutes before the players are about to come out and warm up that Patti would not play, and Bea, very talented, coming into the starting lineup.
If we find out what the reason for the change was, we'll let you know. We think it was just a tactical. And there Arancelli, 1.62 m from the city of Murcia, which is down in the southeast of Spain. One of the
3 minutes.
hottest places in Spain
It's
as well.
warm.
And humid
Costa
as well.
Cálida, there you go, the warm coast.
She might be quite at home here in Miami.
A few minutes away from the start of the evening session. Second day of competition here at the Wayfair Arena here in Miami. We had the opening day with just one evening session. We had a morning session to give you the results from those matches later on this evening. But our focus is on the opening game between the defending champions, looking to start a successful defence of the title they won in style last season, beating Miami Padel in that final 2-1 in New York against the Arkansas Matrix. Just missed out on the semi-final last year.
Good
Arkansas.
afternoon.
But they had a few injuries, didn't they, in the last day?
The following match is the women match
They had
between
Cata Tenorio, the veteran, who is your age, who had to play in one of the last
she's
games.
about to hit the 50 mark.
the
Half a
with
century.
those players in the right of the chair for Florida.
And just to remind you, after this, of course, we have
Delfi Brea
another match which
Gemma
will
Triay.
see 2 teams in action for the second time. The Toronto Polar Bears
On the other side of the court,
the Cancun
from
Waves.
Arkansas Matrix,
Canada against Mexico.
Araceli Martinez and
The only 2
Delfi
teams
Caldera.
not from the US of the 10 franchises taking part
The match will be
in
player
the
with
2025
Golden Point
Pro
system.
Padel League.
The match is 2 of 3 sets.
Just to remind
with
you,
a super
best of 3
tiebreak
sets,
in
but
lieu
the third
of
set
a
is a
third
super
set.
tiebreak, up to best first to 10
Arkansas Matrix
points with a 2-point
won the toss
lead, of
and
course.
has selected
We have
serve.
the golden point, which means
1
if it's
minute.
deuce at 40 all, then the next point wins at the game.
In that prediction league, who'd you go for in this game?
We did,
It has changed, I suppose, because there's no Patti.
I think
we gave our predictions with Patti playing.
I think we both went for Gemma and Delphi, and for Cardona and Ausberger. We went Flow Rider all the way. Both you and me.
Well, earlier today, good win for Ustero and Ari Sanchez, beating Julia Polo and Barbara Las Heras. And then Lucas Campagnolo and John Sanz defeated Lijo and Alvaro Cepero, so 2-0 to New York Athletics against LA Beat. Then it was a turn of the Houston Volts and San Diego Stingrays. Sainz and Veronica Birceda seeing off Barrera and Rufo. And then really good game, Ivancho Ramirez and Trabanco putting up a fight but losing in a second set tiebreak. Jairo Bautista and Chozas making it 2-0 for the San Diego Stingrays. So 2 clean sweeps in the 2 ties played so far.
Yeah, we had a little word with Alberto Garcia. If you saw the earlier session, he banged his hand as he tried to chase the ball out of court. A little bit of a cut and
bit of swelling.
Didn't look particularly
Got to be painful though, because it's his playing hand.
He said he wasn't too bad though, so he's going to get it into ice. But
coming up now.
Okay, anyhow.
Goats, Arkansas, Matrix, and do remember, Paul pointed out, the late game, Cancun Waves against the Toronto Polar Bears. It's a huge game for those two because it's last chance saloon, really. A good result could see you through to Sunday.
Well, the Toronto lost both matches yesterday, so they really need a big result. And the Waves will be thinking, well, if we can come through this, we have a chance of
the men's
being
team
there
won on day 1 of competition.
Being there on the podium day, exactly. But that's to look forward to. Right now, it is going to be Bea Caldera to serve. Little volley from Delfi to get us going.
Net. First serve.
Matches of that slightly love 30. Puts that a long way out, does Arancelli.
15-30.
Good placement on that smash, plenty of power. Direction good as well. Nice early bounce and over that 4-meter back wall.
Didn't pick that one up, did she, Arancelli?
In trouble already on the opening service game.
And so they will start off with a break of serve for Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea.
Unable to get to the net, really, in any of those points, which is worrying on your serve.
So once again, the question is, can they consolidate that early break? We often see a lot of matches start with service breaks, and sometimes it's one way and then one the other.
I think the record is fine in the opening 6 games of a set.
Time.
We were told earlier, Paul, that there's a sellout for the evening session. There was also yesterday in the only session that took place on day 1 of the competition. If you are here in Miami, I think there are just a handful of tickets remaining for day 3. So get on that website and book.
In case you didn't know, it's a 6 p.m. start here in the States, local time. So I suspect people will start coming in after as soon as they finish work or whatever.
Oh, that's unlucky. Draw straight at Araceli.
15 love. That's gone long. 30 love. Good serve. Opting to stay back there. Aranceli and Brea
have been brilliant so far.
And positive play from Gemma and Delfi.
You've got two world-class players on the same side of the net that have experience of playing together. It makes them very difficult to beat.
Once again, they opt to stay deep, the Arkansas pair, and not really giving any option there. 2 love. Served out to love. Aranceli Martinez serving.
That's a great. Ooh, I was about to say that's a great love. That was just about to drop in.
I think Aranceli thought so as well. 15 love.
That should have been for Delfi.
Yep.
You can see straight away everybody's out of position.
Yep,
That
definitely. And
was a shot for
Aranceli does well there to then kill the point off. Just catches as well off, moving the wrong way.
What a one-handed backhand. And again,
oof.
Wow.
That was one-handed as well, but into the net. 40 love. They need this game, don't they? Just to get
get something up
on the board.
Up on the board. Don't want Triay and Brea to run away with things in this opening set.
Just out 40-15. Well decided, Eric. I think we've been talking about the shirts, the uniforms. I think the Arkansas uniform is my favourite so far.
Arkansas?
I like that.
Does that have anything to do with the soccer team you support, Paul?
No,
that play in red and white?
I just
no.
It's red and black.
Well, there's white as well.
I like
and black. A bit of a coincidence.
I like the combination. Game 2 games to 1. Time for another little break.
Metrics. Florida goals lead 2 games to 1.
Okay,
3 very quick games again. 6 minutes gone in this opening set. If you're just joining us, you haven't missed much as far as the evening session goes. It's only just started here. Local time 6 in Miami. It's coming up to 20 past. For those watching in Europe, that's a bit late, but do try and stick with us. Got some good games coming up in this evening session. We'll be back again on Saturday, and then of course on Sunday for the final, which will start slightly earlier than this evening session.
By the way, the Arkansas Matrix is one of the 7 founding clubs of the Pro Padel League, based in the Matrix Club in Lowell, Arkansas. Which, well, at the time I took my information, had the only paddle courts in Arkansas. I'm not sure if it's extended since then.
Well, there are more and more courts popping up all over the US. I'm sure by the end of this calendar year, that number will double again, like it did last year. In a very successful PPL 2024. I'm sure by December this year will be well over 1,000.
Gemma Triay to serve.
Again, that slashing backhand from Delfi.
It's brutal. It's an excellent shot. It's very difficult to get the racket up high. The finish, make sure you follow through, down low.
On a bajada as well. Dips it over there. Maybe we could have done a wee bit better there, Brea. 30 love though.
Delfi has not always played on this side of the court. It's had to adapt, and
as you can tell, see both right-handed players in this case. Sometimes you see left and right combinations.
So that shot would have been Delfi's, had she been on the backhand side. But that's always been Triay's favourite position. You can see why.
I'm just thinking back to last year's Cities Cup when Delfi was at New York Atlantic. She played on the wrong side again, and she's found it hard to adapt, didn't she?
But she's been getting better, especially if you're used to playing on one side of the court. You're used to how balls come out off the wall.
And there we go, game. It's again served out to Love, 3-1. Bea Caldera to serve again.
Also, when you're receiving, if you're on the other side, a lot of those shots on your backhand side, you've got an excellent backhand. Forehand changes, your forehand instead of being down the middle is now up against the fence and the side wall, but she's adapted very well this year.
It's possible for her to do that because she has got such a good backhand.
I mean, normally if you've got a left-handed partner, they take the right-hand side. And in a right-handed team, the stronger player often plays on the left. And that stronger player, at the moment, is Triay. But I think it's pretty even.
Maybe it's just because Delfi can adapt a little bit better as well. Wearing quite a lot of strapping around her arm, isn't she? Protecting her elbow by the looks of it. It's gone long.
15-all.
Just 11 minutes of play so far. You were saying we're going pretty quickly. Good lob. Wow, just clipped the net enough, didn't it? 30-15.
And then didn't have time to react. Clipped the top of Delfi's racket.
It was dipping, but it just, as I say, just clips that top of that net. Helps to play the contra pared at the back.
Couple of net calls going their way.
Just goes long, 30-all.
30-all.
So still a bit of pressure on the serve here.
Well, suffered one break already in this opening set. Can't really afford a second to Triay and Brea. Oh, brilliant. Superb.
Brilliant stuff there from Delfi.
Wasn't much of a gap to aim for.
Oh. 2 break points, 2 points to go, 4-1 up.
I mean, look there, Ari. You can see she's drifting into the middle.
Yeah.
Well spotted.
And, you know, and it's not, I originally thought it was a smash, but you see it from that angle, and she's just placed it
into the gap. Bene los dos both come forward, but what you can do when they get to the net, Gemma and Delfina.
That's going long. And there is the break, another break. So 4 games to 1. The Flow Rider Goats off to a flyer. From Orlando, by the way, the Goats. There's that last point, once again from our overhead camera. Looking for the lob, but can only put it into the back class.
Time. Time.
Nobody taking much notice of the referee there. Time. So 4-1 to Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea. Chance to serving now to go 5-1 up in this opening set. Just a quarter of an hour. Covers well there as Aranceli as it hits that stanchion. Decent bajada there from Gemma, but Aranceli puts her return into the net. 15 love. Straight, putting it back straight away with that serve. Just in from Aranceli. Gemma takes it on the forehand. Well defended there from Brea. And Aranceli Martinez takes the point. 15 all. Again, Delfi just moving inside and leaves it there with a little bit of effect to take it into the side of the court as well. Well played, Gemma. Certainly 15 just had the legs on it and Brea went into the net anyhow. Volley from Delfi Brea. Trying to be aggressive here, Aranceli Martinez. It's a decent bajada there, well blocked twice, 3 times. And
40-15.
40-15, I think that's... She's almost apologising there, Gemma, for the point, when really she was defending herself, but I think we've got to say great controlled volley.
40-15.
Well,
40-30.
40-30. Seemed to lose sight of that. Just skimmed over the net. Great return. Well played, so golden point. Still a lot of work to do here for Delfi and Gemma Triay. From 40-15 to 40 to deuce. Next point wins the game. Once again, well defended. That's just in, and Delfi puts it into the net, so they pull back one of the service breaks. Great play from Aranceli in the whole point.
Florida leads 4-2.
I thought for a second that was going to float out. Delfi has a little rueful look at the back of the court. And Aranceli Martinez will serve to get within one game of Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea. Once again, aggressive from Aranceli. Looking to put that serve in and then attack on the volley. Ah, good chip over the top. Don't think that's... Well, I do now. Sure if that was going to go. But not only did it go out, it went wide as well, making it impossible to get to. And that umpire's chair camera catches Aranceli's frustration. 15-all, second serve. Short that return from Delfi Brea, and that was a little bit long, so 30-15. Stepping forward a lot more, Aranceli and Brea now. I think they realised that after the first couple of games, when they sat deep, they were getting picked off. Just in, clips the net. Delfi opts to lob once again. Good smash from Aranceli. 40-15. Yeah, they've got right back into this match. Change of angle with that Vibra from Delfi. Chancletazo, one of those sandshoe throwing shots that Eric was talking about. Getting a bit of a long rally. Well, and this time it's the power of Delfi Brea that wins the point, 40-30. Smacking that down to Brea's feet. Couldn't play that.
Time.
Looking for the lobs, but they're always just inviting. Vibra or the smash return. Just gets it over. That was a great shot from Brea. She just dipped viciously over the net. And in the end, well played, Gemma Triay to force another golden point.
Gemma Triay to receive.
It'll be Gemma to receive the service.
hold.
It's gone long. Good lob. Now they're looking to force Arancelli and Brea deep. And well played, Delfi Brea, so that break of serve is cancelled out. 5 games to 2. When we come back, it'll be Gemma Triay to serve for the first set. Watch how she just hurls her forearm, and that the effect that Gemma has there. And, absolutely rifles that one, does Delfi. But I think they've seen in these last few games, even though they've just lost service, Arancelli and Brea, that they have to be aggressive if they sit deeper and just look to defend. That's what we've seen in other matches so far. You're going to really struggle with it.
Players to court, please.
All the players getting ready to come back on to this court here at the Wayfair Arena. They have been so good, Delfi. And I have to say, Triay has been excellent too, serving now for the opening set.
Well, Delfi was broken in her last service game, but can Gemma see out the set? Once again, Arancelli and Brea looking to be aggressive. A little bit too aggressive in that case. Out it goes, 15 love. Forcing it deep into the corner. Well defended. Not a lot she could have done with that. Just stayed low, didn't it?
Good placement. Shouldn't hit the fence.
Just taking a little step forward in the last couple of games, Delfi as well. I think she was frustrated to see her service broken.
You can see the spin it takes as it comes off the wall. And there you can see Anthony just complaining about that effect on the ball. Lines up for a big smash. Oh, excellent. And again.
But just
brilliant.
clever play into space there. Brilliant point, really. Short, sharp, but some great paddle in there. Let's have a look at it again. The smash. That's a really good return. And well defended the first.
Always looks so comfortable, Triay.
First shot, though, from Triay was well defended. But there you go. Serves out to love, and that's the first set by 6 games to 2.
Good. First set, just under half an hour, 28 minutes to be exact, and I'm sure Flow Rider Goats will be delighted how they've started the defence of their title. Now, the men's doubles will be up next. They have different paths at the moment to the podium day, Sunday, the final day of competition, when the title will be decided. Also, who finishes 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We will know before podium day who finishes 5th down to 10th. Those top 4 get more points, which will be added up. The men's points and the women's points will be added up come the end of the season, see which 8 teams qualify for the season finale, the Cities Cup. There we see the stats from that opening set. Golden points shared. Triay and Brea dominating those longer rallies, winning 2/3. Also, 67% of points have been won by the higher seeded pair. If Triay and Brea continue to play at this level, it's going to be very difficult for Arkansas Matrix to come back. Now the coach using up that full time between the end of the first set and start of the second set. Already see the Flow Rider Goats out here looking to, well, continue that excellent form they showed in the opening set into a second set. Look for a quick finish and focus on their next outing in about 24 hours' time. Serving. It's difficult to outsmart or out-hit Triay when she's at the net in those quick-fire volley exchanges. You're watched by Delfi, having to backtrack Triay. And a good winner.
15 love.
Good point, Arkansas. It'll be good to try and hang on to their service game in the opening game of the second set, having been able to do so in the first set of the match. Brea gets a chance to go forward. Triay having to backtrack. Delfi Brea. Seeing Arkansas playing slightly more aggressive paddle. Maybe the coach has told his players to be slightly more aggressive, because if they're sitting back defending, they will lose to Triay and Brea. Maybe try and take the game to their opponents. It doesn't come without its risks. Too long from Martinez. Oh, took the first point on Caldera's serve. I've lost the next two.
Net. First serve.
First serve. Was so close, 30-all. Now normally if you're behind the service line, you allow the ball to bounce, but that caught Delfi wrong-footed, straight at her. Didn't have really many alternatives, so opted for the volley. Almost clear the net. Now looking to break the tie at 30-30. Martinez. Much better Arkansas Matrix. Much better in this second set. And just seeing a quick little timeout. They've got 20 seconds, Gemma and Delfina, because they've been on the back foot throughout this first service game in the second set. Oh, going for that forehand. return, and it's out. And for Brea and Araceli, good to hang on to their service game. A much better start to the second set than in the first set.
New ball.
So we have a quick change here between ends, and then the players will be back out. Leading by a set to love, flow rider Goats. Later on will be the turn of the men's doubles. Alex Arroyo, Gonzalo Rubio from Arkansas will be taking on Pablo Cardona and Leo Augsburger. That promises to be a game of big hitters. Really looking forward to the men's doubles later on in this session. And the final time of the night, we'll see Cancun Waves take on the Force from the North, Toronto Polar Bears. But here we are enjoying Flow Rider Goats. Arkansas Matrix, first set to the defending champions. Delfi serving to tie the second set. That kind of, and we'll bounce on it. Umpire says play on. Quick apology there from, well, it's never meant those kind of, you know, smashes. Also, the players darting towards you, you know, looking to get out the way, hit the back wall, then come towards them. So try, just quickly apologising to Caldera. 30 love. Trying to get things over quickly. Delfi ready to serve. That was well disguised, really well disguised. Shaped up to go cross court and just opened up the body slightly. Swivel of the hips. Wonderful winner down the line. Perfect service game. 1-1.
Uraida. 1 game all. Araceli Martinez to serve.
Araceli Martinez, who has struggled to hold her serve in this match.
Brilliant stuff there from Delfi. But you were right, you know, I was just listening there when you were talking about Araceli and Brea. Midway through the first set, they realised they needed to be more aggressive. And they got one, they got a break back, but then lost it again. And all of a sudden, there's a little bit of pressure now on Araceli again.
When you play players who are better than you, sometimes you kind of just sit back and think, we can't make mistakes, we can't make mistakes. But that, more than often, isn't good enough. You need to take the game to your opponents, you need to attack them. It's taking big risks. But if they sit back and defend and they're playing deep, they're not at the net, they will lose, like they did the first set. And we've seen at the end and at times in that first set, they did try and take to the net, and we've seen them attacking the net much more in 2 games than probably the entire first set. Here they are again at the net, trying to stand tall. We're trading blow for blow.
Oh, he just loose there, tiny bit loose. We've seen sometimes how that ball just seems to get that extra little glide at the end there, but love 40, so big pressure now on Araceli.
That was always curling wide.
Another little timeout, another little chat. 4 break points though to defend. It's a big ask. I have 3 break points to defend.
15-40.
Bit loose there from Gemma.
That was from her tennis days, that drilled forehand. 20 metres long. The court, 10 metres wide. Needed a couple of extra metres at the end for that to drop in.
Oh, and another one.
Too.
So two break points defended, 30-40. But once again, trying to step forward, put a bit of pressure on Delfi and Gemma.
The atrás call. They're staying back, but now they've come forward.
Both of them going for it, and
there we saw the two players getting in each other's way.
Well, that's 3 break points defended, and all of a sudden it's deuce and a golden point. Big moment if they can hold this serve.
Delfi Brea to receive.
You've got two players who are very used to taking the shots down the middle, playing on the same side of the court.
Opposite taking on the volley there.
Brilliant. What a comeback.
Really well done, because I think you get you suffer that early break and you're really under pressure, especially after losing the first set, and that is a big morale boost. But once again, that shows the advantage of being a little bit braver, putting them under pressure.
Even if you're love 40, keep going. You know, the first point was a mistake, but they played well, they were solid, they made no mistakes, slightly more attacking. Another drive going long, very similar to the first point lost by Gemma Triay. Delfi with a return going straight into the back glass. And a couple of good points, a very good point, golden point, to take a service game. It was looking bad for them, 1-1, maybe suffering another break after losing the first set, but instead they would come back out onto the court. Okay, a set down, but leading 2-1 with serve, but not down 2-1. Now for morale, for confidence, a massive boost. Good work by the coaching team with Arkansas Matrix. It's a learning curve, sometimes a steep learning curve, especially up against Triay and Delfi Brea, but it's all about getting, right now, okay, we might not win the match, but let's try and win a set. If we can't win a set, win as many games as possible.
But we have seen, over the years, watching Gemma Triay, we know that she's one of the best all-round players in women's paddle. But sometimes she does have these little lapses of concentration, doesn't she, for 3 or 4 games. And you can take advantage of them.
I mean, how is this so successful?
I'm not a fan, really, but anyhow, everyone else is, who am I?
I tell you what, everyone else will be a fan if you won there.
You just got to go with the flow.
You've been biased here, you're not being objective.
No.
Are you supporting the goats?
It's our reputation as pundits.
15 love.
15 love.
Well, they are the team to beat this season.
30 love just goes a bit long.
Easily have been, though, Miami. Because it was tied 1-1. It went down to the decider, a mixed doubles deciding the winner.
Yeah, well played. That was nicely worked between Gemma and Delfi. 40 love.
And the captain for Flowrider, a really good call, putting Osoro in the mixed doubles, and not Gemma Triay, who is ranked higher than Osoro. She was brilliant throughout the Cities Cup. Culmination MVP in that final.
Well played.
Martinez.
That was just lovely
flick of the wrist, yeah.
Patience, waited.
Wasn't rushed. They're playing, as they say in Spanish, with pausa. I would just say that in English, Paul. You can't say it with pause, can you?
With a little bit of a pause in. No, not really.
It doesn't quite sound right, but with Balsa. Just taking their time, not rushing their shots. And you don't get much time between shots. Get there, she does.
But that's a bit long.
Difficult, very difficult. But still, you know, they're making Triay and Delfi work hard for every point. They've cut out the mistakes, and now they're making their opponents
She was a little bit
have to win the point.
She was a little bit lucky there, Gemma, because you know she left it. You know, but she put a bit too much on it actually. You know. Anyways, Bea Caldera serving 2-all.
Nada, nothing, referring to that neither player has come forward. And that's the call that Triay has come forward, and that I think there we saw Bea shape up to go down the line. She got the call that Gemma Triay had edged forward, and then she, mid-air, tried to adjust and hit it cross-court to Brea, who she knew was deep.
And when you change your plans in mid-shot, the usual outcome. Love 30, so once again under pressure.
That shot just fading into the bottom of the net. Well, they came back from love 40, but you won't do that every game, especially if you're up against Gemma and Delfina. So they need to win this point.
It's good lob, forcing him deep.
He's ready for that down the line. Delfi, that's an excellent glow up.
Good lob again from Delfi there. But they're keeping him deep, aren't they? It's a difficult one to deal with that.
What a rally. This is the longest rally of the match so far.
It's such a big point as well. Oh, what a shame. After playing so well, to just, is it just a bit of tiredness, a lack of concentration at the end of that run? But love 40 again. Can they produce, can they save another 4 break points?
Well, 2 games ago, they did.
The angle was there, wasn't it?
Missed a couple of volleys in this service game. Araceli. Excellent volley.
Okay, Florida. They lead.
This time they didn't
no, so once again
allow them back into the contest. I think they learned from their mistake.
Delfi and Gemma a break to the good.
Yeah. No forgiveness. 3-2. And when play resumes, Delfina Brea will be serving for a 4-2 lead. They took the first set, 6-2.
Let's see if this game has still got any more twists in it. It's a little bit demonic, that, isn't it?
What's that?
Time.
Time to just get on with the game, I think, is what it is.
Well, just seen a break. Now Delfi will be coming out onto this court here at the Wayfair Arena, looking to cement that break, take a 4-2 lead and take a big step towards maximum points in their first match here.
Exactly, not just the win, not just the win, but 100% in sets.
Later on tonight, teams will be playing their second game. Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears. Now, of course, not enough days for all 10 teams to meet. They will do over the course of the season. They'll meet in the group stage. But right now, I think the favourites to be playing the podium first and second match are two players on court here, Triay and Brea, and I think New York Athletics.
That's what he's looking at the moment. They look very solid, the Atlantics, isn't they?
Very good, and Ari also winning in straight sets. Early today in the first match on this court, defeated Julia Polo and Barbara Las Heras from LA Beat.
Come forward a long way, says Gemma.
Muy atrás now, they've come forward.
Good lob. Oh, it's a brilliant shot though from Arancelli. 15-all.
Didn't really commit to the net, Gemma Triay. Now, had you been 2 steps closer, would have been closer, the different angle, would have been able to volley that. She was a bit deeper, bit of a gap. In the end, it was still excellent there from Araceli.
Well defended. Just
30-15.
Just down to her feet, couldn't control it. 30-15.
Sometimes players don't commit 100% to the net because they expect the next shot to be a lob. And then you're not backtracking so much, and then you're in a position where perhaps you could turn that lob into a good smash opportunity. I think that was what Gemma was trying to do there. In the end, got caught out by Araceli. Not going to leave the court.
Oh, well played by Brea, because she had to win that point outright, otherwise it would have been a real problem with Araceli committed to going out.
Massive point on Delfi's serve. 30-all.
Again, good positive play from Brea there. Trying to move them about
the whole point.
Yeah.
It was a matter of time, wasn't it? They were moving them left, right, and centre, waiting for that opportunity. The first one that came along, bang! Gemma Triay hits the winner.
So she's not the biggest smash in women's paddle, Gemma, but she gets
very
enough
effective,
on it.
Very effective. Very flat smash. Don't see too many top spin smashes with Gemma. Unlike, for example, Andrea Austero, who can hit an excellent top spin smash, also from pretty deep. Vibra there. Delfi.
Once again, pinning them
What a
back.
switch.
Well,
that was such a great smash.
Yeah.
What an angle.
Once again, just pinned them back, didn't they, and then changed the angle. And that is 4-2. Chance to really pressure the serve again.
At 2-2, they stopped 20 seconds. And something just clicked. As you say in Spanish, cambio the chip.
Change the chip.
Change the chip, and it's worked.
the last serve of hers, Arancelli saved
they're up there.
4 back points, 4 break points, but look at that. Under a bit of pressure, she should get that. Oh, that was
an excellent smash. Really well hit.
Didn't think that was going to have enough on it.
Thing is, though, they are playing against 2 players that aren't the tallest.
We saw when they lined up on court with Alex Arroyo and Gonzalo Rubio, there was, you know, I did think sexual dimorphism, you know, which is like the men are bigger, and in this case they were.
I mean,
not always.
Iglesias, they would have reached that.
No, but neither of them are particularly tall. So just to let you know, 164 and 162, so not a tall pairing. Oh, brilliant block.
And out from Gemma Triay. That was the right option there from Gemma. She can get there.
Oh, just got herself a little bit in a tangle there, didn't she?
Just didn't get enough on the ball. Was trying to do that little sweeping motion under the ball, flick it over the net, and it would bounce back onto her side of the court. There you go.
Did you just take her eye off the ball for a fraction there?
I think maybe she thought she was closer to the net, and that touch would have seen it carry over to the other side. Would have been a winner.
Well played.
Big hit.
40-15.
Just left short there, wasn't it, in the hitting zone?
Good ground shot, but not the best of volleys.
I think she wants to get going, doesn't she?
Trying to force a golden point. Flow rider goats.
But not being able to. Well played. 4-3. Just 1 break up still. So still in the balance this second set.
Approaching the hour mark in this opening game of the evening session here at the Wayfair Arena. Flow rider goats taking on Arkansas Matrix. There are 2 ties taking place between 4 teams on this second day of competition. Then day 3, lots of games to look forward to on the 3rd day here of the opening event of the Pro Padel League 2025. And then on Sunday it's first, second, third and fourth. A lot of points up for grabs, but also points up to grabs for all but one team. One team will end this tournament with 0 points.
Time.
Okay, we've got another big game coming up. 4-3 to the good. Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea. But they have been broken, and it's Gemma Triay to serve. Chance to go within 1-1 game of winning the match. And we approach the hour.
Out. 15 love.
Gone love, 15 love.
Just quickly 10th takes 0 points. 9th, 1 point. 8th, 3 points. 7th, 5 points. Whoever finishes 6th, 7 points. 5th place, that is the first team to miss out on the podium day, will take 9, then it's 12 for 4th, 15th for 3rd, 19th for the team which is 2nd. The winners take 25. That is both 25 for the men's winners and 25 for the women.
Lovely smash, by the way, in that on that penultimate point from Gemma. 40 love, they're racing into this game.
Potentially, Paul, one team could take home 50 points from podium day.
Well, that actually brings her back.
Switches
well played,
things really well, doesn't she? Left, right, left, right.
They defended really well there because there were a lot of pressure on that point from Aranceli and Bea Caldera, but it's 5-3.
Wins the point. Bang on the hour mark. Gemma Triay.
Nice change of angle there.
Now Bea Caldera serving, so our consort Matrix can stay in this match.
Dips in, I think she slightly misread that. Yeah, well played. Gets the top spin on it. Out it goes.
Smash there, Martinez. But there for a second, Caldera could have taken the volley, misread it, and luckily on hand was Araceli Martinez to hit that winner.
Really bends her back again, doesn't she? And
helps with that top spin. Otherwise, you don't get enough top spin on the smash. It's kind of halfway house, not flat or top spin. It's a recipe for disaster. Oh.
Doing well.
Doing well.
Under pressure, 30 love.
One break down in this second set. Caldera can hang on to her service game. They lead 30 love.
I think it's just a stick in there, isn't it?
But you're one break away from tying at 5-5.
It's just gone out. 1 hour and 1 minute of match time so far.
Slightly
loose shot there. Well recovered.
Lob. Oh, the pressure there. Now they only won 1/3 of the long rallies in the opening set.
That's a disappointing shot from Aranceli. I think she knows it.
And a percentage slightly better in the second set, but not much better. The longer rallies are being won by Delfi and Gemma.
Going long. Well played once again, brave play. 40-30.
Opts to
take it first time.
Delfi was staying back.
We misses the backhand, so it's golden point, and that means we do have a match point.
Well, they're deciding who to receive, and in the end...
The last one Delfi received, didn't she?
Gemma this time has asked to receive.
They have swapped a couple of times.
And the backhand into the net. And they hang in there, Arkansas Matrix. They've just faced match point, but they held on to their service game. They've gone back to their bench, still down, still needing a break, but still in the game.
Giving themselves another life.
5-4. Delfi and Gemma will come back out onto this court here at the Wayfair Arena.
So if there is another golden point, do you think Gemma or Delfi will opt to receive the next time? You're just fascinated by that, looking at the screen.
I don't know if I'm in awe, in shock.
Someone has spent hours and hours and hours to develop that software, Eric. Respect him.
No comment. But I tell you what, it's a massive hit here with the crowd. Or a chance here to take the game and the set and the match on their service game, but Delfi has been broken in this match. She's serving now. 1 set to the good and leading 5-4.
Oof, just a little misunderstanding. Good return there in the end. And did she flick it on the way through? 15-love.
15-love.
You said before the game started that favourites clearly, Triay and Delfi, but 2 players ranked in the top 25 could give them a game.
Which I think is the case. I'm still not giving this as one.
Again, the 2 players going for the same ball down the middle. Yep, 2 players going for that same ball, and sometimes when you see your double partner do that, you kind of lose your focus. And you're thinking, why do we go for the same ball? And then make a mess of the next shot.
Because you think because it was mine. Because you think it was mine. 15-all. Good deep serve.
Bullet smash.
Well played.
15.
Been a while since we've seen Gemma release one of those big flat smashes. Not much topspin on that.
No.
Oh, that was as high could go.
Without hitting the ceiling.
Very clever, very clever. Attacking that centre spot, Delfi, and they set themselves up very nicely.
3 match points. Second serve. Good lob. Opts for the lob. A wise move.
Wants to stay back, Delfi.
Oh, that's a great shot from...
That's a really good return.
That's really well recovered.
Mucho. They've come forward a long way. Again, they're both kind of edging towards that shot just down the middle. Does it carry? It does.
And well, once again, she saved it from outside of the court, but it wasn't enough. And so, in 1 hour and 10 minutes, first blood goes to the Goats.
6-2,
6-2, 6-4. But tough match, really, there for Delfi.
Especially in that second set, they dug in there. They faced a match point. They held on to a service game. They forced Delfi to serve for the match. She had been broken early in the game, but a good performance. They didn't drop a set. Arkansas did pick up some games. They did improve in that second set, but they could still qualify for podium day. They would just need to get a good result in their next outing.
There's that final point. Clever in the end. Clinical stuff from Gemma Triay.
Oh, shortly.
Does really well there, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
and then Brea gets out of the... Delfi gets out of the way well.
And there was no way that was coming back over.
Yeah.
Well, the winners trot over to speak to Javi and Arantxa, our courtside reporters. And after the interview, will be the turn of the men's doubles, but after a recess of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, they'll have 5 minutes to warm up. So let's hear from Delfi and Gemma with Javi and Arantxa.
What a great second part of the day, and we're remembering they are the actual holders of the PPL Cities Cup. And now time to hear their words.
Victoria para las chicas de Florida Ghost, Delfi y Gemma. Bueno, Delfi, nuevo equipo con Gemma, cambias de Nueva York aquí a Florida. ¿Cómo te has sentido tu primer partido? Sé que os conocéis muy bien, pero enhorabuena por la victoria.
Gracias, gracias. Hola a todos. Gracias por estar acá. Estamos contentas de haber jugado bien, de haber ganado este primer partido y jugar juntas. Me parece que nos ayuda como equipo y sumar un puntito al equipo que ahora vienen los chicos suma mucho. Así que nada, suerte para los chicos y seguimos.
They're happy, pleased, and they are always supported by the team and thankful with her partner.
Bueno, Gemma, lo veníamos comentando, el año pasado ya ganasteis unos cuantos partidos, ahora jugando con Delfi, que estáis más que acostumbradas, pero ¿cómo es jugar con una compañera como Delfi en un equipo como Florida? Felicidades por la victoria.
You are used to this, but how is it to play with a teammate as Delfi?
Pues bien, una maravilla, como me decía Delfi, nos conocemos a la perfección, contenta de dar un primer puntito a los Florida Goats, ya lo dijimos el año pasado, el equipo es como una familia, nos sentimos como en casa, así que contentas de estar aquí en Miami, gracias a todos por venir y ahora animar a los chicos.
Happy to be here, thankful with all the supporters here at the Wayfair Arena, and that it is amazing to play with someone she already knows as Delfi. So, also thankful with the team.
Pues enhorabuena a las chicas de Florida Ghost, Gemma Triay y Delfi Brea. Que no se mueva nadie porque vienen los chicos de estos dos mismos equipos. Hasta ahora.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sport of choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
Hello everyone, welcome back for our second match of the tie between the Flow Rider Goats and the Arkansas Matrix. We just saw Gemma Triay and Delfi Brea come through 6-2, 6-4 against the very competitive Aranceli Martinez and Bea Caldera. Our next match, it's the men's match.
I'm really looking forward to this one, Paul.
Yeah, I am indeed. I was just going to say, it promises some big hitting. Leo Ausberger, there you see him, 11th of October 2004 from Argentina. Gained a bit more control, but he's someone who does like, if it's up, if it's there to hit it, he'll hit it.
Only 20 years older, Leo, and a few years ago exploded onto the scene with Lee Back, another talented young Argentine.
Okay, and they're up against him and Pablo Cardona. They're up against the Arkansas Matrix, staying with the team, Gonzalo Rubio from Sevilla, who is another player who's got control but also hits it hard with his left hand. And
impressed
Alex
so
Arroyo.
much last season during the PPL events.
Alex Arroyo is also another big, tall, powerful player. So we've got Ausberger, Cardona, Arroyo, and Gonzalo Rubio. 3 of those are massive hitters.
I mean, expecting really fast rallies. All 4 players, all 4 love to play at a really high tempo. As in, serve, next point, serve the next point. It's going to make for a very interesting game. I'm sure the fans will be looking forward to this contest. If they've not seen the 2 players for Flow Rider Goats before, they're going to love their style of play. They're exciting, they're entertaining. Now, of course, Stupa di Nenno were playing for the defending champions last season. 2 very successful players, but of course an injury keeping one out. And they've moved quickly in that transfer market. So I think they've brought in 2 exciting, young, talented players who have already produced on the big stage.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the good thing is, the good news for them again is that Cardona and Ausberger also play on together in other competitions.
Yeah, they do,
as do Delfi and Gemma.
Which is maybe one of the reasons, you know, the 2 players were brought in together. You know, they can build on that partnership here at the PPL. No doubt become better doubles players together. But it's a really interesting matchup because Rubio last season played his best paddle at the PPL events.
Absolutely. In New York, he was
brilliant. He was brilliant. He was like diving around, keeping points alive, also entertaining as well. And when he wasn't playing, he was very vocal also on the team bench.
Gives nothing up for lost.
They had one of those cameras on on Rubio, and look now. Still not a big fan. Was that a growl there from Paul?
Mm-hmm.
I've got to ask them to come up here and zoom in on you.
I would rather you didn't, sir.
I will do. I'll speak to Danny, he's the boss.
That's a warm-up shot from Cardona, just so you get an idea.
We saw a couple of those in training yesterday.
If he hits a smash, it's going to carry normally.
Pro Padel League. Flowrider Goats looking for a clean sweep. They won the women's, now the turn of the men's against Arkansas Matrix. Did you put them down as favourites here too, or did you?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're my
favourite. Arkansas?
No, they're my favourites here, the Goats.
Anyway, we gave our predictions at the start of the show. That was
our director has them written down, he tells us.
This morning. We don't have a great memory, so we've forgotten who we picked, but it's on film, so Danny will no doubt draw up the standings. And let's see how we do. Also, let's see how Javi and Pete do, our colleagues who are commentating the live feed in Spanish. So you can switch between Spanish commentary, or you can stick with us, Paul and Eric, on the English feed of the PPL.
Okay, well, it's time to go. Our second match of the evening session here in the Wayfair Arena in Miami. In the Pro Padel League, our first tournament of 2025. I'm looking forward to this match.
We are looking forward, and we have looked forward to every single match. But, you know, there are players that we really love watching in action. Not saying more than others, but, I mean, if you've not seen Cardona, Arsberger, Arroyo, or Rubio, just stay tuned. You won't be disappointed.
Gonzalo Rubio,
okay.
to serve. Play.
It's going to be Gonzalo Rubio to get us going.
There's number one,
for example.
Love 15.
It's interesting to see how Rubio just waits at the side of the court to see if he then has a chance to run across. But he didn't in that case. Love 30.
Love 30.
Rubio just sort of stands there with his hands on his hips, sort of like,
shrugged his shoulder and said, well, you're going to play like that, are you?
Alex Arroyo basically protects both his face and other parts.
He was like standing as if he was in a war in a free kick. Oh, that's tremendous. Once again.
Love 40.
So starting off with 4 break points. And there is the break.
Wow, swept through that opening game. Augsburger and Cardona. Well, look at that. Arroyo and Rubio didn't even bother heading to the team bench.
No.
Straight off, straight back onto the court. As they say in Spanish, visto y no visto. Losing that in a blink of an eye.
Well, there was a couple of big hits there, weren't there? Let's see how this goes. Who's serving next?
Pablo Cardona to serve.
Pablo Cardona.
Thank you.
And another one. I think they're going to need a few cans of balls here because those balls are flying into the back rows and beyond.
And remember, this has a reputation of being a slightly slow court.
Thank God.
It's a bit warmer at the moment, isn't it? So
very low.
Just seems to be speeding up a wee
bit.
bit.
Inside here than it was maybe last night.
30 love. Well played.
Oh.
The play Gonzalo Rubio.
15.
Of course, the danger is if you are smashing a lot, if you don't get them exactly right, then someone like Gonzalo Rubio will.
You get punished. Now we have seen now Augsburger start to use the fake smash more as well, which is a great tool when you have a really good smash. And it's not just Augsburger. I mean, Cardona is a massive hitter too.
We were between matches in the break. They were both in the sort of the merchandising area together, and they're just big lads, aren't they? They're just big.
Florida Goats.
That is pretty. Do you know who he reminds me of, Augsburger? Do you remember the film Bull Durham? I know it's baseball. It's got Kevin Costner in it.
Yes.
He reminds me of the Tim Robbins character, the young pitcher who can throw the ball incredibly
like a rocket,
hard, but he's a little bit uncontrolled. Well, that's sort of what if he was a baseball player, he would be Tim Robbins in Bull Durham.
Brilliant backhand winner. So far, this is the match with the shortest rallies I think I've ever seen in paddle.
Alex Arroyo can hit it as well, can't he, when he gets the chance?
We've been watching this for a few years, but this is just really dynamic. And that's something that's really good about the PPL because, sometimes you see 4 big hitters on the same court at the same time.
Well
that backhand winner, Arroyo.
40 love.
I mean, Arroyo and Rubio playing really well too.
Rubio's a great player. And, he's from Seville. He's got that backhand. That's a trick that Paquito Navarro uses a lot.
It's something that the players from Seville have.
Is that a Seville speciality?
It's in the water.
I wouldn't drink the water in Seville, to be brutally honest.
Oh, it just drifts the other side of the umpire's chair. And we have blown through 3 service games in less than 5 minutes.
2 against 1.
And, I mean, of all those smashes, I mean, difficult to choose just one. I'm a big fan of the backhand smash.
Oh, yeah.
Which is so difficult to execute. To generate power on those backhands. And that is probably Rubio's speciality. I mean, it's an art. Difficult to master. So here is the perfect demonstration of why you need to get to that net.
So again, kicks up and wide, that one. See how where his racket is when he starts it, and then where the angle it ends up
slightly diagonal. And it opens after it hits the back glass at a wider angle to clear that 3-meter sidewall.
Okay, it's Leandro Ausberger.
Leo Augsburger, to serve.
Pick that one out.
15 love.
That's clever though, because he hits it hard and low, and it just doesn't give any option on the return. 30 love.
And so flat, just dies after it hits the back wall. It gets even lower. Doesn't go up, goes down.
40 love.
40 love.
I think next time he serves, put a stopwatch on it.
I will do. I think we've had about 40 seconds. It's like less than a minute. He's clever there. But
Ow. It does well to block it, does Alex Arroyo there, to be fair. 3-1.
They lead 3 games.
But what you say is, well, they don't take any time between points. It's like, let's get on with it.
It is. But both sets of players. Alberto just quickly apologising to Cardona.
See, that was his Bull Durham moment.
Only one breakdown.
Yeah, I know.
They've not won many points, but they only one breakdown.
And how many times do you see an opening game of a match start with a break?
Throughout this PPL.
Nearly always.
15-all.
That's because the games are so competitive. Not seen a set less than 6-2 so far.
Justin.
So watching a 2-meter tall tennis player like Karlovic serve at Wimbledon. Boom, ace, ace, ace.
It is difficult, very, very difficult to play against, though, isn't it? It's a completely different style of rivalry. You know, you think about players such as Coqui Nieto, who are busy, who keep the ball alive, and this is just a completely different concept.
30-40.
I mean, you need to try and get to the net, avoid, you know, those lobs. Try and lob the ball to his backhand side. Try and get balls in at his feet.
But how do you get to the net? Because you can hardly lob it because you know what's
that
going
one's,
on.
that one's disappeared.
That's actually stayed up.
Deuce, golden point.
Golden point. Also a break point. But the thing is, you can't lob, can you? Really, half the time, and you need sometimes. You really need to lob to be able to try and get into the net.
Send them deep. Ooh, that was well angled.
Game, Arkansas Matrix. Florida lead 3 games to
5 games, 10 minutes, and they have already stopped for 2 minutes. A minute and a half, the average length of a service game. I mean, the highlight reel here is just bang, 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 bang.
So out we go again. 3-2. Cardona and Ausberger.
Time.
Pablo Cardona to serve. How do you get to the net? How do you get to the net? It's
okay. Here, Rubio's got to just dink it over. There, that's a good shot. And again, just trying to avoid. That was brilliant though, because why? Lel saw it coming and took a step forward, and he was literally had his racket over the net. And it was a good shot. Those ground shots are good, and that's a good deep lob. But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, exactly. So, I mean,
but I have to say, Leo is near perfect. He's had one miss hit so far in this opening set.
40 love.
Good call.
Game, Florida Goats.
How long did that game take? 40 seconds?
Less.
For game to 2.
And they didn't really do anything wrong, Arroyo and Rubio there.
Okay, I want to time this game. I'm basically the longest one.
Yeah, I was going to say that's time one of Ausberger's
Oh.
service games. My word!
Oh, I lost the
hits the net.
point.
It's
What a
unlucky.
shame.
So 15 love.
15 love.
Just couldn't quite keep his balance.
Gets up the air, gets a long way off the ground actually.
Okay, 30 seconds. This is the longest service game, Paul. It might break a minute.
But no.
49 seconons.
Game, Arkansas Matrix.
That is ridiculous.
This is just incredible. The speed
lead
at this, and this. Thankfully, it's not a quick call.
And it's not really the games are going quickly, but it's not because of mistakes, is it? It's because of just winners.
Can you imagine somebody said, "I'm just popping out for a drink. I'll be back in 5 minutes." They come back in, the first set's over. Yeah, you can't go anywhere. No toilet break, no refreshment break, because the game will be over at this tempo in like 20 minutes or 3 sets.
But you put the watch on the next service for, is it Leo Ausberger serving next?
I mean, okay, so you're serving. Obviously, you dominate the net.
Mm-hmm.
You're receiving your options.
That's what I'm
Down
saying.
the line, look at the Chiquitas, play it into the feet, a difficult shot to execute. Play it into the feet. I mean, Leo's hitting a smash from every single part of the court.
The thing is, as
from
well,
behind
and
the
if they put in a
service
good
line.
service, you can't just return it down the line. Once again, have you got the stopwatch?
Got it here. We can break a minute. I hope nobody turns up late to watch this game. Imagine you're running 20 minutes late. And you want to see these guys in action.
A little bit of extra traffic. You see.
Now the coach sitting down with his players, Arkansas Matrix, stepping onto the court now. Stopwatch is ready. Paul? There you go. See?
Oh, see, this is going to be a longer game.
Mix things up a little. 2 ground shots. Using the side glass as well, just to get that extra effect. Another ground shot. Had to use that as another option. And a missed smash.
Love it.
All of a sudden, a little chance to break back.
Just mix things up, a little with that. Return off the serve. Another ground shot. And again. But yeah, still another winner. But that's the way to go.
Yeah, yeah. You just got to try not to give them the options, but it's so difficult. Because the fact is, the two big, tall, wide players as well, so they cover loads of ground at the net.
There's a good passing shot. There
Well
you
played.
go. There you go.
15-40.
It's here for the taking. It's here for the taking.
Fancy Arroyo to kill
It's
that one.
here for the taking. And they break back.
Game.
Well played.
Arkansas Metrics.
I think well played and well thought as well. So 4-all. And it is Gonzalo Rubio again to serve for the third time already.
Longest rally of the match. Whoa.
Well played.
Wicked the spin on that shot from Cardona.
Just has a slight habit, doesn't he, Ausberger, of just trying to chase the ball all over the court. Just needs to control that a wee bit.
Chancletazo.
Flat batted, or flat
Swipe,
racketed.
Whack.
Backhand serve there from Rubio.
30-15. Let. For service.
Flick the net on the way over. Oi, and he's into the net anyhow.
Yeah, I think that was a lucky escape for Arkansas. And a chance for Arkansas to take the lead for the first time in this opening set.
Oi.
40-30.
Had the gap there to go for, but just couldn't, just came onto him very quickly. Changes the angle there. Gonzalo Rubio. Oh, well played. Also the golden
At
point.
the foot of Arroyo.
Reaching back a long way there.
Look,
for that
look,
shot.
there we see Cardona and
Leo
Ausberger
Ausberger to
both raising their arm at the same time. And in the end, Leo said, "Oh, no, it's going to be me. I'm going to receive."
But it probably should have been Cardona.
Game. Arkansas Metrics.
Well, you've got two quite strong personalities, Cardona and Ausberger. And two quite similar players in how they like to play the game.
I just think
Cardona
Cardona might just have
slightly
a
more- yeah.
little bit more variety. Which is why I think he might be the better one to receive the serve in that sort of situation. But lived dangerously there in the end, but Arkansas take the point and the game. 5-4.
Wasn't too far away, though, from returning this one. Look.
Oh, no.
Who would have thought after those opening 3 games that Arkansas Matrix could be just one game away from taking the first set.
Este paralelo. No, paralelo que está el hueco libre. Vale. Si tú clavas el resto libre, el bueno, este te da un atento los dos.
2 golden points played, both won by Arkansas.
Shows how important they can be in a match.
Time.
Pablo Cardona will serve.
Pablo Cardona served with new balls. Fifteen love.
He nearly got that. I was thinking, why are you even chasing that? I thought, and he wasn't far away. But that's what we said. Gonzalo Rubio never, ever gives anything up for lost. You've got no right to get anywhere near that.
Built a stern stuff, those courts.
As you say, these Adidas courts getting a good workout, aren't they? Showing how solid and well constructed they are. He sat up for him.
Game, Florida Goats.
5-all.
5 games.
Another game served out to love. Alex Arroyo now, if he holds serve, the worst that can happen to Arkansas is we'll go to a tie break.
Fifteen love.
Dean Love. Oh, 30 love.
30 love.
I was just chasing that one around there, Ausberger.
I'll just say, spun on a sixpence. Very difficult shot to master. Because you always seem to be playing catch up. You're turning behind the ball.
Oh, well played.
And he was there again. That's like the third time. He's fallen into the net twice, and he was there and just... I mean, look at the run, times to perfection, how high he climbs. Just able to keep it down. Got more power on that smash on this occasion.
Wrapped up in double quick time, so 6-5, and it'll be Ausberger to serve to save the set and take it to a tiebreak.
You're seeing there, with those kind of smashes, if it's on your side of the court, the better option to keep the point alive is the player on the other side of the court who can get some momentum, run across the court
and jump.
Not on that occasion because it was an excellent smash. If you're back deep, there's no way you'll be able to get there in time. So the natural thing to do is to try and have your partner come forward. At the same time, you've got to step slightly into a more central position to then cover for your partner. If he wins that shot, of course you end up switching sides, and quite often they always try to return to their favorite sides during the course of the point.
Look, I've done really well, Arkansas, to get back into this, because at the beginning it was an absolute hurricane of smashes, and you were thinking, how are you even going to get into a position to get to the net? Our court cleaner makes his way off.
15 love.
In his way. That's an incredible smash again.
How many times I've kind of chuckled to myself here, sometimes out loud. I'm really enjoying this as a fan. It's not often you see, you know, this kind of game with these 4 big hitters in action at the same time.
That was so close. I think we're going to have a tie break, aren't we?
But over, but wide.
Just hard, just impossible to control. So I think that looking ahead to this tie break, then it's going to be
tie break.
With the serve so hard to defend against. It's got to be just 1 or 2 errors, isn't it, that going to decide this?
You've got to make sure you don't miss any smashes, any unforced errors.
Oh, so unlucky.
So acrobatic. Also took out the cameraman there.
It's going to be a good shot, this, though.
And he takes him out.
No, he didn't. He did well.
Just clipped the crossbar, as they would have said. That's so unlucky.
So a little mini break, and we were saying that
there's not been a game I've not seen Rubio end up diving at some point, risking life and limb, salvage a point. War cry there, Ausberger.
Yeah, well played. That was that little fade where he just held back a little bit. 3 love, but only 1 mini break to the good. Alex Arroyo serving. Really needs to hold both of these.
(3-1), Florida.
Well played.
3-2.
3-2. Holding both of those serves once again. In double quick time. The thing is, he looked to react to let that pass and then catch it, but just went too quickly.
Ausberger to serve. We're now firmly in control. Quick switch of ends. Just 2 breaks in this opening set. First break, Cardona and Ausberger. Broken.
And the first break
in the tie break.
Very first game.
5-2.
Maybe next time.
Okay, once again, Gonzalo Rubio serving under a lot of pressure. Once again,
that's
no
just
option.
Impossible to return.
5-3, Florida.
Tremendous hit again, Augsburger. Did
So,
well to
Florida.
kind of stay in the point, Arkansas.
Set points, though.
Just
Alex
one of the ones that
Arroyo.
travels towards you, but it is rising higher and higher, and then just sails over your head.
Good lob.
Oh, it stayed.
That's what that
They've got to win
cage
this
can-
point now. They've got to take advantage. Clever lob.
What that cage can do, though, can't it? Can just hold the ball up sometimes. Ah, well played.
Brilliant there, Rubio. Well played.
6-4.
So the first set point defended. Oh, it's unlucky. But that is also the first set, 7-6.
First set to Florida Goats. 7 games to 6.
I mean, that first volley is excellent, down low, right up by his leg. I mean, here, look at this. Some really good points. The reflexes here, but
just couldn't quite get his racket into position in time.
Guessed right.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
And
the
I think
speed
that,
of that shot
that
from
sort of
Padel.
situation is more guesswork than anything, isn't it?
Como que no acaba de... Y luego ya no llega allí. Claro. ¿Vale? El estadio. Y luego el inicio del resto, el inicio no juega por Gonzalo, a mí me gusta. Sí, ese me gusta. Delfi, ¿pues un agua, por favor? Vale, muy bien, ¿eh? Increíble. Vamos, vamos. ¿Quién empieza sacando? ¿Pues nosotros? Empezamos... ¿Cómo me gusta? No, ellos mismos. Ya empezó todo.
Incredible, we had a tie break in that set, and in record time also. I mean, some of those games were over in the blink of an eye.
Less than a minute.
40-second
Less than a
games
minute, a
we
couple
had.
of them, definitely. So can they bring it home now in the second set?
Time.
Rubio and Alex.
Flow Rider Goats looking for a clean sweep in their type with Arkansas Matrix.
Pablo Cardona.
Straight set victory for the women's.
Second set.
They've taken the first set in the men's.
Okay, it's going to be Pablo Cardona to serve. Chance to get off to a flying start again.
We know some brilliant ground shots there.
15 love.
Each time, Leo was taking a step closer to the net until that backhand swipe. Just
It's probably not a shot you'll find in the
perfect.
textbook, that,
It's
is it?
perfect. We're seeing
again.
a smashing
Very
clinic masterclass here.
Oh, that
I think it
hit
just
the roof, hit the
it
roof,
did.
hit the ceiling, which is really unlucky, because that was sort of backhand from
Off the
behind,
glass.
off the glass. That is stunning. We're back, we're actually back
Good
live.
passing shot through the middle. This is a point. I was going to say this is a point they needed to win.
Game.
I mean, if they send the 2 players back, they've got to take the most of it. You know, they don't get many opportunities during the match.
Absolutely. That last point, though, from Alex Arroyo, the one that went off the back of the court, that would have probably dropped in if it had been outdoors. Obviously, somewhere like this where we can't play outdoors because it will be either too warm and there's just a slight tendency for thunderstorms as well.
Gonzalo Rubio,
having seen this venue, wouldn't want it anywhere else.
Same script.
Ooh, ouch.
Very low.
I mean, that's what you need to do. You need to run towards the player who is preparing to hit a huge smash. Because if you can avoid that smash, you know, in the right place to maybe try and return it off the back glass. Big smash there, and then the winner.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well played.
Mix
Nice,
it up
really well set up.
Caught Cardona and Leo unawares, and then went for the winner on the second.
Yeah, because even though it was returned, there was not a lot they could do, and it was just on the plate for him there. Another game.
Game.
To love.
Arkansas Matrix.
1-1.
1 game all. Leo Augsburger to serve. Low 15.
Little error there on the volley.
Ah. 15 all.
I don't think I've ever hit that backhand in my life.
I don't think many people have.
But it's the power to get it down, up and over, and
good arm there from the court cleaner.
Found a new pitcher.
Did he get a touch on it? Brilliant.
Rubio. Can they capitalize? Yes, they can.
Well done, Gonzalo Rubio.
He's been trying throughout the match. And there it pays off.
You can just see it better from that angle than the one that we're at courtside, actually. But he actually got quite a good contact on it. Well played.
40-30.
Made sure it stayed low.
I mean, they're trying to keep those returns as low as possible, which is why we're seeing Cardona and Leo stand almost over the net in a position to hit a winner.
Oh, brilliant shot.
Game. Florida Goats. They lead 2-2.
No, he hit the net. That is really, really unlucky. Look at that. So, I mean, it's a brilliant shot, but point goes to the Goats. Into another break very quickly. We're just having a look at the heat map there for Cardona and Augsburger in the first set. It's either all at the net or all deep, isn't it? There's nothing in no man's land.
I think those deep ones are just where they serve from. And the rest of it has just been at the net. And also they've smashed quite a few shots from. Now, every one of those deep, it's not normally this colour, have been smashes won from behind the service line. And normally that 37% is at the front, and something lower than 29% is at the back. But they're winning points from deep smashes, where the vast majority of professional players can't win points outright.
I wonder if Cardona sometimes seems to look just there's a couple of times when you can just control yourself a wee bit more. But 2-1 to the good. Alex Arroyo serving. Oh, just long.
15 love.
15 love.
That was incredible.
30 love.
He won the point.
Oh, that was a missed opportunity. That was a missed opportunity. Leo, he covers his mouth almost, and that was like a beep.
Ah, well played.
Excellent there,
Little
Cardona.
subtle touch this time.
40-15.
Wow.
Don't see many double faults, do you? In
first double fault of the event here.
Well, he got it over him, but I don't think Gonzalo Rubio knew if that was going to...
Yeah, and they'll be disappointed, Cardona and Leo, because that could have forced a golden point.
As it's Cardona to serve, still 2-2 in the second set.
Do you think this could go to a super tie break?
I think there's possibilities. It's one of those where only one or two mistakes might determine the winner, though.
Well, we've seen just 2 breaks so far in this match. One apiece in the opening set.
I mean, he just doesn't do anything really more than flex his wrist, does he? Ooh, he's called it out. I thought that might have just been on the line.
Remember when he and Lee Back teamed up, Teenage Sensations, in Argentina. They played an event and were qualifiers, and they made it all the way through to the final. And everybody took note.
Just gets a touch on it.
Augsburg and Lee Back.
Oi, well played.
40 love.
Well recovered as well to win that point, because we're under a wee bit of pressure again.
winds up, straight away you knew that was going to be game over.
Game, Florida Goats.
And another little sit down.
3 games to 2.
At the moment, Florida Goats looking good to be one of the top 4 teams in the men's division after the group stage. And they would move on to contend for first, second, third place podium finishes. There's also prize money for the 3 teams, points for the top 9 teams at this inaugural event being held here in Miami.
Ready to go again in a moment. Rosberger back on court. It'll be Gonzalo Rubio to serve when we are back underway.
I'm sure those people who be able to get to the event in San Sebastian must be licking their lips at seeing these guys in action at the second PP event of the year in Europe, in Spain. Then it's Mexico. Then there's the PPL All-Star Festival in the Hamptons featuring pro-ams, celebrity exhibitions and clinics also. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. I've seen so many smashes. It's great to see a little dejada, little dormilona.
Decisively put away.
Oh, I was looking for a cushioned smash.
15-30.
They've not found themselves in this position for a while. Rosberger and Cardona.
Didn't quite get it over
30 all. 30 all. Just teed himself up for that winner with 2 really good shots in the build-up.
30-40, so 2 break points. Is this going to be the decisive moment in this second set?
Oh, pressure on Arkansas. They were broken in the first set, but broke back almost immediately. Then lost out in.
Brilliant stuff from Gonzalo Rubio, forcing another golden point at Juice.
Now, will it be Cardona this time to receive? Nope, it's not. It's Leo.
Puts his old racket in the air.
Second serve.
You could see that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
It was like,
but they were doing well, but always kind of needing to produce the perfect shot just to stay alive in the rally. And there's so much pressure on you because you know if the lob isn't good enough, if the passing shot isn't good enough, they will punish you.
And even though they're right close to the net, because they're so big, they cover a lot of ground.
Very mobile,
lot of reach.
Also the 2 players.
Leo Rosberger 4 4-2 in the second set. Hold serve, and it's in touching distance.
Good halfway. And then Cardona with the big winner.
15 love.
Now, if you're watching at home, no, you don't have to play paddle like this. I mean, this is, if you've watched the other games, it's not normal to see games.
Yeah, this is not normal. This is not normal.
Paddle can be explosive, but you've got 4 amazingly good players who are playing amazingly well.
But the thing is that very few errors that we're seeing. You know, I mean, very few unforced errors.
Yeah, very few.
40 love. Maybe that was one of them, but 40 love, you maybe allowed that 5 games to 2.
5 games to 2.
Only one break in this second set. In a great position,
New balls,
Flow
please.
Rider Goats to take both the men's and the women's maximum points, put in a great position to qualify for podium day here at the PPL Pro Padel League in Miami.
Delfi enjoying the music there, Delfi Brea. You see him moving along in time to the music. Just saying, let's close it now. Let's win it now. I think Alex Arroyo is going to be really difficult to break. Just to remind you that after this match we have our last of the evening, and it's 2 teams back in action. It's the Toronto Polar Bears from Canada against the Cancun Waves from Mexico.
Alex Arroyo serve with new balls.
And if you need
there you go. If you needed a fast tempo game, you've got new balls. Just add a bit more speed to the points.
15 love.
Love.
Good put away.
30 love.
Gonzalo Rubio.
Still 55 minutes only.
(30-15).
So the first set went to a tie-break, and it's now 5-2, and we have not had an hour yet.
I think the vast majority of matches have been between, what, an hour and 15 minutes?
Oi.
40-15.
Chance there for Cardona.
And there it is, 5-3.
Arkansas.
So a moment of truth. If Cardona holds his serve,
game over.
Game over. A match, game set, and match over even.
Flow Rider Goats looking good on both the men's and women's teams to qualify for the main event. Could be playing for first or second, the title on Sunday.
Second service.
Good start.
Good pendulum.
Just going to unwind another one. Serve.
Very clever. Very clever
Very
indeed.
well played, yeah.
Very long.
Once again, Rubio clatters
Just
into the end of the
every single game. He always comes off with some kind of graze, knock, bump, scratch. But he's made it rubber though. I mean, he's back on his feet again straight away.
Just one. You giving it in?
It was, I mean...
Arroyo
Alex
called it
said,
in.
come on guys. It was a miss hit and it went in.
Once again, just showing the spirit in which this is being played.
Quite fitting that the final shot be a Leo smash.
Exactly, in 58 minutes, 7-6, 6-3. Hausberger goes into orbit
6-3.
and smashes home the winner. That was massively entertaining, wasn't it, Eric, I have to say?
I mean, it was just electric and very little to choose between the teams. Probably in the smashing department, Cardona and Leo just edging it. But there was a moment in that first set, and it kind of worked. And the opponents took time to adjust when Arkansas were using more ground shots and mixing things up, using the sidewall to get the ball over, using extra spin. And it worked because they broke back and took the lead for the first time at 5-4.
Yeah.
But in the tie break, they were second best in that second set, an early break. But again, just one break in that second set.
Exactly. No, there wasn't a lot in it, and obviously it's so hard to deal with that sort of hitting of Hausberger and Cardona, and they did a good job dealing with it. I mean, I think they did the best they could, and the best that most players would be able to accept. Absolute players on the top of their game, and even then they'd find it hard.
Their performance was good enough to have beaten, I think, all the men's doubles teams we've seen so far tonight, apart from these two guys. And I'd like to see him against Miami.
Which is going to be, which is probably good news for the old Flow Rider goats. Anyhow, we have our people down pitch side. It's time to hear from Arantxa, Javi, Pablo, and Leo.
Once again, another match which shows us the level at the PPL, Javier.
Bueno, pues la victoria para la chica de Florida y también para los chicos Leo y Pablo, Pablo y Leo. Bueno, Pablo, cambiando también de equipo, el año pasado Las Vegas, ahora aquí en Florida. ¿Cómo te han recibido tus nuevos compis y jugando con Leo? ¿Cómo te has sentido? Enhorabuena por la victoria.
How you feel here in Florida with your partner, with the team?
Lo que tú quieras.
Well, very happy to be here again in Miami, playing the PPL with my new team. Tomorrow we have another one match, so hope to see you all here. And let's go for the title. Bueno, muy feliz de estar aquí en Miami otra vez, jugando la PPL con un equipo nuevo. La verdad que equipazo. Mañana jugamos otra vez. Espero veros a todos aquí. Y vamos a ver si ganamos el título.
Y para Leo, bueno Leo, nuevo equipo, bienvenido aquí a Florida, jugando con Pablo, nueva victoria, vais a por todas en esta PPL aquí en Miami, enhorabuena.
New team, welcome to Florida, playing with Pablo, how do you feel?
Sí, primero que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por quedarse a ver un partido más. Así que nada, muy contento de estar acá en la PPL. Así que nada, muy contento que sea con Pablo. El equipo que tenemos, creo que estamos bien y bueno, a luchar por el título, como dijo Pablo.
playing for another title, and happy to be with Pablo, happy to be here, and the team has been pretty welcoming.
Bueno, pues enhorabuena a los chicos y a las chicas de Florida porque consiguen la victoria. Un nuevo enfrentamiento. Enhorabuena, que no se mueva nadie porque tenemos el último en breve. Hasta ahora.
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sportive choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
Another epic battle between our paddle warriors has concluded here at the 2025 PPL. And now it's time for tonight's final matches. So please, let's give it up for the Cancun Waves. Please, let's welcome Marina Lobo. Sofía Saiz. Maxi Arce. And Franco Dal Bianco. For today, let's make some noise for the Toronto Polar Bears. Let's welcome Marina Guinar. Victoria Iglesias. Pincho Fernández. And Mario Huete.
Well, hello and welcome here to more action from Miami. We've got our final session pool about to start, and looking forward to these next two games.
Well, exactly. Two teams who we are seeing for the second time here in Miami. And the pressure is on for both of them to make sure it's not the last time we see them here. Toronto Polar Bears against the Cancun Waves. Toronto, of course, losing both
the
of their
loser
matches.
here will be heading home.
Exactly. Cancun, however, if they win both matches, they've got a decent chance of making the podium day. They won the men's match on Thursday. Today's Friday. First up is, however, the women, Marina Lobo and Sofia Sainz for the Cancun Waves, who gave a decent account of themselves and show that they're very tough to beat as they sold defeat dearly yesterday.
Well, they looked really good in the, I suppose, the final few games of that first set. They lost the second set too. Straight set defeat, but they played very well. I'm sure they've got used to the playing surface, the surroundings. They've got experience playing together, but they are facing a team that started their match really well. They took the first set. They went a bit downhill from there.
Yeah, just a few too many errors crept in for Marina Guinart and Victoria Iglesias as they lost to Miami Padel Club. They won the first set, as you say, against Jess Castillo and Virginia Herrera. Decent, experienced pairing, has to be said, but they just allowed their arrivals grew into the match. And I reckon this, we've been commenting, we've not had many really long matches yet. I wonder if this might be
Is this the commentator's curse again? Is you saying we've not had many?
I wonder if this might be the longest match we've had so far.
Well, their first game went to a tie break. I mean, it was quite a long game, Guinart and Iglesias against Virginia Herrera and Jessica Castillo.
There's Marina Lobo, born on 6th of March 2003. The thing about her and Sofia is they played really well, but they've not got not really somebody who hits big winners, are they?
Neither are huge hitters. They kind of grind down their opponents. Very tactical, very technical, very strategic. But, you know, you've got on the other side of the court also tactical, very good players, but also two big hitters.
So the question is, who has the good day? If Victoria Iglesias and Marina Guinart have a good day, you'd say that they are the favourites, but we've seen them have not good days.
Or they've had a good and bad day in the same match, which I think sums up their first outing at the Miami event. So they're still enjoyable to watch. I mean, you won't see a better double-handed backhand, I think, than
Victoria
Iglesias. And Guinart is a big hitter, and she can get around the court. She's got some good touch on those volleys as well.
3 minutes.
Maybe you've got two players that take risks, and both are liable making a few mistakes. And if they both make mistakes together in the same match, it's what happened against Jessica and Herrera.
Yeah, I think if Marina and Sofia can win the first set, they'll go on and win the match. That is my prediction.
But there was a point in that first set that they won where they were just excellent. They reduced those errors down to a minimum, and they were winning those shots, the ground shots. They were at the net, dominating the net, also, you know, putting their opponents under a lot of pressure. It didn't look good for Herrera and Jessica after that first set. In fact, had you asked me, I thought it was going to be 2 sets. They were looking and playing really well. And then they kind of lost back-to-back games, lost that second set.
And their rivals got into it, didn't they? They built it, they played themselves into it. They came out looking very, very relaxed, it has to be said, Victoria.
2 minutes.
Marina.
Good night and welcome to the PPL. The following match is the women's match between Cancun Waves and
You've
Toronto
seen all the
Polar Bears.
outfits, and you said,
With
Paul,
those players
that you would choose
in the right
your
of the
favourite.
chair
Now, you did, I know, is it Arkansas?
Marina
I like the
Lobo
Arkansas one,
and
yeah.
Sofia
Being
Sáenz.
biased, Paul.
No, I'm not. I like
They
the
just
Arkansas
happen
one.
to coincide with the colours that
I like
Athletic
the
Bilbao
Arkansas
use.
one. I like the,
And in the left of the chair,
New York one.
from Toronto Polar Bears,
Okay.
And I don't
Marina
dislike the
Guinar
Houston Volts
and
either.
Victoria
I think that's a
Iglesias.
nice, pretty cool top.
The match we will play it with golden point system. The
So
match
it'll be
is
the,
2 of 3 tie-break sets
Stingrays tracksuit
with a
top.
super tie-break in lieu of a third set.
The jersey of, or the shorts of Arkansas.
Cancun Waves won the toss.
Mix and match.
Has
Pick a mix.
I wasn't really thinking about the shorts. I was just looking at the jersey.
I have to say the uniforms look much better. They all do. Even the polo shirts that the PPL employees are wearing here. Thank you to Hugo Boss. Corner looking extra smart. How can you focus on a warm-up when you,
And see yourself on screen, yeah. I do not know. That's...
Definitely taking this warm-up seriously. Victoria.
2 minutes.
So we're ready to go in our last tie of the day. Another busy day tomorrow at another 8.
It's been an excellent day 2 of the competition. Has flown by, started at 11 o'clock local time here in Miami.
Just a factor as well, both of these pairs are also pairings outside of the Pro Padel League, so it's quite interesting. We don't normally get 2 pairs who play together on a regular basis, but in this match it is indeed the case.
Time.
Just 2 weeks separate the birthdays of Sofia and Marina. So they were up against really tough rivals yesterday, Martita Ortega and Alejandra Alonso.
We're going to see for Cancun 4 new signings in action.
Time.
Franco Maxi, Medina and Sofia. Guinar and Iglesias were playing for Toronto last season.
And he's just very quickly looking ahead to the men's match. Yesterday, of course, we saw Franco Del Bianco and Alex Reith play together, but it's Maxi Arce.
That's another. We saw Patty not play. It was just basically, I think, they were on the practice court, just opted for a switch. Also, it could be in action again.
But the thing is, the good news is that Del Bianco and Maxi Arce also are regular partners.
And very successful
Very
too.
successful.
They've yet to play on the bigger stage, the PPL, together. I saw Franco in action yesterday. He was excellent. I think it was the surprise package of day 1.
It's gone long, so love 40.
Love 40.
Once again, the opening game, and the serve is in trouble. Time after time after time.
So you're saying if you win the toss, opt to receive?
Well, usually it's better to give than to receive, but in this case... 15-40.
15-40.
Sophia Scythe.
Game
Really
first game.
Good start. Another break.
Time.
So off to a flying start. Martina and Sofia. Will they be able to hold?
Marina Lobo to serve.
Marina Lobo serving. Well played, Ma.
Love 15.
Really clever volley.
15 all.
We're going to see a lot of that from Sofia and Marina.
Two Marinas on court. I see Marina Guinart as well.
Wow.
Well played.
That was a good hit from Sophia Scythe.
30-15.
Slightly wild smash.
40-15.
What we were sort of saying that Marina Guinart can sometimes be a little bit guilty of. When she gets it right, she's obviously a big hitter, but just sometimes rushes into it and makes a few unforced errors. Too low.
Game
Well played.
Cancun Waves. They lead 2 games to love.
Well, they were excellent despite that opening day defeat. Marina Lobo and Sofia Scythe.
To serve.
Really impressed. We were really impressed. Everyone was with how they played
once
in that
again,
second
didn't
set.
make many unforced errors.
We saw them improve during the course of the game. And they've definitely carried that form into the start of
Love 15.
this match.
A little bit wild there. Love 15. Love 30.
Love 30.
Once again, work to do. Good lob. Making it difficult there for Victoria Iglesias in that corner.
Got to be a good smash to get the better of these two.
He just didn't quite get enough on that. See what she was trying to do. 15-30.
Time.
Good switch. Guinart, again, well played. Her counterpart. And she wins that rally with an outright smash.
Left that a bit short though, didn't she? And she was right there too.
We're seeing a side to their game that we did not see on day one. They've both hit good outright winners.
Maybe that's because they weren't not under quite as much pressure, because Martita Ortega put them under a lot of pressure. 30-40. Still 2 break points. Well blocked, and again.
Like playing against a wall. Goes up nicely.
Hey, well played, Victoria.
Deuce, golden point.
Golden point.
Marina Lobo, to receive. Red, second service.
They don't want to let slip this opportunity to break again. Lobo and Scythe.
Chance to go 3 love up with 2 breaks.
Sticking with Guinart. And again.
Oh, reacted really well.
Well played. No, and that's wide from Guinart.
Just gone.
Cancun Waves, they lead 3 games to love.
Was a spectator in that point, Iglesias.
Well, a great start.
Start, Paul.
Very good start. 3 love. So two breaks as well. Let's not forget. And reacting really well after it hit that net as well. Just tremendously well after that hits that net cord. It was the right idea, the change of angle, but just puts a bit too much on it.
Well, Alex Reef is the one with the black jumper. He won't be playing though. He was in action and won yesterday, but maybe resting Alex ahead of potential podium day. They can make it. I think it's going to be a big game coming up later, but they're in a good position. They played and won.
Well, the thing is, there's also the option to put a regular partnership together on court as well. So,
if you can avoid playing perhaps 3 games in the space of 4 days.
So it's Sophia Scythe to try and put
Sophia
her and
Scythe
Marina Lobo 4 love up.
brilliant.
15 love.
Right over the net.
15 love.
Anything Cardona or Hausberger can do.
Yes.
Once again, with that same apparent lack of effort, wasn't it? Some good serve, putting the pressure on straight away.
Oh, brilliant ground shot.
Yeah, dipping. Once again, making it really hard down there at Guinart's feet.
A first mistake.
30-15.
Oh, felt that. And he would get out the way.
40-15.
Arrow down the line.
But once again, really positive stuff, wasn't it, from Sophia Sainz?
She's hitting the ball really well. That's unlucky. That was unlucky.
Into the net.
Stoop low.
40-30.
Into the tape. Still serving for a 4-love lead in this opening set.
That's gone long, long, long. 4 love.
Game Cancun Waves. They lead 4 games to love.
Victoria Iglesias serving again.
Love 15.
The coach can't wait to sit.
I was going to
his
say,
players down.
Just need to take a few little moments between points, don't they? Try and take those at full 20 seconds. There you go. That's better.
This first set.
15-all.
Time it's Marina Guinart who puts the ball well over the 4-meter back of the court.
And there she is, asking for that ball again. Oof. Well tracked by Sophia Sainz. That was unlucky. It was
so
unlucky. It was a good idea.
30-15.
Just saw that narrow little passage.
But they've changed their tactics slightly. We're not seeing too many shots, or as many shots, in Guinart's direction.
40-15.
Absolutely vital that they win-hold this serve. I think Victoria Iglesias and Marina Guinart already up against it in the set.
Oh, brilliant. Now, that was
40-30.
the side of Iglesias, but it was one of those ones where normally you leave it for the player approaching the net.
Sometimes it just looks so easy, doesn't it?
Just out.
Game
Just clipping the inside fence. The first game for Guinart and Iglesias.
There was a couple of points, weren't there, for Lobo and Sainz. They were really close, just clipping the side. But yeah, now is the moment where Jesus, the coach, is going to earn his corner.
Well, trailing 4 games to 1 in this opening set.
We've now got a dance cam on screen.
Not seeing many people dance, Paul.
Everyone's looking at the mobiles.
Get up and dance, come on.
I'm not on the camera.
We're talking to Gnat and Iglesias, just the dance cam. Dance.
Time.
So there is the state of play. Marina Lobo to serve her and Sofia Sainz 4-1 up against Marina Gnat and Victoria Iglesias in the opening set. 17 minutes of play.
Time. Marina! 15 love.
Was it Sofia who shouted Marina there? I think it was.
And who's she shouting it to?
To Marina Lobo, I think.
Time. Fifteen all.
2 breaks down, Gnat and Iglesias. We need to start somewhere. It was a really good serve.
By heck.
That was so difficult for Gnat.
And once again, absolutely pummeled. Does really well to actually get it back, Marina Gnat.
Really good passing shots.
Yeah, well played. Poof. Not quite sure what happened there.
A bit of a miss hit. Just seems to have lost away a little in this opening set.
Once again, that was a good serve. And Victoria just looking to take a bit of responsibility, I think, just to help her partner.
Really good lob pushing Sofia really deep, and a good shot from Scythe.
And out that goes 5-1.
Point. Good service game.
They lead 5 games to
just
1.
1 game away from taking the first set.
Once again, pressuring Gnat.
Just warhead No down.
They're just a little bit quicker and a little bit more nimble
and also
as well, aren't they?
Because, I mean, you're playing against 2 players. Again, Victoria, a couple of shots in that rally. And the rest towards Gnat. And that, you can't blame, because Iglesias wanted to step across and try and win that point. Get involved, be involved.
No, exactly. It's frustrating when you're getting slightly frozen out. But they're not really allowed her. Well played.
Well recovered by Scythe. Which way do I go?
Whoa.
Oh, that's unlucky.
15-30.
Jumped up on her. The thing is sometimes, well, if you're being frozen out, the tendency is once again to try and hit a winner when you get the ball rather than just keep it alive again, which might be the better option.
This is my opportunity to, you know, to make a statement, have a positive impact in the point. And also, if I just play it in, well, have another shot maybe in the entire rally.
Exactly. Yeah, well played. You could just...
Excellent.
She does hit the bajada really well. 30-all.
Really good smash. Well played, Gnat.
40-30.
And she wants that ball back again.
Might do a bit of good. That was a good serve.
Excellent delivery. Well played.
Game, Toronto Polar Bears. Cancun Waits lead 5-2.
Oh, Sophia Scythe. When play resumes, will be serving to try and close out the opening set. It will be 6-2. But also keep alive if they can win here their hopes of making that podium day. Now, we won't know until day 3 of the competition how those final standings look and which teams will qualify, and also which game they will play. Will they be playing to be first or second, or third or fourth?
Well, exactly. I mean, if they win this, you know, that basically means that if Del Bianco and Maxi Arte win their match, they've got a really good chance. And more than anything, what it'll be is a boost for their options of qualifying for the Cities Cup.
Definitely, because they'll be picking up points which will be added up come the end of the regular season.
If
so you want your men's and women's team to pick up as many points as possible, as many sets as possible, as many games as possible.
If you're winning 3 out of 4, for example,
definitely, they'll all
then
count.
That'll get you to New York.
And also, there will be teams, you know, New York Atlantics, Flowrider Goats, that might pick up the vast majority of points. Therefore, there's going to be, you know, an 8-way battle to still qualify.
Sophia Scythe serving for the first set.
And one thing we can be assured of is if they do lose here, Flowrider Goats, the women's team, would not qualify for podium day. They do have a set, but they would have lost both games.
$15-all.
Once again, slightly miss-hit there by Marina.
Already you've got New York Atlantics have played one 1-1. San Diego have played one 1-1. Florida Goats have also won. And if they lose here, already you've got teams with 1 victory, and you've yet to win a single match. They'll be out of the running. So there's pressure on the team.
Recovered that fancy Victoria to kill that. No,
oh, well.
15-30.
And we're seeing a bit of a revival. Opposite lob, good lob as well. And again, they both come forward.
But this time, Guinart was ready for that lob. Just took a few steps back. Ooh! That was a really clever shot there from Marina Lobo.
And stretching.
Now, though they will be out, the losers of this match, they'll no doubt be supporting the men's team. If they make it through to the final, it's a team event. And of course, they want the men's team to pick up as many points as possible, because that would help their qualifying chances for the Cities Cup.
Oh, look to anticipate, but just got too much on it. 40-32 set points for Marina Lobo and Sofia Saith.
Yet to reach the half-hour mark. Oh, yes. What a winner, and the war cry there. Sophia Saith.
Brilliant stuff from Sophia and Marina. You know, they've been really busy in this first set, haven't they? They've worked hard, they've run hard, they've just been that little bit sharper, a little bit more energetic than the rivals.
A lot of ground there and just dinked it past Victoria Iglesias, who didn't see Saith coming, and look, wasn't ready. And in the end,
would you eventually got to it anyhow?
In the end there, I mean, it was a great shot, but congratulations to Cancun Waves.
It's what we were saying though, isn't it? When there's a smash,
first set,
yeah, the best way to do it is to get that horizontal run along the net.
You can build up steam, you get a running start, not a standing start, which is what happens to the player who's stationary, as in left, right, do a move forward, and the person takes that gamble and got there, and it was a very good shot to claim a very good first set.
Well, will they be able to keep
the team from Mexico?
Will they be able to keep that effort up, though? They've been really busy, they've been really active, and I think what it's been is a continuation of what we saw of the second set, perhaps, against Marta.
Yes.
Martita Ortega. And Alonso.
What's interesting to see, Paul, is you know, their areas on the court.
Well, we've been saying they've been busy, and I think that proves it. They have actually been all over the court, mainly quite a lot from the back, but also
whenever they've got forward,
in a bit of sort of, but also from the middle of the court as well. They've really covered a lot of ground. It's not been either net
time
and those transitions
behind the set
as well. Those transitions, because they've been very successful all right. You look at low on side. Now, of course, you know, just in front of the service line, those approach volleys have been very successful. We've seen quite a few putaways. It's only 16%, but they've been very successful too. Back short's been a very good first set all round from Cancun Waves.
So the question is now, can the Polar Bears?
You're not going to say claw their way back into this game.
Ah, thank you very much.
Low 15.
Or will the Cancun Waves be able to seal their fate?
I thought you were going to say see, as in, like, you know, see their way all the way through to the final.
What's the Polar Bears' favourite food?
Well, they're not eating any tonight by the way it looks. Well, the battle of the two teams not from the US at the moment, being won by the team from Mexico.
It's going Mexico's way.
I set you up. I set you up.
Love 30.
I don't know why I do this.
Still got to be fast enough to pick up the baton. Love 30.
think we've used a number of allowed puns.
Huge number of
I think the whole week or year even, Paul. Scythe. Oh, that was a brilliant
stunning shot there from Marina Lobo.
2 hands on the racket, drilled the finish over the other shoulder, and just like they did in the first set, they find themselves in a great position at the start of the second set. Whoa, getting some great backhands and a great forehand. Wow. And back to the bench, having won the first set, back to the bench, what, a minute, 20 seconds later, having started the second set with another break.
And really aggressive
business.
Really positive. That was a good smash that from Sophia Scythe.
Come on, I'm waiting for the sending waves around the world. Are you gonna? No, I'll save that for another day. Guinar Iglesias having a good chat as they come back out onto the court.
Marina Lobo to serve with new balls.
Okay, Marina Lobo again. Straight away putting out on the pressure. And just too fast for her.
15
ball might have helped. Definitely a bit more ping in that bounce. It is noticeable when the effect wears off after 3-4 games. Definitely the first couple of games. You really notice the difference between those new balls and old balls.
Unlucky, it just hits the wire. Oi! By heck, she nearly took her nose off with that one.
15 all.
Just had her out of position. I think she saw the trademark flash.
I think she would have seen a future flash.
That flashed. Terry, she looked like one of those AI things that they put on the screens without needing it. After that went literally about a centimetre past her nose. Well left.
30-15.
Just needs a little word there from Victoria.
Really good return.
Yeah.
30 all.
Well, maybe with a chance here to break back.
Ball.
It's gone a bit long.
Oh, brilliant. Great reflexes. And can they win the point?
I mean, keeping them back, and there Sophia puts it
30-40
into the net. They were always just under pressure though, weren't they?
Double break point for Guinar and Iglesias. Good winner there.
Really seemed to take her eye off the ball a little bit, didn't she?
Good winner there from Sophia Scythe.
Still break point, but it's a golden point.
Victoria Iglesias to receive.
that's a big win, isn't it?
It is, and also it's a big blow as well, because, you know, 2 opportunities to break back after dropping your serve at the start of the second set and able to win either of those 2 break points.
So Marina Guinart. A little bit of fury in that shot there from Victoria Iglesias.
They can't really afford to be broken twice at the beginning of a set. They were broken twice early in the first set. There was no way back then. I don't think we have a way back if Guinart loses this service game.
Well, so far she's had a good start, 15 love.
That tape
15 all.
No, not helping Iglesias and Guinart.
Oh, it's gone long.
15-30.
And looks across to the bench. Iglesias has to say, look, nothing's going right.
And
15-40.
Gone along as well. 15-40, as you say, nothing is really going their way. They really need this next chance to sit down, don't they?
Game Cancun Waves. They lead 3 games to love.
And they were all fine margins,
Tight margins, which sometimes can be more painful than if you lose 40 love. You know, you've lost the service game, but you had 2 break points, you didn't take them. And then you're thinking, okay, could have been 2-1, could have been serving for 2-2. We're heading back now, 3 love down, and could be 4-0 if Cancun Waves hold on to their service game.
Well, looks like a confidence issue now, doesn't it, for Toronto? It really does look like a confidence issue. But yeah, once again, if the Waves hang on to service, then they're 4 love up. And that's a big ask to come back from. So there's Alex Ruiz sat behind them, sort of giving them advice as well.
He's got the makings of a future coach, hasn't he?
Well, he's captain, isn't he? So these sort of competitions, your captain also plays a very important role, even if they're not actually on court.
Time.
Almost tripped on her way into the court there. Marina Lobo almost tripped.
Sophia Sainz to serve.
Sophia Sainz serving, chance to go 4 love up and take what we reckon was probably going to be a pretty decisive grip on the match.
I mean, this second set has been identical to the first set, with those 2 early breaks, serving for 4 love.
Love.
She doesn't look particularly powerfully built, does she, Sophia Sainz? But she hits it really well.
The technique, it's perfect. The strike of the ball, the follow through, the point of contact, the point of impact. She's not going to hit winners from the service line or behind. But she attacks the net really well. So just lacking the power from that kind of distance. Get her close to the net and she'll hit winners.
Just looking to angle that one. Hits the net cord.
15 all.
covered there by Iglesias. So track back. Really good pickup. But it double hit.
30-15.
So
let's have a look at this one again.
Red. First service.
The backspin of that volley. But at the same time, Sophia hit her hand, which is painful. Already had one hand injury. Today.
How did she hit her hand there? Was it Guinart's racket that hit her? Anyhow, 40-15.
Hold.
Just out.
Well, that was maybe avenging that strike that almost took off Guinart's head earlier. She's having flashbacks as that ball just fizzed past her nose.
Just out.
Game, Cancun waves.
Oh no.
Yep, it's one of those ones that
to
bounce and hit the fence.
It's a good job.
You can hear the fence.
It's a good job I'm not an umpire. That's all.
4 love.
As you say, everyone's taken at least 2 points in a set, haven't they, so far?
Love 15.
Love 15 just once again grazing the side of the court.
Long.
Hold.
That's a lovely
shot.
Guinart was actually quite back, you know, she wasn't right at the net, so it was a really good lob, and that was
just a bit loose.
Bit wild.
15 all.
Scythe. This happened to them also in the first set. They then took a few more risks, a few unforced errors, and okay, only won 2 games in that first set, but Iglesias and Guinart got back into the game. There was a couple of golden points as well.
Fault. I think that was long and maybe into the side.
Oh, excellent return there from Sophia. They battled their way back into this point. And they deservedly win it.
30 all.
Well done, Guinart. Not to be in trouble there. That's a great lob.
And great return. Guinart to get back towards the net. And Sophia Scythe with a weak volley.
Just got her angle of a racket all wrong there, didn't she?
But Guinart was excellent in that point.
Deuce, golden point.
Oh, golden point, it went
Iglesias.
Once again, just saw that narrow angle. I mean, this is it, basically. If they don't win this, Iglesias and Guinart, I can't see any way back.
That's wide from Guinart.
Game Cancun Waves, they lead 5 games to 0.
I think that sort of sums up the second set, doesn't it, for Iglesias and Guinart?
Yeah, Lobo and Saith have been very good. We've seen, funny enough, a couple more unforced errors.
I think maybe tiredness comes into it as well, doesn't it? They've covered a lot of ground. They've been really busy, hard-working.
So we could have, in fact, word isn't good, we will have our first women's team knocked out of this Miami event. Played 2, lost 2. And I'll have to wait and see what happens on day 3 of the competition. Although they've not won any matches, they did take 1 set. And that might see them not end the tournament empty-handed on 0 points.
We'll have to see. All of that lies ahead.
And as for Cancun Waves, they actually came into this match behind the Toronto Polar Bears, who had 1 set in their first game. Cancun Waves lost in straight sets. But a straight set victory here would see them in with a chance of qualifying for podium day.
I think it'll be difficult, but it's just going to...
But if results go their way...
But if we look at it the season as a whole...
Yeah, definitely.
If we look at it as a season as a whole...
Huge win. Also for the confidence of these players.
So Marina Lobo serving for the match. 5-love. We've not had any 6-love, 6-love.
Oh, lovely volley.
Yet.
Well played, Marina Lobo. Apologises because she didn't intend that shot, but still, full stretch, great recovery volley. Right now they can't put a foot wrong. There you go.
15-all.
You see, that wasn't really them doing anything wrong. It was just a very good return.
It's just, we've not seen that from Victoria. Very little today. Yeah, can't get there. Hit with enough power.
30-15.
Playing with lots and lots of confidence, Marina Lobo, isn't she?
Well, both players impressed in the defeat yesterday. They impressed even more against 2 good players, highly ranked, Guinart and Iglesias.
It's a higher ranking than they have.
As far as 30-all. As far as result, this would be the biggest winning margin. A 2-set victory, dropping just 2 games.
Not over the line yet, though. It is now 2 match points, however.
40-30.
Biggest winning margin so far, a 6-2, 6-2. And this will be the first 6-love since, I think, June last year.
Well, there it is. Brilliant win. Brilliant win from Marina Lobo and Sophia Saith.
6-2.
6-2. 6-love.
Wow.
To be fair, looking at what we've seen on court, completely deserved. And absolutely self-explanatory, the win. But I tell you what, beforehand, I thought it was going to be a match.
Yeah, coming into this game is one of those ones.
This is one I thought was going to go hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes.
And maybe a super tie-break. I thought it would be one set apiece.
Yep.
But now, having seen these two play and play so well, I wouldn't want to face them on podium day, because they have got a lot better, and I'm sure they will continue to improve. These are two very young players playing together for the first time in the Pro Padel League. And I think players will sit up and look at this victory, how they played, how they won, and that final scoreline.
By the way, I think the way that looking at this match just should tell people who, if they saw yesterday, it tells you how good Martita Ortega
they played brilliantly.
and Andrea Alonso are.
They were so good together.
But yeah, I expected a reaction from Guinart and Iglesias in that second set. We just didn't get it. They just, Lobo and Sofia Sainz just gained in confidence, didn't they?
Potentially, we could even see a rematch of that game on podium day.
It'll be interesting. Well, anyhow,
what they have done is put their name in the hat for Sunday.
They're still in there until tomorrow at least. So we're going to hear from our protagonists in a moment with Arantxa and Javi, and we'll hear from them right now.
One of the two matches we've had for this night, and we had a great play from these teammates.
Bueno, chicas, enhorabuena, Sofia Sainz, Marina Lobo. Ayer tenéis un partido muy complicado, chicas, pero hoy, de principio a fin, habéis tenido el partido vuestro y además debutando en esta PPL. ¿Cómo os habéis sentido aquí en Miami? Enhorabuena.
Tough match, but you made it yours.
Yo creo que nos hemos acostumbrado muy bien a las condiciones. Ayer fue muy difícil. Y a mí me costó, la verdad, entrar en el partido, estaba muy nerviosa, es una oportunidad, como dije en las entrevistas del Media Day, y bueno, creo que hemos hecho un partidazo.
I struggled, I was nervous, as I just said during the interviews during the first day, but we did it.
Bueno, Marina, cuéntame cómo es el ambiente en este equipo de Cancun Waves, porque tú también has llegado nueva a esta PPL, fíjate. El ambientazo que tenéis aquí en el equipo, jugando con Sofi, que además es amiga, así que cuéntame un poco cómo es todo este proceso aquí en Miami.
Tell me a little bit about the process you're living here in Miami with this team, with Sofi.
Bueno, pues la verdad que es un gustazo tener a todo el equipo, el banquillo lleno. Ayer, desde el primer día, alentándonos, dándonos confianza y sobre todo apoyándonos en todo. Es un gusto que hagan confianza en nosotras y sobre todo con Sofi, que aparte de ser amiga, también es compañera de hace un tiempo y estamos de maravilla. Así que nada, eso.
It's a pleasure because I've known Sofi for a time, and then we're having all the support from the team, from all of our partners, and I'm really pleased that they have trust us.
Pues enhorabuena a las chicas de Cancun Waves, a Marina Lobo y a Sofia Sainz, que no se mueva nadie porque viene el partido de los chicos en este momento. ¡Hasta ahora!
Through ideas, imagination, effort, and enthusiasm, dreams are built. We are making paddle the sportive choice for thousands of people around the world. Each court built is a match won, and so, court by court, match by match, we are creating a limitless playing territory so that the unbeatable passion that paddle creates can be spread throughout the 5 continents.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the last match of the day in the Pro Padel League here in Miami in the Wayfair Arena. Cancun Waves against Toronto Polar Bears. The Waves swamping Toronto in the women's match. Marina Lobo and Sofia Sainz, 6-2-6 love against Marina Guinart and Victoria Iglesias. And now it's the men's turn. Franco Dal Bianco, who played so well yesterday alongside Alex Ruiz, reunited with his regular partner Maxi Arce, and they will take on Pincho Fernandez and Mario Huerte, who obviously went down yesterday to defeat. But if Dal Bianco and Maxi Arce can win, they have got a brilliant chance. In fact, I would say almost nailed on to be with us on Sunday. And for Toronto, well, it's going to be difficult for Pincho and Mario Huerte to get onto the podium day, but if they take the long-term view and think ahead to the Cities Cup, a win would at least give them some points, get some points on the board, keep them in the running. Remember, 8 out of the 10 teams in the Pro Padel League will be in that event in New York in October. Franco Dal Bianco, born on the 4th of March 2000 in Argentina, playing on the drive. And his partner, Maxi Arce, 27th of January 1998, once again Argentinian, he'll play on the left. They've been tremendously successful together, and we saw yesterday Dal Bianco really turned on the style. Pincho. October 1992. So 16th of August 1992, and Mario, who reminds me of us slightly in the way he looks of Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. In the best form of his career. Another tall player, hits it hard, but also athletic and able to get down to those low balls and reach across.
The following match is a match between Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears, with two players in white of the chair from Cancun Waves, Maximiliano Arce and Franco Dal Bianco. And in the left
Maxi
of the chair,
coming in for
Toronto
Alex Ruiz,
Polar Bears,
who's playing more of a
Antonio
captain's role
Fernandez
today
and Mario
on
Huete.
the bench.
The match will be played with golden point system.
Just
The
to remind
match
you that it is golden point,
of 3 sets.
what you use in
With a super
the
direct in lieu
Pro Padel
of
League.
a third
If it's
set.
deuce 40 all, then the next point decides
Cancun
the
Wave
game.
has won the toss and has selected receive.
Great chance for Cancun Waves to
1
book a
minute.
place in Sunday's main event. They won their first game, but a late switch. All we're telling you about Alex Reith not playing, but Arce is the doubles partner of Dal Bianco. So I'm sure we'll see a good game from those two players representing Cancun Waves. And opposite them, players who need to win. Now, they came up against the world number 1, losing 6-2, 6-2. So they lose here, and it could be a night to forget for the Toronto Polar Bears.
Time. 2 minutes to start.
And a night to remember for the team from Mexico.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday they did play Mario Huerta and Pincho Fernandez. They played Augustin Tapia and Edu Alonso, who
were brilliant.
Were on form. Were on form.
Magnificent straight set win, double 6-2.
Whereas, well, Franco Dal Bianco and it was Alex Reith yesterday for Cancun. They beat Javier Barajona and Gonzalo Alfonso. Two big hitters. It's a slightly different style. Dal Bianco hits the. We saw he hits it very hard. He's not an Alex Ruiz, but he's still. And Arce, another very busy player on court.
Looking forward to this matchup between Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears. This could be an excellent night for the Mexicans. Now, Mario Huerta, of course, a debutant here. Pincho Fernandez, they played well. I mean, the scoreline wasn't the best, and they were up against world-class players who didn't really give them a chance.
Time. Prepare.
Yeah, there were a few times when Augustin Tapia basically jumped into orbit, wasn't it, with his smashes. I was saying it's going to be very difficult, if not almost impossible, for the Toronto pair to reach the podium day. But you say you just got to take that long-term view and think about the Cities Cup and
Yeah,
every
definitely.
point you get now.
A victory now could mean a lot come the end of the season. The same goes for Cancun Waves.
Play.
Yeah, Mario Huerta to serve.
Clever fake smash.
Lap 15. All.
I mean, these two players for Cancun Waves are like dynamos.
Yeah, yeah. Really, really busy, really energetic.
15-30.
And looks like Franco has carried on where he ended up last night. It's got a bit long.
If there was a Rising Star award, I think Franco Dal Bianco would be a contender after his performance last night.
Or the revelation of the event, perhaps. 30-40.
I think of all the players we've seen in action so far, and we have seen every team, he'll be top of my list. Just goes a bit too long.
First game, first golden point. Is he going to help? Is it going to see us break the tradition of the first serve always getting broken? At least he's still up there. He's still up there fighting, is Mario.
Oh, that was so close. Just an inch too long.
And once again, the first game sees a service break. But just compare the styles of these two with the last men's game we saw, which was Cardona, obviously, and Ausberger.
Blink, you miss out not just on 1 point, but 3 points. Service games lasted 40 seconds, maybe the longest lasted a minute and a half. And they managed to cram in a tie break. I mean, it's just an incredible game. And this one could be equally as exciting. Different styles of play, all very valid. And I've been looking forward to seeing these two players play together in the PPL. Alex Reith is fit, but opted to sit out as captain. He opted to sit out.
I think that's essentially, you've got two new signings, haven't you, who know each other, who play together. Give at least, make sure that they both get a run out, so to speak. 15 love.
Oh, cracking drop shot. I'd love to see that one again.
Well, there you go, your wish.
Just clips the top of the net. But there was no luck in that shot. Wonderful. Dejada.
Just been a little bit hasty on a couple of smashes, hasn't it?
That was probably better for Maxi Arce. That one does count.
Yeah. Dale. Hit it. And it stayed hit.
Cancun Waves in the women's doubles match. Won the first 4 games of the first set. And followed up by winning the first 6 games of the second set.
All 6 games of the second set.
And these guys are following suit. 2-love.
Whipping through the points there. Good service game from Maxi Arce. Nice finish as well there, just changing the angle of his racket head.
Time.
Excellent.
Really clever.
Do you see how quickly they changed defense, receiving to attack? Pincho served, and suddenly they found themselves on the back foot.
I see little echoes of Chingotto in Arce, what I've seen so far.
15 all.
Nicely played by Pincho.
Oh, look how quickly you get. That was so good. How quickly you dart forward.
15-13.
He could easily just stay behind that service line on defense, but that was electric. He just darted forward, and then suddenly, I mean, Toronto had no idea. I mean, by the time he looked up, he was already at the net.
Yeah, yeah.
Great position, great volley.
Mercurial is the term I think I'd be using.
Electric. And yeah, I think that comparison with Chingotto is a very good comparison. Of course, Chingotto has achieved so much, but he's just electric, and he's just nimble, quick, and doesn't make mistakes, which is Chingotto's trademark. See, look, he's dynamic, he's quick, the reflexes.
And 3 more break points.
Hats off also to Cancun's sporting director, whoever's in charge of the signings.
Well, they've gone for youth, haven't they? They've made a real effort to bring in young players. Would you say Alex Ruth staying on as experienced?
Yeah, I think that's a great call as well. Just to have somebody who has that experience, big game experience, competition experience, to pass on that knowledge.
What? You what? Angles that one across the court. Impossible to return. 3 love, 2 breaks as well.
I'll tell you what, the Toronto Polar Bears coach has had a bit of a tough evening here at the Wayfair Arena. They've been outclassed in the women's game and in the men's game. Only 3 games, but all 3 have fallen on the side of Cancun Waves. But yeah, the sporting director, just quickly, you know, we're talking about investing in, promoting, developing, but they've opted for young players, but players with a very bright present and future. I mean, these 2 players, they have played together, but not on any major paddle circuits. This is the biggest stage they've played on. The first time they're playing together, because if you missed out on Cancun Waves' opening group game, which they won, Alex Ruiz, the captain, played. He's the highest ranked player.
Played very well as well, that has to be said.
On the actual roster, the highest paid. Now, he sat there in that second row, enjoying, I'm sure, this game and how his partner played yesterday, because they've got rotation, which could be so important. Now, over the course of a season, players suffer injury setbacks, injuries, you know, form as well, good form, bad form, and even that, you know, possibility have a rest day in what is an intense tournament, and then return fresh for Sunday's game.
Snaps at that one into the net, however. Love 15, it's Franco Del Bianco serving. Once again, a good serve put Mario Huerta under pressure right from the start. It was
I mean, it's only the first event of the year, but already the trade value of the players on this Cancun Waves roster has shot up.
once again dynamite. They're really enjoying it as well, you can tell. (40-15).
Well, identical starts to the men's and women's games between Cancun Waves and Toronto Polar Bears, leading 4-0.
Just 11 minutes. Ooh, unlucky.
The women's players, Cancun, Sophia and Marina, have yet to come back. They've quickly just gone for a bite, maybe a shower.
Yeah, possibly a shower.
And by the time they come back, they go, wow.
Oh, great block. Once again, just the lob is just spot on.
And as is the smash.
Well, you got a touch.
It's good, you got a touch, you got a touch.
I'm not sure if quite was the touch he was looking for, but he got one. No. Well played, Mario.
It's like Mr. Gadget. Maxi. There.
It's not the shot, it's not the touch he's looking for when he gets it. Oof.
What a tremendous ground shot.
That was just like over the net like an absolute rocket. 30
on the
all.
rise as well. Great racket head control.
Well, 2 more break points.
Brilliant shot down the middle, and again, they're going to win this point. Clearly,
Yeah. Clearly, it was just nailed on after that one. After that moment's hesitation.
It was a matter of time. Would it be the second shot, the follow-up, or the follow-up? But they were going to win that point, win the game, head back to their bench again. I mean, I was surprised. Maybe not with the outcome in the previous match, but how it ended. 6-2, 6-love. But I'm more surprised, in this game. Now, I know Alex wasn't going to play, but
I think we had them down to win.
Yeah, we did. But not in this manner. Now, they've yet to win the first set.
But the first set so far has been very, very decisive.
Yeah.
But they've just blown them away, haven't they? I mean, not with big hitting, but just with running, getting their energy. It's like facing the Tasmanian devil.
Yeah, it is. They're just very efficient. I've counted 2 unforced errors in this opening set.
A couple of smashes from Franco Del Bianco.
3 and 1 volley from his doubles partner, Maxi. Apart from that, they've been near perfect, which is why they've yet to drop a game in this opening set.
And it's Maxi Arce to serve for the set. Lecord. I don't think he needed that smash.
Well played, Maxi.
Stretching for it. $15 all. Once again, apologises, but on a small court, your body is going to come into play now and then, isn't it? At this sort of level.
And Charles at such speed, it's very difficult to get out of the way. Right of the ball.
Oh, once again, just that little bit over keen.
That's the only shot we've seen him
make errors on.
Yeah, compared to what we saw from him yesterday.
The flash, please.
Thank you. Oof, wow, what a return.
3 break points. Okay, 30-40. Good, Franco, good.
Got forward really well,
lovely
really
winner.
really well played. Mario and Pincho for taking that gamble and getting to the net, both players.
Oh, that's a lovely winner from Pincho Fernandez.
He bounces around.
Calm down,
How much energy does he burn?
Down the middle, but maybe could have done a bit better with the volley there. Love 15. Brilliant recovery there from Franco.
I'm really enjoying this game. It's been a long session, 2 sessions, but the standard of paddle we were watching here at this event in Miami has been top-notch, top draw.
We love 40.
Well,
Didn't get over it, did he?
broke their opponents, but looks like they're going to be broken themselves.
And 4 set points.
Now, I think I was just checking with the umpire that that lob didn't touch the ceiling. There's a bit of advertising just below the ceiling, but the umpire confirming no, the lob was good, and it is love 40.
And there you go, there is the first set. Just for
20 minutes, 6-1 in 20 minutes. Maximiliano Arce and Franco Dal Bianco have taken that first set. Mario and Pincho.
there's a heat map for Maxi Arte and Franco Dal Bianco. Once again, all over the place. Doesn't actually show the speed that they covered it at, but they did cover it at great speed.
Also, if you look as well, there's you know, the colour zone down the centre of the court. Nothing. I mean, if we see the other side, there'll be dots all over the back court, especially down the middle, because they've been dominating all the points. They've not been really having to deal with any shots down the centre. And there we see that 44% in front of the service line, 21% at the net.
Which isn't a massive amount, really.
But they've been dominating from the back. Very few mistakes. They've not gifted any points to their opponents. And in just 20 minutes, they took that first set 6-1. Arte to serve now at the start of the second set. Decided to switch things in the air. Franco Dal Bianco's made more mistakes, I think, in this game than we saw from him yesterday.
Yep, once again, the opening set, serve of the set, struggling. Ooh, just
clearing, yeah.
15-30.
Just wide. Maxi's first serve.
Just decided to control himself a bit better, but once again, maybe in a bit too quickly. Doesn't control that volley.
6-1 from the first set. It's really important for Cancun Rays, because we have to check on that league standings, because
we'll get
there could be a tie, you know, between several teams, and it will go down to maybe sets dropped or games lost to see if you qualify for first or second, or the third and fourth playoff. Excellent play there by Mario, and a break at the start of the second set.
Well played. Well, we'll get the standings after this match. We'll have a little review of the day.
Well, they've won 2 of the last 3 games, Toronto Polar Bears.
I wonder if they got just a little bit carried away after winning that set in that.
I would say of the 2 players, one has. We've seen a few mistakes.
Here's Mario serving. Can they consolidate the break? Love 15.
He's also as vocal as Chingotto as well, Maxi. I wouldn't say he's a carbon copy, but very similar. Style of play.
Just out.
Again,
just in there, so
just, oh, great pick up there with pin shot. Yeah, he was outdone, outsmarted.
Once again, Maxi Arte was just at the net so quickly there.
I mean, the speed he covers the court. Definitely one of the quickest players over those short distances, very explosive. No,
nope.
Never.
Got
Couldn't
that.
finish though, Maxi. Great backhand.
Forcing the arrow in the end.
Quite tight on his body as well.
Just wearing him down.
It wasn't an easy shot from Maximiliano Arte.
No, it was right close to him, wasn't it?
but straight away he was darting forward.
I think he put the pressure on the pincher because he saw the drop on, but he just knows how quickly he comes into the net as well.
Was right at the feet of the opponent, so the only possible return was up over the net, and he was going to be there to latch onto the volley.
Well played.
Oh, that break was short-lived.
Well played though by Franco Dal Bianco there with that